All right. Hello, everybody. It is time for an extravaganza. I am so excited to be with you guys tonight because today is my birthday, but you guys are going to get the presents. Welcome to the replay. If you're watching this on replay, if you are watching the replay, it's long. We are going all night tonight. So it is 6 o'clock. It is 6:01 right now. We are going from 6 o'clock to midnight if I can make it. I'm determined to make it. I know we're going to make it that far. So I am so excited to be sharing my birthday with you guys. And we're going to be giving away some prizes. We're going to do some Q&A. I've got guests coming on. I've got a bunch of guests coming on. I think we have 9 guests all together between Handmade Sellers Club members and some other surprise guests that I'm going to be having on tonight, and some people that are my relief. So I can take a break in a couple of hours. I am going to be taking breaks because I do have to go to the bathroom sometimes. So I'm going to have some people stepping in for me on that as well. Hello, everybody. And thank you, everybody. I can't read out everybody's names. There's so many, but thank you so much for the birthday wishes. I believe I am 45 today. I say I believe. I haven't really thought about it. I'm 45 today. So yay me. I'm happy in my 40s. I like my 40s. I think they've been great so far, and they're only going to get better. I'm so super excited about life. I never get depressed on birthdays. I'm just always like, I am this much more wiser, and I am just this much further in my adventure. And there's still so much more to come. I'm just super, super excited. So I'm so happy to be here with you guys tonight. So I'm going to talk a little bit about how things are going to go tonight. And then I'm going to do a little bit of an intro to me, the Handmade Sellers Club, because I know some of you guys are brand new. There's names popping up here that I do not recognize. So some of you guys may not know me, and you may not be like, why am I at this crazy lady's birthday party? So I'm going to talk a little bit about what we're going to do tonight, and then I'm going to talk again about me and a bit about Handmade Sellers Club and what we've been doing over the past several years. So here's what we're going to be doing on the extravaganza tonight. I am going to be bringing on guests. I have 6 different Handmade Sellers Club guests. As long as everybody's schedule works out, we'll have all 6 of them on at different times throughout the night. Again, we're going a long time. We're going all the way to midnight. And I know not everybody can make it to midnight. I get that. I'm barely going to be able to make it to midnight. So we're going to be doing giveaways throughout the entire night. We're going to switch things up of what's happening all night. And so we're going to have our first guest on at 6:30, and then we're going to have the next guest every on the 30-minute mark of every hour. So 6:30, 7:30, 8:30, 9:30, 10:30, 11:30. That's when our guests are coming on. The guests are going to be talking about their experience in Handmade Sellers Club. They're going to be sharing a little bit who they are. We're going to have a little bit of a chat, and then they're going to give something away. So each one of those guests has a giveaway to give to you guys tonight. And so we're going to do a drawing for the giveaway item. And you do have to be present to win. So if you are on when I'm talking to Dawn, if you want to win Dawn's prize, you have to be on while Dawn is on. But we're going to have guests on throughout, so you'll have plenty of opportunities. You'll have 6 different opportunities to win directly from the guests. Now, on top of their giveaways, at the top of each hour, I'm giving something away starting at 7 o'clock. So our first giveaway is going to be at 6:30. Next giveaway is going to be at 7. And so at 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and midnight, we're going to have a jackpot giveaway at midnight. We are giving away a 10 by 10 ABC canopy tent tonight. That is not going to be at midnight. We're going to do that a bit earlier because I get it that not everybody can stay on that long. But I do have, it was just a last minute thing I threw together. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to give this away too. So we're going to have a jackpot giveaway at midnight. But I will be giving something away, me or one of my helpers. I've got some helpers coming on, are going to give away something on the hour at the top of each hour. And so that's what we're going to be doing. And like I said, I have some guests that I'm bringing on, both Handmade Sellers Club guests and others. I'm going to be doing Q&As You know what I didn't put down on here? I just remembered that I'm going to do two Facebook, I'm going to do two Facebook reviews, Facebook page reviews. Let's do that. Let's do that early. As I was talking, I'm like, I never put that on the schedule, and I'm glad that I allowed time. So we are going to do two Facebook page reviews. I'm going to do those fairly early in the evening. We're going to do an Ask Me Anything. I've got my daughter Willow is going to be coming on later tonight to talk about all things social media outside of Facebook. So she's done really, really well on Instagram. She just started a TikTok account, so she can share a little bit about that, but she's been using Threads quite a bit. And so she's going to talk a little bit about the other social media platforms that she's on and how they've been working for her, and be available if you guys have questions about TikTok, Threads, or Instagram. She's going to be here to answer those. I will be taking a break somewhere in the middle, and my youngest will be here to entertain you with Rubik's Cubes, because they're very, very good at Rubik's Cubes, and that's what they can come on here. And they're going to do one of the giveaways as well. So just trying to get them kind of more comfortable in front of the camera and just to talk to you guys. And that's going to be my first bathroom break. Willow will be on later. I also have my friend Duncan is going to be coming on tonight. And he and I are going to talk about our podcast a little bit and what we're doing with the podcast, because I'm so excited about that. While it's not necessarily handmade related, it is a business marketing podcast that I think anybody and everybody that owns a business should listen to. So we're going to talk a bit about that as well. So, all right. So a little bit about me. If you're brand new here and you have no idea who I am, my name is Allie Thompson. And I have been a marketing nerd since somewhere around 2003 when I read my very first marketing book. See, my husband and I had started a handmade business in 2001. And we really wanted to make a go of it. We wanted him to quit his job. I was already planning to stay home with the kids. I was pregnant with my oldest, who's here for Christmas right now. I was pregnant with my oldest, and we started this business, and we didn't know how to get customers, had no idea how to get customers. We had actually started a business where we sell handmade rabbit toys. So they're rabbit toys that house rabbits play with. People that keep rabbits in the house, these are toys for them to play with. And we had started this business, a very, very, very specific niche. And back then it was before social media and before all of that. I'm like, how do we find customers? I don't understand how to do this. I'm reading all these different business books. And one day, and it's all like management and like how to build company culture and all just this nonsense. It had nothing to do with how we actually get customers. So I actually found this book. I spent my last $20 at an Office Max. I found this book. I flipped through it. I'm like, oh my gosh, I think this may actually answer our questions. And it was called Multiple Streams of Internet Income. And I'm not like, I didn't bring it out to feature it. It's on the bookshelf here somewhere. I should have at least pulled it out to show you. It's a really old book. A lot of the stuff in there is outdated, but not all of it. And I learned about marketing at that time. And since then, I've been absolutely obsessed with marketing. So we marketed our handmade business 2003 into somewhere around 2010. We had a very specific strategy that we followed where we were building our email list, etc. In 2010, I actually discovered Facebook. And I was already on Facebook, but I didn't see how it was valuable for business. I thought this is kind of a bunch of nonsense. And one of my mentors said, Allie, I think you'd actually really, really do well with social media marketing. And there's this conference coming up. I think you should go to the conference. And in fact, he paid for me to go to the conference. He said, I want to send you to the conference and you come back and you teach me about social media. And I'm like, all right, fine. I guess I can learn about it. It doesn't hurt to know about it, right? I was really, really skeptical about social media. I was not a true believer at all. And so I go to the conference and all of a sudden, like all this marketing stuff that I had been learning up until that point, like I was reading all the books, like all these books, this is almost all marketing books, right? And this isn't even the collection I used to have. I was reading all these books and I was going to masterminds, I was going to conferences and all of that. And I understood how marketing worked. I just didn't understand how it worked with social media. It just didn't seem like it did. And when I went to that conference, they showed how you actually take sound marketing principles and turn them into customers on social media. And my jaw dropped, and I couldn't wait. I could not wait to get home. I didn't have a laptop. This is 2010. I didn't have a laptop. I mean, I think we owned a laptop, but I didn't take it with me. And I was like, I got to go home. I got to do this immediately. And within a couple of months, I was already teaching other business owners how to use social media, because I could show them, like, look, I'm going to make a post and you're going to see the sales happen on my website. Now, it's not as easy as it used to be. It was definitely much easier back in 2010 when there weren't a lot of people selling on Facebook. There weren't a lot of people using it for marketing. So I was able to do that much, much easier. But then I did social media marketing for 2-3 years. I started teaching it. I had clients and all of that. And as maybe some women here can empathize with me here, I just got tired. I was raising my kids. I was running my businesses. I felt the need and the urge to spend more time with my kids. They needed me at that moment, and I needed a break because we had been going nonstop for more than 10 years. And I just kind of stopped everything. And so I took about a 5-year break. It was somewhere around 5 years. In fact, I sold my entire book collection. I was just like, I am mentally just done. I need to be with my kids right now. Well, then the kids got older, and the oldest got to, let's see, he just turned 22. So when he was getting around 16, 17, and my youngest at that time would have been about 11, I'm like, they don't need me as much anymore as what they did before. You know, they were just becoming very independent, and I wasn't needed as much. And just one day I kind of woke up and I was like, I'm ready. I'm ready to go back to marketing. Like, I'm hungry. I want to go back to, we still had our rabbit toy business through that whole thing, but I wasn't teaching. I wasn't doing anything like that. So I started teaching at our local library. And I noticed that the people who were the most eager and the most excited about what I had to talk about were people that were setting up the farmers market, that were selling their products, you know, have a handmade product. And some of them were like multi-level marketing, direct sales type people. But those were the people that were like furiously taking notes. And some of the kind of old guard, long-term business owners are like, yeah, whatever on this Facebook stuff. And I'm like, man, I'd much rather be teaching people that are excited about this than people who are skeptical about it, right? And it always seemed to be these people that had just started a business and just gotten going with it. And I thought, those are the people that I want to help the most. So in 2019, at the beginning of the year, in 2018, I actually started my Facebook group that a lot of you are in, called Vendor Success Secrets. I started that Facebook group, and it was a small group for a while there. We only had a couple of thousand people in it. Now we have, I don't know, like 120,000. It's something ridiculous. But at the time we had we had just a few thousand people in there, and I'm like, you know what? How about I teach you guys about Facebook? And they're like, we would love that. And that's when I actually started my very first program, where I was teaching handmade sellers. At the beginning, it was direct sales and handmade sellers, but I definitely gravitated more and more to the handmade sellers because that was much more like what we were doing. And we had many different iterations of our program, but it all started off with teaching Facebook. And that is still the primary thing that I do today, because I see Facebook as one of the biggest opportunities for handmade sellers in existence today. If there was a better option, I would be going to that better option, but it's easy to start. It's free to start. You can start selling almost immediately. You don't even need to have a following, and you can start selling almost immediately. Most people are already on there and familiar with it, and it is still the biggest social media platform on the planet. TikTok is great. Instagram is great. All these different platforms are really, really great. And like I said, later tonight, we'll have Willow on to talk about them. But ease of use and ease of starting out, and the ability to make sales right away and not having to wait to go viral. And the fact that most people are already very, very comfortable using it. I'm like Facebook all day long. So that's what I do now. I teach handmade sellers how to use Facebook to grow their business. And I do that through a program that I call Handmade Sellers Club. Handmade Sellers Club actually came from all these different programs that I was doing in the last 5 years. I had a website, a boot camp that I taught, and we did an Instagram masterclass, and we had all of these different trainings and programs. And I had what I call my super seller system, which is how to use Facebook to make sales, like the secrets, what to actually post, where to post it. All the strategies are there. So I took all of those things and brought them together under one umbrella that I created to be the most affordable and effective solution for handmade sellers humanly possible. It was important to me that it be affordable because I remember spending my last $20 to get the information that I needed. That was a game changer. And that book was such a game changer. To just go back on that for a minute. I read the book. I told my husband, just spent our last $20. And he's like, if it's going to help, great. He said, just read it. I'll watch the kids. You read it. I read it and I read it again. And then I did the things that I read, and we made $1,000 the first weekend applying the strategies that I learned in that book. It just completely blew my mind. But I remember how much I needed help, and there wasn't affordable help around me that talked specifically to my challenges. Even that book didn't speak specifically to my challenges. I had to rework it a lot to make it work for the type of product that we have. So what I've created with Handmade Sellers Club is a program that's designed for you. If you make a handmade product and you want to sell it online, Handmade Sellers Club was made for you. Every bit of the training, the Prompt for Profits calendar, the quick cash method, the Facebook makeover, all of it is designed specifically for handmade sellers. And it's at the most affordable price possible so that everybody has the opportunity to take advantage of that. And in fact, I'm going to drop the link for HSC because I'm going to be talking about it a lot tonight. This isn't one long sales pitch, although it kind of is too. I'm going to be talking about it a lot tonight because we're about to go into 2024. And, the best time to get ready for Christmas 2024 is now. Like, we need to start working on your marketing now so you can build an audience so that you can have a good relationship with that audience, so that you're not just making fantastic sales Christmas 2024, but you're making sales all the way throughout 2024. The time to do that is now. The time to invest in a program like this is right now. We're just about to go into a new year, new you, new business. It's time to get off the treadmill. It's time to stop chasing your tail. It's time to stop throwing everything up in the wall and praying that something happens. Handmade Sellers Club is the step-by-step. So I am going to be talking about it a lot tonight. We're going to have Handmade Sellers Club members up here talking about their experience. I want them to inspire you. I want you to be able to ask them questions like, hey, how has this actually helped you? And then, of course, we're going to do the giveaways. We're going to answer questions. We're going to do Facebook page reviews and the whole 9 yards. But what I want to stress here is that if you are tired of working hard and not seeing any results, if you're a hard worker, what I want to help you do is actually work hard at the right things so that the things you are doing are actually going to get you real results, real money. And results is money, right? Yes, we'll get you more engagement. We'll get you more likes and comments, but the whole goal of everything is to get more cash in your pocket. And if that's what you want for 2024, I highly encourage you to check out our Handmade Sellers Club. I'm trying to find the video here where I am. I need to make sure that I mute because it will start playing the audio. So I'm going to drop a link for Handmade Sellers Club that includes a $7 trial. So for $7, you can give Handmade Sellers Club a try. Let's see. We're going to comment that and then we're going to pin it. So just give me 1 second here, if it'll let me pin it. Of course, it's not going to let me pin it here. I have to go over. $7 trial, 2-week trial for $7. There are no long commitments. You can stay the 2 weeks and then cancel. You can get the Prompts for Profits calendar. You can watch all the training. If you decide after 2 weeks it's not right for you, you can absolutely cancel. No long-term commitment. But I do want to encourage you to give it a shot. Go in there, watch the training, ask questions in the group, download the Prompts for Profits calendar, start posting to your page according to that calendar. And you're going to see the transformation, and it's going to start, the puzzle pieces are going to start clicking together for you. My favorite part is when people go, oh, I get it now. I get it now. And what I love about Handmade Sellers Club is it's not just about the training. We provide the support for you as well. So we have a fantastic community of handmade sellers just like you that started off not knowing at all what they were doing. My favorite story is Amy and Jody. I saw somebody, Becky said, you consider tie-dye items handmade? Yes. Amy and Jody, some members of ours, we're posting twice a day for months and months and months and only making about $200 a month in sales. When they tried a free challenge that I offered, they made $1,000 in sales just from that free challenge. They joined my program, started using the program, and they quickly went to $2,000 to $3,000 per month selling tie-dye because they followed the program. So those people are in there. They work where you are now and help you navigate those waters and answer your questions. I'm in there as well, and my staff are in there, and we are there for you in order to help you along the process. And the final thing about College Club is not only do we have the training, not only do we have the community, we also have a weekly call with me where we either do a workshop or I do Q&A, I answer your questions, but we also have the Small Shop Discovery. And Small Shop Discovery is our way of promoting our members. So when you become a Handmade Sellers Club member, you also get to join Small Shop Discovery as long as you're located in the US or Canada, and as long as your item is handmade, you can post those items in the Small Shop Discovery directory where we can optimize the website. We promote your products on our Facebook page that has like 2,500 followers. I think at this time we have an email list of 6,000 people and growing. We promote you on our TikTok, on Instagram. And then we choose items from Small Shop Discovery listings to give away on our big party once a month. A blast. We pick 6 items, and we even have people come on and talk about their product. Fantastic way of getting you in front of a brand new audience that you have not been able to show your products to before. 2024, we have big plans for expanding that out. We've already been doing some really, really great things with Small Shop Discovery this last part of 2023. I've got a full-time employee, which is my youngest, managing a lot of the parts of Small Shop Discovery now. And as they pick on more responsibilities, we're going to be able to grow that even bigger. And that is all about helping you guys get more eyeballs on your products, your giveaways, your sales, and getting people excited about your products. So I'm going to read a couple of questions. We have our first guest, Dawn, if you would like to join. We're going to have you on here in about 6 minutes. Let's see. Oh, it sounds funny. The sound is breaking up and almost echoes. Let me see if I can play it on my other computer and see if I can hear what it's doing. I turned volume off here, and I wonder. Oh, because that's playing. I wonder if that was picking up. Jules says sounds good. Becky says better now. All right, so hopefully it's better now. All right, Sally says sounds good. All right, hopefully it was just a few people that heard it, and that we are better now. Jenny says we have a sublimation and resin craft store. Will this be a good fit? I missed the first 15 minutes. Yes, those are what I consider handmade products. I consider handmade anything where you you change the product in some way. So if you are sublimating, if you are putting things in resin, if you are, let's see, tie-dye was one of the questions. If you're crocheting, obviously you're transforming yarn. So I'm not saying like you have to shear the sheep to create the yarn. But as long as you are creating some change to a product, if you're upcycling things, that's perfectly fine. But what we don't do is resell vintage things. We don't allow on Small Shop Discovery. So somebody could join Handmade Sellers Club, but they wouldn't be able to do the Small Shop Discovery listing. We would not allow if somebody is buying and reselling without any kind of change to the product. And we don't allow direct sales. And we don't allow craft supplies. So it has to be, and we also don't allow if somebody in another country is hand making it and you're buying and reselling, that doesn't count as handmade either. So yes, that would work for you. Brian said there are some pretty successful tie-dyers in Allie's group. Yes, there are. And we just had, I mean, it's just been Amy and Jody for a long time. And I use them as an example so often. I'm surprised that we don't have more tie-dyers join. And we just had a tie-dyer join a month or two ago, and I'm so excited about it. I love it. Let's see. Claire says, what if all my products are seasonal only? I have a Christmas children's book and have created products around it to build my brand. Then Claire, I would say if you're looking for a business, so Handmade Sellers Club, if all you want is a hobby, you can definitely use Handmade Sellers Club to help you make more money. But if you're looking to grow a business, it's going to work better for you. And you are going to do more year-round marketing. So I would say with the way that your business is, we can you would just get quieter in the spring and the summer, and then you would start posting more in the fall. It's not ideal. I would love for you to have other things to talk about throughout the year, but it's not impossible to do. And I've helped people with that before that only sell like hats at certain times of the year. And the idea is push real hard, start ramping things up end of summer so people can start buying, and then you get quieter spring and early summer, and then you go back into it again. All right. Alita says, I've been with Allie for over 4 years and has been a game changer. Yes, she has been. Absolutely. Thank you, Alita. Alita's been here a long time. We've got a couple of guests on here. Let's see. Yeah, we got a couple of guests on here tonight that have been with us for a long time. And that makes me really, really proud that that we've been able to bring the goods. We've been able to keep people in our community for a very long period of time because they know the value and they come back over and over and over again to learn what's happening new, to use the Prompts for Profits calendar that we publish every single month, to keep themselves fresh and on top of things. So it's really, really easy. It's really, really easy. And I do see you, Dawn. So I know you're there. I just wanted to let you know that everything's working and I see you sitting there. But it's really easy to learn and kind of know what you're supposed to do and then forget. And that's why I didn't want to just have a program where I sell the training. And I used to do that, where I just sold the training. It's yours forever. You can have it. It was way more expensive at that point in time. But without the constant community and me being there weekly and just always staying in touch with what's happening, without that, people tend to just fall off the cliff and they forget what they're supposed to do. By staying plugged in with Handmade Sellers Club, I wanted to create a program that solved all the problems, right? And one of those problems was just kind of doing it alone and in isolation. And it's easy to get lost and confused by yourself. And it's also easy to just lose your motivation. So we want to keep you plugged in. We want you to be a valuable member of Handmade Sellers Club. And we want to be, the members of the club are all there to help each other. And it just keeps the momentum going. I always like the quote from Avita that it's difficult to keep momentum if it's you are following. But if you have a group, if you have me in there weekly, if you have people you can go to, if you have fresh training coming, the challenges, we do monthly challenges in the group where we challenge you to take certain actions. It makes it much easier for you to stay on the wagon. Because I've seen a couple of people here like, I need to get back on track. I need to get off I need to get back into it. I need to be active. Plug into the community, and that's going to help you when you see that every day. When you see posts from the community coming every day, it reminds you what you need to be doing in your business. Okay, so we are going to bring on our first guest tonight. You guys, are you ready? So our very first guest tonight is Dawn. I'm going to bring Dawn up, and I got to hit the right thing there. Hello, Dawn. Is your microphone working? Everything good?
I don't know. Is it?
I can hear you.
All right. That's perfect.
That means it's working. Okay, fantastic. So Dawn, first things first, I know who you are, but many of the good people, we have 95 people on this live right now, and they don't necessarily know who you are. So introduce yourself, let us know who you are, what your business is, and maybe show us a couple of your products.
Sure. So my name is Dawn, and I am from Massachusetts in the Boston area. And what I make are worry pets, and they are small critters, which I will show you in a minute, that help with sensory and when you're overwhelmed. Stressed, worried, to help take away your fears. I tell people they're similar to what a cat or a dog does for you, but you can take these guys everywhere with you. You don't have to clean up after them, and you don't have to water or walk them. So they are hand sized so that they can go to school with you, they can go to college, they can go to work. I have friends that keep them on their desk at work. I have friends that keep them in their cars. I have a friend who's getting a collection. She's got 3 of them so far in her car, and she's looking for some more. She's waiting for the new ones to come out in 2024. So I'll show you a couple of them. These I brought ones that had different types of fur. So this, first off, I give them all names. They all have names, they have adoption certificates, and they have personalities. Each personality is different. It does take me some time to get through their personalities out, but I think it makes them just that much more special, and different from, just anybody or any other little fluffy, stuffy toy. So this one is Olivia, and her eyes are like bear eyes. They're toy eyes. They're kind of different. I always try to make sure that all the worry pets have different eyes so that no two are the same. She's a purple, short, swirly fur, and she's been a decent hit this year. One of the other ones, because everybody's texture and tactile issues are different and what they like. This one is Scarlet, and she is a minky, smooth fur, and she was one of the first ones I made in this fur. So I wasn't sure how she was going to sell, but she's been selling pretty good. I have a few left over for adoption. I don't talk about selling them. They're up for adoption because they have adoption certificates, and the likes. So this one here is Lavender. She does have eyes in there, I swear. There she is. She's one of my long-haired faux fur worry pet, and her counterparts come in blue and red. I have a green, a fuchsia, and they all have different names. And I got some extra fabric, so that's why she's still around after Christmas, because everybody else is sold out, or adopted. And this is Bear. So I do use Sherper as well, because I find that it's fun to sew with, and he looks kind of like a teddy bear. So I named him Bear, and I sew them, and then I talk about closing up their bums after I fill them and stuff them, so that they're nice and soft and squishy for everybody. And that is these guys. Now I started with Allie. Here, actually, before I start that, this is what the adoption certificate looks like, or at least one of them. And then on the back, there's a little poem about them. It says, I am a worry pet, your own pocket pal. I will listen to your secrets, and I promise I will not tell. Share your worries and fears with me, and you will soon feel at ease. The only thing I ask is that you love me, please. I do not need food or a daily walk, but I will always be here when you need to talk. So that goes out to everybody who adopts a worry pet. And then the personalities and a little bit of general information is on another card. And they pretty much all start the same. My name is, in this case, this one was for Mindy, or at least that's what I call them as their foster mom. Again, pulling that whole adoptive thing. And but now that you have adopted me, you can change my name to whatever you want just by filling out the attached adoption certificate. Thank you for adopting me. Let me tell you a little bit about myself so that we can be the best of friends. And I will keep all your secrets and I will never tell. And then this is where I give them their personality. So in this case, this one would is I'm honest and compassionate and strong, and I love Christmas. I love all the presents we give and get. So everyone is different. I do have a list that I go through, but I randomize them. I promise, so that everybody is definitely different. And I really enjoy making them. I started making them just a little over 2 years ago, about 4 months before I joined the other program in Small Shop Discovery. Um, and I knew I needed to take my business to the next level. I was doing craft fairs all the time, or when I could find them, and I never seemed to hit the right fairs. I'd be lucky if I made like $200. And my husband would say to me, "Why are you doing this? Just give it away. You're not making any money. You're just wasting your time and wasting money." And at the end of 2021, I had decided that I wanted to prove the family wrong. I wanted to prove that I could do this business. I had been doing it for 8 years, and I just needed the right opportunity, I guess. Maybe. I'm friends with Michelle King, and she had already joined your group, Allie, at that point, and she was telling me all about it, and I was leery. I'm like, I didn't really have the money. I lived paycheck to paycheck, and I ended up doing the 5-day challenge, and I watched your Sunday event and I was hooked. I found the money, I paid for it, and it's been the best choice I have ever made. So it keeps me motivated to have your meetings every Monday and Tuesday, because now I've moved up to gold. Um, but it keeps me, remembering that I'm running a business as well. A lot of times I listen to your Monday calls at work before and during lunch, and I just keep my headphones on and it down. But I need that like pep talk every week. I need the community. I need to know I'm not alone doing this, and um, it was eye opening. In 2022, um, I had niched down on my website, and I had a website, not a website, I had a Facebook page, but I wasn't sure what I was doing with it. And my daughter was trying to help me, and I was getting frustrated. And so along came your program, and that started to help. But I was still kind of all over the place. I was focusing more on the worry pets on the page, but I was still taking everything to the fairs that I still had in inventory, because got to get rid of it all. And in 2022, I did, with all the fairs, I wasn't selling really anything online. Um, I did about 5 grand in sales. So that for me that was great, because I would be lucky if I got 2,000 for a fair season. So I hustled, and then this year I decided I was going to niche down even more. Well, not niche down even more, because I had the niche. I knew what I was doing, but it was becoming the worry pet person. It At the fairs and the events, because I was still taking everything. And then what changed was in June, every Saturday this summer, we had rain. I think we had 3 days without rain in Massachusetts. It was ridiculous. And I had all these outdoor fairs, and a lot of them that were well established were we're doing them rain or shine. And I said, okay. And I spent $175 to do a fair that I finally got into. And then it was going to rain. And it did rain. And I wasn't going to do the event. And my girls talked me into it. They said, Mom, go do it. So all I did was I said, all right, I'm just going to take the worry pets. I don't want to handle anything else. Everything else is heavy. I'm going to take the pets. I set up next to Michelle. We were both at the same event, and it poured. After we got all set up, it poured all day long. But I had sales. I had people coming into my tent. I have a bright orange tent. You cannot miss me. It's that safety orange. So I would tell people, well, if you decide to come back, just look for the bright orange tent. That's where I'll be. Um, and at the end of the day, I looked at my numbers. I made over $1,000. Best fair I had. And after that, all I brought to all the shows were worry pets. Everything else stayed home. And there were fairs that, weren't well established and I didn't do great sales. But on average, my sales this year were $345 a fair. And I did 36 of them.
Fantastic. So I want to talk about that a little bit because when you and I first talked, it was you wanted to have all the sensory items, right?
Yeah.
And I had said what about the worry pets? I was like, the worry pets is the thing. It's the thing everybody's going to grab onto. And I want everybody to hear this because there are so many of you that are doing what Dawn's done, where you take everything, whether it's to the fair or whether or not it's something you're doing on your own Facebook page. You're taking everything because you think I want a little bit of everything for everybody. But you found both with your page, because I want to talk about your page too, but both with your page and with the fairs, that niching down really made a big difference.
Oh my God, yes. So people know, sorry.
But
into the family for a few months and she's just a baby. So she's got to figure out what I'm doing. But yeah, once I broke up my year this year for the events that I did prior to the Beverly Art Festival and my fairs after the Beverly Art Festival. So I ran 2 sets of numbers when I just finished them up. And my sales for just the worry pets alone, $10,000 in sales.
Nice.
I doubled last year's and that was selling everything. And I'm like, so the numbers showed me I can do it. So that, and I'm known for the worry pets. People will come find me or find out what events I'm at just so that they can come get the new worry pets that I've got coming out, or they, picked up one and now they need another one, or God forbid the dog ate it. I've had one kid come back 3 times because the dog has gotten to his worry bag.
Poor babies.
I know. He goes, all that was left was the eyes. And I'm like, put it in the top bureau drawer when you're away so that the worry pets don't get eaten.
Yeah, they have to be kept safe just like any other animal.
Exactly.
So how has your life changed? How has this changed? Because you said like people were skeptical. Your husband saying, you might as well give it away because you're not really accomplishing much of anything. So before you joined Handmade Sellers Club, and I don't know, I think you might have been Super Seller System before it was HSC.
Yes.
Before you joined that versus now, how have things changed, and what things do you think specifically have been the catalyst for that change?
Well, there's definitely the community there with you guys, which you didn't have beforehand. So I always felt like I was alone, even though I have friends that sell. But coming into the super seller system and the handmade, I mean, and everything, is just kind of given me that community that I was missing and that support that I didn't quite have at the beginning. Now, my husband's happy because, when something goes awry, and I've done a couple of fairs, I have the cash or I have money in the bank and that I can cover something that we weren't able to cover before. I was able to go to Texas for 2 weeks to visit my parents right around my birthday. We drove down, my sister and I drove down, and I flew home. But I was able to pay for my flight, and I've never, I don't go on vacation. I don't go to concerts usually. And becoming a member of, the community, and really niching down and focusing, and then just saying, this is what I'm doing. I've been able to have that extra cash on hand when needed, which has been wonderful. Because still live paycheck to paycheck, unfortunately. But it paid for Christmas. It's paid for all my fairs. It's that I attended, and that was $1,500 in fares this year, alone. It's paid for my retreat. So I'm happy to spend it, and I'm happy to have it. And now my husband, other than the car issue, my husband doesn't mind that I'm going, because he'll ask me now, how did we do? And it's definitely a change. And the girls are more involved, and my son's like, oh, how'd you do? He still knows it's my business. But I've been able to, help swing my daughter, who was out of work since July. So she came and helped out at the fairs, and I'd pay her, not a fortune, because I still need to make money as well. But I was able to, give her a little bit of leeway, so that, yeah, she looked for a new job, and everything, she was able to do that. So, and it made me feel like I was giving back, and it wasn't just, I'm selling a few and that's it. I
And
615 worry pets were adopted this year.
how many?
615
Wow. Good
worry
job.
pets were adopted this year.
Good job.
Yeah. My goal
I'm
is
just
a
struck.
thousand next year.
I'm struck right now because I remember talking to you, nearly 2 years ago. And just,
Yes.
you were a much more quiet Dawn when I even talked to you 2 years. I feel like the Dawn that's sitting here now has a lot more confidence and a lot more just like belief in yourself and what you're saying and all of that. I mean, maybe that's just my perception of it, but I'm like, look at you. I'm getting like goosebumps left and right. And I'm like, go Dawn, like I'm rooting for you here. Because I've seen like this transformation over these years. And I think for a lot of people, seeing that people love your product, the thing that you made, and seeing those sales can be a huge confidence booster in general, and just make you feel like, oh, what I'm doing is actually, people do like it, and it helps in other areas of your life as well. So that's what I'm feeling from you. Like, I'm just so proud, like the proud mama moment, almost like, oh, look at you, Dawn, like you're doing so good. So I have one more question to ask you.
Sure.
You said when Michelle King first told you about the program, you were a bit skeptical, a little bit leery. If you could go back and talk to yourself then, what would you say to you to make you feel more comfortable to jump into a program like this? Because there are a lot of people listening to this right now being like, really?
Yeah. The weird thing is that she told me about it in November, and I joined you in February. So obviously, I wasn't too skeptical for too long. I mean, my biggest thing was the money issue. It's always come down to money. But I mean, going back then, yeah, I think I would have just told myself, suck it up. The $20 is worth it. You'll definitely reap the rewards. It will pay you back, tenfold, and just go for it. Get organized now, and just go from there. Because I mean, your PFP, even if I don't use it every day, it's there. It gives me something to put on there. It gives me food for thought. It, how to post, because if it wasn't for that, I wouldn't post at all. And at least gives me something. And some days I go off the rails, but it's definitely a guide, to helping. And I have seen sales come out of it. So that was a great thing. So if you're on the fence, I definitely say jump, drink the Kool-Aid.
Drink the Kool-Aid.
Drink the Kool-Aid. It's worth it. It really is.
Come to HSC. We have cookies. Yeah.
The cookies. That's the dark side.
Yes, come to the dark side. Well,
And
thank you so much, Dawn. I really, really appreciate you popping on here and sharing your experience with everybody. I love hearing like the wins. I mean, we do the HSC wins every week, but just actually hearing people talk about their wins, like that is what gets me excited because that's part of the reason why I do what I do. It's not for me, it's for you guys. Like, yeah, it's for me too, but like part of it is being able to share in your guys' experiences and have those wins with you. So I really appreciate you sharing with us.
yeah, and you bring it down to a level that my brain can understand because I do have ADHD, and you talk in a language that I understand versus just talking to me. And if I have questions, I can ask versus something else that may not, or like I'd feel stupid because I should know that answer, or people looking at me and why don't you know that answer? And I am doing a giveaway tonight on
Oh
here.
yeah, giveaway. Oh my gosh, I almost forgot about the giveaway. I'm like getting all wrapped up in this.
We're gonna give away Bear.
Okay.
So,
All right. So what reaction do you want for Bear? What reaction do you want people to do?
I do care.
Okay. So everybody, we're gonna do the giveaway. Thanks for reminding me, Dawn.
No,
I'm all like goosebumps and like internally crying and forgot that we're doing a giveaway.
yes.
Welcome to the ADHD. So we're going to give away Bear. We're going to do the care reaction. Now, what that means is I want you to react to this video with the care reaction. It does not mean comment with care because with a little care huggy thing, because I can't count comments. I can only count reactions. If you're on your phone, you'll see wherever you make your comments, swipe that, you'll see the emojis there. If you're watching this on Facebook, click the video first. It will open up to a bigger window, and then move your mouse around near the bottom of the window and you'll see the reactions pop up there. So I'm going to give you guys, go ahead and talk about Bear there for a minute, Dawn, and I'm going to get myself set up so I can pick the winner here.
Sure. So Bear is one of the originals that I brought out about 2 years ago. I like the Sherpa. And then, of course, I always like to shop in the clearance section, the REMS. So I ended up picking up a lot of Bear. So I usually, on a good day, I will make 30 not a day, but on a run of a worry pet, I'll make 30 of them. Sometimes I only make 12, but the most I typically will do is 30. He ended up somewhere in the 40s. So I still, everybody's looking, and he has to be like the right type of fur that people like, but he's super soft. And I've had, tons of fun making these guys and including him. So I thought, somebody could use a Bear today.
All right. We are giving away a Bear. So care reaction, guys. Got to react to the video with the care. Hello, Pam. I see you there. I've had so many happy birthdays, by the way, guys. I see them running through there. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Yes, today is my birthday. I am 45 today. All right. So we're going to pick a winner in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Care reaction, we have 60. So Dawn, pick a number from 1 to 60.
24.
24. All right. I will do the counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24 is Judy Hollingsworth Hatch. Judy Hatch.
Congrats.
I know Judy. Judy, I'm writing it down. Hollingsworth Hatch. Judy, just let us know in the comments that you are here. Let us know you are here, here, here. I'm sure she is, but we got to make sure. Judy. I don't have the child in here with me tonight to check my comments, so I got to watch. Judy Hollingsworth Hatch. Judy Hatch. Are we here? Judy makes horse cinches in Idaho, I think it is. Are you here? There she is. All right, Judy, you are the winner. So Judy, send us an email. Let's see if I can post it here. I'm going to drop our email. Send us an email to info@Creative Success Secrets. And I just dropped the email there, Judy. And Amy is going to get you a link. We need you to claim that prize. We need you to fill out that link within 24 hours so we can get it to Dawn, and Dawn's going to ship it to you. So thank you, Dawn, so much for being here and reminding me that we had a giveaway to do. that helps me a lot. Thank you so much for being here. And I can't wait to see what you do in 2024.
Thank you.
All right. Fantastic. All right, guys, we only have 5 minutes till our next giveaway, where I'm going to do a really quick giveaway. What am I giving away? I am going to be giving away a book here at 7 o'clock. So in about 4 minutes. So before we do that, we are going to do Facebook page reviews. So while we are waiting to do the giveaway, if you want a free Facebook page review, I want you to drop your Facebook link in the comments. So we're going to do 2 quick page reviews after I do the book giveaway at 7 o'clock. We're going to do 2 quick Facebook page reviews. What that means is, so you can drop a link in the comments. Don't tag it, because I'm on a different platform. I can only click links. So please, please, please give me the actual link to your page. Actually, I can't click those either, can I? I can only show. I can't click. All right. So I'll have to click it from the other thing. So tag 2. You can tag or link either one. I'm going to open up a bunch of them. I'm going to pick 2. I'm going to open up a bunch, and I'm going to pick 2 that I think, okay, these 2 look interesting. But what's going to happen is I'm going to bring your page up on screen. So if you don't want it up on screen, delete your comment. I'm going to bring your page up on the screen, and then I'm going to give a Facebook page review based mostly on the cover photo, the name, and the profile. And if I get a chance, I'll go into a couple of the comments as well. Now, this is not going to be you up here with me. I'm going to just be looking at your page and talking about it and giving the review. The reason why I love doing these and why I like Facebook page reviews in general is because I like to go to the page and be able to give you my real reaction of, do I know what this is? Would I even be able to guess what you sell on this page? And then what do I think the branding is? How is this page supposed to make me feel, right? And is it doing that? So I really, really love the reviews because it helps you get a real reaction from your page, because you're used to your page and you're used to your product. One of my favorite sayings is, when you're inside the jar, you can't read the label. When you are inside your business, it is really difficult to have an outsider's perspective towards your own business. But I am an outsider, and I can look at your page, and I have the experience to be able to communicate what it is that is either a turnoff or something that's confusing or something that's really, really good. And I say, that right there, that's what I love. It's very similar to when I first talked to Dawn and I looked at her page and I'm like, I don't quite understand what a bunch of these things are, but I can tell exactly what a worry pet is. And that's like I can put a pin in that, right? I know what a worry pet is, and can create a whole entire culture around worry pets. And Dawn and I actually did have that conversation, I believe, over a Facebook page review. That was a different kind of review. So this is, again, not going to be a back and forth, but I'm simply going to be opening up the page and doing the review. So while you guys are, so we're going to kind of do 2 things at one time. So I'm going to go through and open up a bunch of these. I'm going to open up a bunch of random pages, and then I'm going to choose 2. While I'm doing that, I want you guys to react to this video with the laughy face, with a laughy reaction, not in the comments. I saw a bunch of comments coming through with care. I can't count those. They have to be a reaction to the video. So again, if you're on your phone, swipe where the comment section is, swipe it to the left, and you'll see the reactions there. Amy always tells me to say something like, they're not the emoticons or something. I'm not sure. I can't remember what Amy always tells me. Amy always tells me there's something, I think maybe on like an Apple phone or something, that's a bit confusing about that. But if you're on a computer, you want to make sure you're clicking the video so it's filling up your screen. You'll see the comments on the right, and underneath the video, if you move your cursor around, you'll see those reactions pop up there as well. Adrian loves my tiara. Thank you. This is a Michelle King special. She will be on later tonight, and I think she's giving one of these away, so stick around. All right, so while you guys are doing the reaction, I am going to go through. So you're reacting with the laughy face. I'm going to go through and click. I don't want to do it that way. I want to. There's me talking again. Okay. Don't want to hear me talking. All right. I'm going to open ones that I think just by the name, I'm like, I don't know what that is. Ooh, that's a good one. I don't know what that is. Let's see. Because I always feel like those are the ones that people can learn the most from. Let's see. That's an interesting one. So laughy facey, laughy facey, laughy facey, laughy facey. There's not actually a link. I was going to click that one. There wasn't actually a link there. That one, I would have no idea what that is. All right, we'll do that one, and then I'll do one. I'll scroll up. Some of you guys got them in early. Yeah. All right. Okay. So, guys, laughy faces. I'm going to look at a couple of these real quick. Maybe that one. Definitely that one. Probably that one. I could actually do 1, 2, 3. All right. All right. We're going to not do that one. Man, so many of these are, I'm like, oh, but that would be a good example of this, and this would be a good example of that. So I'm going to pick from these 3. All right, guys, keep reacting, keep reacting. I'm definitely doing that one. And which one of these? Oh, that's a group, so I'm not going to do a group. All right. I picked my 2. All right. So I've got the 2 that I'm going to react to or do reviews of. But first, we are giving away a book. Before I pick the winner, this is the book we are giving away. You guys, this is a life-changing book. So those of you whose life has been changed by this book, comment in the links below. I believe in changing people's lives. I don't want to just help you make more sales. I want you to live a better life. I love it that Dawn's able to go on vacations and pay for things in an emergency and go to concerts and all of that. I have clients buying a house right now. I have clients that have taken their kids on multiple Disney vacations from what they have earned. I have a bunch of clients that do vacations. I've got clients that said, you know what? My husband was dragging his feet about buying furniture for our patio. So I went and bought it myself because I got money. And a lot of that comes from following not just the sales. I can help you get the sales, but if you don't know what to do with your money once you get it, you need to read this book. This book is a game changer, completely changed my life. It's called Profit First by Mike Michalowicz, maybe. I don't know. I'm sorry, dude, if you're watching. I'm sorry. Michalowicz, I think. This is a life-changing book. I recommend this. In fact, if my sister started a business, I bought her this book. Anybody that I know, like in my personal life, that started a business or that I've been connecting with that's been struggling in their business, I buy them this book. I have extra copies of this book on hand. Normally, I think I've given away all my extra copies because it is that good. I will be buying more copies to give more away. It is a game changer. And what this does is it helps show you what to actually do with the money that you make and how to make sure your business is profitable from day one. When you join Handmade Sellers Club, I actually teach a whole segment on how to use this book, how I use it for my business budgeting. We're not talking about bookkeeping and accounting, right? That's telling you what's happened afterwards, right? You get to the end of the year and you look at your numbers and like, okay, this is how much I made. This is helping you day to day, week by week, because I do mine weekly, of what exactly, how much of my money should stay in the business, how much can I pay myself, how do I save for taxes, and how do I make sure everything that I'm doing, I'm actually being profitable, and I can see the profit, right? And I know that I'm getting paid, and it's all about paying yourselves first. So everything I teach about pricing is based on the strategies from this book. Everything I teach about business budgeting is all based on this book here. So I'm going to give this away. We did the laughy reaction, but I tell you, this is not a book to laugh at. Also, don't get the audiobook version. You're definitely going to want a physical version, either ebook or like this, because you're going to go back to it over and over and over again. And I highly recommend, if you are in Handmade Sellers Club or you're joining Handmade Sellers Club, watch my training on this. It's all in the pricing section. There's a pricing masterclass, but I talk about this book specifically and how I actually do what is taught in this book. Game changer, life changer. I've met business owners that, like, I don't know them from anybody. And I mentioned Profit First and they're like, game changer, completely changed my life, right? Like it's not just me, not just my clients. Every business owner must own this book. So I am going to give, not this one, this one's mine. I have to keep at least one copy for myself, but we're going to send you one through Amazon. I'm going to give one copy of that away tonight, and I'm going to pick it from the Laffy Reactions. So I am going to pick a winner in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Laffy Reactions. All right. And guys, look, I'm going to be sending invites while I'm counting through. I see a lot of new people on here tonight, which I absolutely love. So if you see an invite from me, make sure you follow the page so you can see more from us throughout 2024 and beyond. So we had 82 people hit the Laffy Reaction. We're going to do a random number generator 1 through 82, and it is the number 40. So I'm going to count down. I love it when 42 actually. I love it when it gives me like right smack dab in the middle. So I have to count the longest possible. All right. And this is how we do our giveaways on Small Shop Discovery. When we do giveaways there, we do the random number generator like that. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42 is Amanda Kennedy Seddon, Profit First. I'm writing down my things here. All right, Amanda Kennedy, if this is you, you've got to let me know in the comments that you're here. Seddon, Seddon. You know who you are. If I said your name, you know who it is. All right, Amanda. Let's see if Amanda is here. She is here. Yay. All right, Amanda. So I can't reply directly to you on here, but I'm pasting our email address. Click on that, send us an email, say I won the Profit First book, and we will get you a link. I need you to fill that link out within 24 hours so we can ship this to you. You must claim it within 24 hours. If it's not claimed within 24 hours, it's forfeit. We've had people come back weeks later trying to claim, and it's just too difficult to keep track of everything. So fill it out or send us the email right away, and Amy or I will get it to you tonight. Get the link to you tonight. We're going until midnight, so it might be in the morning, but you've got, just fill it out tomorrow. How about that? Fill it out tomorrow, and we will get that shipped off to you. Fantastic, wonderful. All right, guys, I am going to do 2 Facebook page reviews right now because we have our next guest on is at 7:30, so I'm going to spend about 10 minutes on each. We're going to do Let me click there first and then click here, present, share screen tips. All right. Okay, make sure that I am good here. We're going to make me real small like that. All right, so the first one we are going to do is Sweet Gum Craft Studio. I'm going to ask you guys right now, and again, if this is your page, I don't know, I don't have the name of the person who posted this, so I apologize. If this is you, I do not want you to think that I am picking on you. I could have chosen literally, I opened up 6 or 7 pages, and I could have chosen every single one of them to do this exact same kind of review on. So I'm going to be giving you feedback that might sound like criticism, but I'm doing it out of love, because if everybody tells you everything is great and wonderful and perfect, when it's not, then you can't actually improve. So all of this is out of love. Now, my question to you guys right now, for everybody watching this, what do you think this Facebook page sells? What do you think is being sold on this page? I'm going to take a quick drink. That wasn't quick, but it was good. It was needed. Gum, plants, gum. To tell you the truth, I actually don't even know the answer. Gumball items, gum plants, candy, no idea, difficult to know. Okay, so this is the first big lesson I want everybody to learn here. And I teach this in Handmade Sellers Club. We have the Super Seller System, which is all about how to sell on Facebook. In the Super Seller System is a Facebook page makeover. And the 3 biggest elements we look at during the makeover is the cover photo, which is this part here. I don't know if you guys can see my cursor at all. The cover photo is this part here where it says Sweet Gum Craft Studio, and it has a picture of the plant. We talk about the profile picture, and we talk about the page name. That's probably all we're going to be able to get to here. Now, this is your first impression, right? So this is the first thing anybody's going to see when they come to your page. This is the moment that they decide whether or not they're going to stay and scroll, stay and follow, or leave. Now, when somebody comes to your page and they're very confused about what you have and they don't see how it has anything to do with them at all, how many of them do you think are going to stick around and scroll through your entire page to try to figure it out? Because that's what we're going to have to do right now. We're going to have to try to figure this out. You know, attention spans aren't that long. People aren't just out of curiosity clicking onto random pages and trying to figure out what that page sells. If it's not clear from the get-go that this is something that they would be interested in, then they're going to bounce. So let's pretend this page actually sells candles, because again, I have no idea. I'm going to just make it up. Let's say they sell candles, and let's say you love candles. Let's say I love candles. I absolutely love candles. I'm obsessed with candles. I buy them all the time. I am a candle buyer, and I visit this page. Am I likely, based on what we're seeing here, I gotta move the rug for the dog, or she keeps pacing around because she can't lay on the rug because it got all scooched up. So if I am a candle lover and I see this page, am I jumping on there and saying, woohoo, oh my gosh, look at this, is a perfect page for me? Am I likely to scroll down, or am I likely to leave? Right? So she has the product I want. She knows she has the product, but I don't know she has the product. So when I come here to her page, I can't tell at all what she has. So a lot of you guys guess that she makes gum paste flowers, that she sells plants, that she does. I see somebody say crafts of some kind. As much as you might think crafts is a clarifying thing to say, it is a confusing thing to say. What is a craft? I want you guys to tell me in the comments, what is a craft? What is it? What is a craft? Is a craft a product? What product is craft? Right? And so this is a very common mistake that handmade sellers make. And a lot of times they do it because, one, sweet gum probably means something to this person, right? Sweet gum probably means something to them. We don't know what it means to them. And it's perfectly fine to use something that means something to you to name your business. But then a lot of people say, well, I'm going to keep it broad and general so that I can sell a little bit of everything that I want. Now, we just did the interview with Dawn where she said she tried to sell a little bit of everything she wanted. And whenever she tried to do that, her sales went down. But when she focused in on a product with the Worry Pets, a real tangible product, that's when her sales took off. She talked about Michelle King, who we're going to talk about later. She went through the exact same process. Brian Johnson, who we're going to be talking to later, went through the exact same process. My most successful sellers, I would say half of them came to me selling multiple products and not knowing that was hurting their business. And we were able to narrow them down into a very specific product. And so if your page looks something like this, where it's a nondescript cover photo with a nondescript page name, then your customers are never going to know what it is you sell. So let's talk a little bit about what should be on these three elements. And then we'll try to answer the question of what is actually being sold on this page. So the cover photo should be pictures of the product that you create. Fantastic, like the best pictures you have. The most wow pictures of the most wow products that you have are what should go on the cover photo. Now in Handmade Sellers Club, I do offer a template where you can put anywhere from 3 to 5 pictures on here that will fit on both mobile and on desktop. So that's important. These cover photos change size depending on the device you're using to look at them. So we created a template that will work on both, that put the product front and center. I have an entire training video on how to use a Canva template, how to use those specific Canva templates, and what sorts of pictures you should be putting in there. I try to leave nothing up to guess, right? I want you to know exactly what to do to get good results. And it creates a beautiful gallery, a tempting gallery of your products right here at the very top. If you are going to add text, you want to use text that clarifies what it is that you have. So let's say this is candles. I may see that there are candles on the picture, but I don't know if they're soy candles, woodwick candles, if they're all natural fragrances, which I don't even know if you can do in candles. You get what I'm saying, right? So if you wanted to add like all soy, all beeswax woodwick candles, like 100% beeswax woodwick candles. If you wanted to add something up here to clarify a bit of what your product is, that's the best way to use text on here. Otherwise, every time somebody sees the cover photo, it's always next to the name, right? The cover photo always comes next to the name. The name is covered. The name is right here. You don't need to repeat the name up here. Now, what should be on the name area? Obviously, the name of your business. So she does not need to change the name of her business. What she needs to do is add what I call a qualifier. And that is a space, dash, space, and then tell us what you sell. Woodwick candles, right? At least that's going to get us somewhere. You might not have room for 100% pure beeswax woodwick candles. We can add those further details up here, but at least tell us what you're selling. The better you can tell us what you're selling, and even if you can say who it's for, if you have a very specific who, that's what we want to accomplish here. So I'm not telling everybody to go out and change the name of their business, but you can change the name of your business page to reflect what it is you sell. If you're unsure what to put there, join Handmade Sellers Club, watch the training on how to pick a product focus, and then use the group to help you narrow down what that qualifier should be. Because once you change this, you're stuck with it for 60 days. So I don't rush into this. And this is why I like providing the help that we have in Handmade Sellers Club, because we can help you work through this so that you don't change it and end up stuck with it. Now, the profile picture is for branding. A picture of somebody's face will work if you're like a real estate agent or a mortgage broker. If the brand is you, then yeah, use your face. But that's not the case with retail e-commerce sales. The brand is the product, is the company. And so having some sort of logo, again, I teach, if you don't have a logo, I show you in Handmade Sellers Club under the makeover training for profile pics. I show you how to use Canva to create just a really eye-catching logo that will then be branded. Because when we scroll down here, see how small her face is there? We want something that's easy to recognize that you can see in the corner of our eye that just pops. And I don't have time to kind of go through that. But it seems like we have some kind of pine needle tea. So let's answer the question of what is actually sold on this page. Okay, so I think we have Bath and Body. We have soap. We have soap, people. Who would have guessed soap? So we have body wash. We have peppermint twist goat's milk soap. So that's a detail we want to include in either the cover photo or even the name itself if it's mostly what you're doing. Yeah, shea butter soap. So if it's not all goat's milk soap, I wouldn't add that. Cinnamon cocoa. What's that one made out of? I'm not sure. So there's definitely some things we could do. Oh, we have candles here too. So this is a common mistake. I do soap, so I'm also going to do candles. It's two different customers, guys. I know it's the same ingredients, but we're selling products, not we're trying to create a product that customers want, not a business that can be catch-all and anything and everything that you can make with those ingredients. All right, it does look like if we click this, we can see all natural, all handmade, everything you need for bath, body, home, and pets. Again, not specific. Bath and Body here is probably the closest we're getting to something specific, but you can see how it got cut off because it's on desktop. All right, so that was the first one. Was that helpful? Did anybody get any ahas from that? We didn't get into the post because honestly, there's a lot. Lisa, I see you. So you are in the waiting room and we're going to do the other review and then we're going to get you on here. So let me close that one. So that was a review for Sweet Gum Craft Studio. This next one is going to be a very similar situation. I do know what they're selling here, but we're going to see if you guys can guess. There's a couple of more clues, but they're hard to see. So let's go ahead and present. Should be that one. Yep. All right. There we go. All right. So this is the next page that we're going to review. This is Crimson Poppy. What does Crimson Poppy sell? What is your guys' guess? What does Crimson Poppy sell? It does actually say it on here, but you're going to have to really look hard. What does Crimson Poppy, poppy muffins, flowers, photography, flower seeds. What other guesses? We got poppies. Let's do a couple more guesses. Poppies like potpourri, flowers. Okay, so Crimson Poppy. This is very similar to the last page that we just looked at. This cover photo tells us nothing other than poppies, right? So the vision that we're getting is flowers. This is flowers. This is a flower field. It must have something to do with flowers. Now, again, Crimson Poppy probably means something to this person, but we aren't aware of what that means to them. And there's nothing in the page name that tells us what is being sold here. There's nothing in the cover photo that's telling us what's being sold here. And if you look really, really tiny under here on the profile pic where it says Crimson Poppy here in the middle, underneath it says hand-tooled, handmade, hand-painted. So if I say hand-tooled, handmade, hand-painted, what is the product? So Elisa is guessing leather. Yeah, it's on the profile, but how many of you guys could actually read what was there on the profile? I mean, I can, but I'm old, guys. I just turned 45. My eyes don't work like they used to. It's there, but it's really, really small on this other, by the time I share it. And it's super small. So look, see this right here where it says Crimson Poppy and it has a profile pic next to it? Definitely can't read it at all. Can't even read Crimson Poppy on the profile pic itself. So some people think it's phone. Heather says she can't read it on her phone. Kimberly says leather. Stephanie says paintings. We got wood canvas items. Jill says still don't know. Okay. So, again, we want to have this cover photo and then we'll figure out what the product is. It is painted. I know it's something painted, right? So we have the cover photo here. It should be a feature of the amazing products this person makes. Crimson Poppy should have the qualifier space dash space. Tell us what it is that you sell. And then what I would love to see is you can go right into Canva and find a graphic of a poppy. So Crimson Poppy is perfectly fine for the branding. And just do a Crimson Poppy graphic from Canva that is easy and quick to see out of the corner of your eye that's actually going to show up when it looks small. Because when it looks really small like this, and especially you guys on the phone, this is going to be even smaller. When it's really small like this, we can't see the flowers. We can't read that it says Crimson Poppy, and we can definitely not read the text underneath. Keep text off your profile pic. Use a strong image that can easily be seen when it's shrunk down small. And not only can it easily be seen, but it's going to pop off the page and identify with the brand, right? So we say Crimson Poppy here. I don't necessarily want a dog as the profile pic unless these are dog products, in which the qualifier would need to let us know that these are dog products. And then the profile pic would help us be like, yes, these are dog products, right? Like, so it's helping to tell the whole story at one glance. So let's go ahead and look at their photos and see what it is they actually do. These are tag photos. Here we go. So yes, there is leather, but there is also this really cool book cover. I love that we have leather. We have a cabinet, a trinket shelf. We have a painting, another painting, another painting, leather again, a wall hanging with painting on it, wire trees, more wire things. So who is this for? Who is this for? Who is the customer here? Is it people who like leather goods? Is it people who like paintings? Is it people who like trinket shelves? Is it people who like wire wrapped items? And again, the justification of having a little bit of everything is, well, one, I like making a little bit of everything, so I want to. And two, I want to have something for people no matter what it is they like. But what you don't realize is you are just creating confusion. We've come to this page, we're not really clear about what it is in the first place, and then we see a little bit of everything. Now let's pretend that she continues to sell a little bit of everything, and everybody goes to your page and follows. And all I really like is the wire wrap stuff. But she keeps posting paintings and she keeps posting leather craft. Some other lady, Mary, loves the leather craft, but isn't into the other stuff. But she keeps posting about the wire wrappings and the paintings. And some other lady named Judy loves the paintings, but she has to keep seeing the wire wrap and the leather goods. So everybody's unhappy. Nobody's clear. And again, I want to go back to Dawn's interview. And if you didn't see it, we are going to clip it out and share it later. But if you didn't see that, Dawn's interview was, the more I focused on a single product, the more sales I made. I love the story of the pie lady at the farmer's market. The pie lady at the farmer's market sold only pies. The lady next to her sold a little bit of everything. Pie lady sold 70 pies by the end of the day. In fact, she was sold out before the end of the day. The other lady brought 4 pies and still has 2 on her table. That is what's happening with these Facebook pages. People aren't browsing like they are at a craft show. You've got to be very intentional about the product that you are bringing to market, and not just throwing a lot of products out there and hoping somebody likes something and then you'll make a sale. You have to be super intentional with what you put out there. Now, if this was my client, which I'm not sure if they are in the program yet or not, this is what I would do. This is the wow product. The more wow product you can have, the better. And this is fantastic. Like some sort of journals or something, or book covers that can be put on top of a book. I'm not exactly sure like what this is, if this is just a faux book that you use for decoration. There's so much you could do with that. That is the one that I would zero in on and say, this right here is what's going to get everybody talking. All right. So guys, was that helpful? Did that help give you ideas about your own product, your own page? Really focusing in on offering the marketplace a product. And I want to be clear here for all of you, the crocheters and sewers, crocheting is not a product. It's a process. Resin work is not a product. It's a process. You need to find a product to bring to the market. And as we go through all of these different interviews we do tonight, you're going to hear that repeated over and over and over again. But one person who already had this nailed, who came into the program and did not, this is a terrible segue because this is not Lisa's story as far as I can tell. Lisa came into the program with a very clear focus on what it was, the product she was bringing to the market. So we are going to bring Lisa onto the stage. Why does that?
Hello.
Hello, Lisa. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Is this the first time we've talked? Have we talked? Oh, this is the first time we've talked. Yes. So I think I saw you on the live challenge when you first did it. So that's why I feel like I've talked to you already. That's what lives do. It makes you feel like you're already there. All right. So Lisa, tell everybody a little bit about who you are and what your business is. What do you sell?
Well, I'm Lisa. I can't really tell you where I'm from because my husband was in the military. And so we kind of lived a lot of different places. But I will tell you, you got 3 Massachusetts-born people on the show tonight. I was born in Massachusetts.
Well, we've got more than that.
From the other 2.
Out the woodwork. Yeah.
But we started Known as Kitchen Secrets a couple of years ago, actually. And what we sell is handcrafted organic loose leaf tea blends. And so while I had started, we were like, oh, Known as Kitchen Secrets, let's do that. And I don't want to say that you were wrong, but we were like, oh, we could do that. We could do extracts and we can move into dip blends. But thankfully, I came across the challenge in the end of August of this year. And it really caused us to focus really in on our organic loose leaf tea blends. And so that's what we do. And that's what I'm really passionate about. Which is why I know when you saw that very first live challenge, which I love the challenges, I was like, oh, good. I've already got it. I can move to the next step now. and it has been tremendous. But here's what I do. And this product is all on you, Allie, because I was going through the program. I was looking for another product and I'm like, a blue box? Really? No. We started to do different things because we have teas and I can't create a new tea blend every day. It's not always going to be different. So we created different ways of packaging our tea as my camera goes crazy. And we produced different blends for different reasons and different things like that. So like this is our old fashioned. Look at that. It's even correct on the live.
I know mine's backwards. At least I'm seeing it backwards.
But like what we wanted to do is focus on, there we go, really high quality loose leaf. And so you see this tea leaf falling out. They're huge. They're not the dust that you get in the store. And so many people are like, oh, I don't care for tea. And then we get them to try it and they're like, oh, that's really good. And so that's great when I was at a craft fair, but it wasn't so good when we were online. And that was a problem. We had to kind of do it. So see, we're not going to open that one. It's too hard to open the tin right now. But then we went and we listened and like there's our Nautical Twilight and that's a ginger hibiscus. That's a caffeine free. Caffeine free's been very popular lately. So
I'm caffeine free. I can't drink any caffeine. I get so sick.
And that's it. We've really found that is the case with so many people. And so we're like happy to have so many teas now that we're concentrating. In fact, that's this one, Ruby Chai. It's one of our new ones. It was supposed to be a seasonal blend. We sold out 3 weeks in a row. My husband and I were making like 25 packs a week and we'd sell out again. And so it is permanent now, but this one you could drink. But that's what we do, just loose leaf tea blends. We did do some cool things, packaging with little ornaments and stuff for Christmas. We did a 12 teas of Christmas where people did a 12 different teas for the 12 days. And we did an Advent tin and they were all really great. One of the reasons I was super excited to come on tonight is to help you understand and everybody else what a difference this made. So we took a free challenge the end of August. And on the Sunday night, we listened and we were like, oh, we're going to try this. This is not a ton of money. If it doesn't work, it's a one-time thing. So last year in 2022, we did about $1,000 worth of sales. We thought that was pretty good. We're going to 2 farmers markets a week. We did maybe 3 or 4 sales on our website. We're like, well, we're building. We were on track to increase that by only about 25% this year. Not much. So we took this, and then now at this point, we've got a few days left of the year. We've made over $6,000 in sales, and the most of that coming from that September to December timeframe. So that's up over 300% for those of us that like numbers, in a really short period of time. It wasn't just that, though. It's not just the sales for us. It was also, we went from 31 likes and followers to 153 in the same amount of time. And our interactivity has gone through the roof, and one of the best things is like, I'll try a new challenge. And we did Reels challenge, and then I did a Reels series, and then we did live challenge, and you do lives. And we even did one of the things that you do in the homemade sellers club is we did a live sale. We made over $300 in our live sale in our very, very first one. And it was not super planned. And we were like, we're going to do this because it's what we're supposed to do. It's going to help us. And then it ended up doing tremendously. People were sharing it. People were tagging it. We got other likes and other people asking us questions because of it. And so for us, it was a no-brainer to continue on. I needed that piece. One of the aha moments for me throughout the whole thing was when I'm in front of someone and we can talk tea and I'm passionate and we're like, we'll talk about this kind of tea or we'll talk about that. That doesn't translate really well through the screen with flat pictures. That doesn't always translate to why should you buy my tea? And what it really took was a mental aha moment for me. That was, my social media wasn't trying to get sales. My social media was trying to have people get to know my product or me, to answer those questions that they would have if they were in person, and make it a real business with a real person behind it, with real products that they could try and get to know, almost like window shopping in advance before you purchase. Exactly. And when I realized that I wasn't trying to sell them, I was just trying to introduce my products and introduce myself. First of all, our sales started to go through the roof. But second of all, it was a lot easier for me. I'm not a super salesy person. It's just
same. I'm not either. I don't like sales because it feels pushy and it feels in your face. And it feels like I'm doing this for me, not for you. But when you change that dynamic and you're like, I'm here for you because I think I have something you're really going to like. I'm going to tell you all about it. And I'm going to smell it for you and tell you what it smells like. And I'm going to show you the bits and pieces. And then we get excited and we lean in and we say, yes, that's what I want right there.
Yeah. And that's what it was about. I had to, but it was your program that brought it to us. And so that's why we were all about, we're going to give this a try. But when I give something a try, I'm handing that part of my business over to the expert, in that if they say to do it this way, I'm not going to question. There's a reason behind it why the expert's telling me to do it this way. And so my job is to try and be really coachable, to do what you say and then watch it work. I still have to put effort in, and it's still our business, but it has just helped us so tremendously. And it's funny because we see some of the same vendors at some of our shows, and they started to watch, and we keep telling them about the program, but they're like, well, we'll kind of watch what's happening with you. And then when they watch, they're like, oh, well, maybe we need to try the next challenge, or maybe we need to try this, because it works. And you don't have to sit there and sell your product. I can just say, hey, let's talk about tea today. And here's something that we can make up. And here's what we're working on. And it's really fun to share that. And I don't dread doing my marketing or anything like that. It's now the fun part of my business, as well as blending the teas and tasting them. So for me, that's what it was. But we had tremendous numbers. We put the work in. It's still work. It's still effort. But we knew the correct way to do it. And I'm a tea blender. I'm not a marketing expert. That's your job, Allie.
Well, you look like one. Now, one of my favorite things is when clients come back and they said, my family asked if I went and got a marketing degree behind their back because they can't believe what's actually happening. And it's really kind of paint by numbers, right? Like I tell you, this is the kind of post to make. And I love that you said that it does take work, but it's all about putting in the right kind of work. So you can work really hard and get nowhere, or you can work fairly hard and get somewhere amazing and see big changes in your business. I'm just like one big goosebump right now. Like the goosebumps just keep like rolling, and I'm like this close to crying. This is so great because you guys, Lisa, I hadn't really, or everybody else, I hadn't really heard Lisa's story yet. And when I was looking for guests tonight, she was like, oh yeah, by the way, we're having this amazing jump in sales. And she told me, I'm like, whoa, when did that happen? I didn't even know that this was happening behind the scenes. So it's given me goosebumps left and right, because this is the first time like really hearing your story. So how have things changed? Have things changed as far as like your outlook on your business? Have things changed like compared to before you found the program to after? Yes, the money, but like what else has changed?
So segue to this. We started this business because I run a nonprofit that deals with really heavy mental health stuff. And so this was my mental health release, and so much more excited now because it is not, oh, I have to do the marketing. It's like, oh, what am I going to do for marketing today? And knowing that that piece is there, I don't have to recreate the wheel. I don't have to figure it out. The other thing is it's taken that sales off of me. You know, if you had come to one of our booths, and we do still do some events, but if you come to my booth, I'm the one that's like, hey, we have loose leaf teas. We have some caffeine free over here. We have this one. If you have any questions, just ask. And then I'm back. Don't make me talk anymore. That's my husband's job, is to pull them in. He's the super personable person. My job is to sit there and answer all the questions. But I'm much more excited about sharing because I'm used to doing lives. And I think that one of the best pieces is you keep me focused on my business. You will have a challenge, whether it's a live challenge, which I do enjoy doing, or it is the Reels challenge, which was a little scary for me. They keep me focused. One of the biggest ones was the journaling. And you said it changed your life. Well, it totally changed mine, because instead of everything being so vague, we sat back and it became day by day more of our business plan for 2024. And how are we going to handle Christmas? And how are we going to do this? And then the Monday calls to keep me on track, because, you know, you think you got it and then you start going off and you stop being coachable. And that keeps me back. Oh, wait, am I still focused? Let me look at this. Am I moving off where I should be with marketing? So that makes it easier, which makes it much more fun. And it's super exciting to watch other people be successful and to be able to cheer them on. That's inspirational to me. If they can do it, I can do it.
Yes.
So that's kind of where we are. It's so changed.
I'm so happy you came on this. It just, everybody's story. Like I was saying to Dawn, like part of the reason why I do what I do now, I've had people want me to do their social media for them. I've had companies make offers and all that, but being able to help somebody that was struggling and like, okay, $1,000 and maybe will increase by 25%. It's such a bigger game change when that person is able to make the massive leap like what you have. It reminds me of Amy and Jody's story that I've talked about, where they were making $200 a month in sales. And they had told me by the end of the year, so they took my challenge, I think, in it was March of 2020, I think it was. They took the challenge then, and they were like, by the end of this year, we'd like to be making like $400 a month. And they immediately leapfrogged to 1,000 and then jumped up to $2,000 to $3,000 per month after that, very, very quickly. So being able to help you guys like make these monumental, like goosebumps right now, I'm just all goosebumps. There is no better job satisfaction for me than when I see you guys like doing it, taking it. And I love what you said about being coachable. Because we've had people join the program that said, well, I'm taking a suggestion here or there, but I'm still going to do my thing. And then they don't see results because they're not really wanting to learn what it actually takes to see that success. And the other thing that I love about what you said is that the marketing is fun. That you can have fun with it. And it's not this big, scary thing, this big chore that you're doing. But what I have learned, or what I've seen from a lot of members, is it becomes super social and it's interactive. And I've heard people say, you know, I like selling at the shows because I'm a social person. online is not social. You're not really hanging out. Well, tell that to all these people that are going, all my clients that are going live every week and have the same group coming on and saying hi to them. They've built a community around them and they love their followers. And I can see you moving into that like, whoa, wait a minute, this is fun and interactive, and it feeds that other part of what we need as people, which is that social interaction. You're just building that around a business that is also happens to be making you money. So it checks so many boxes.
And that's on the plans for 2024, thanks to the journaling challenges. Like, we'll look to do that. Scheduling can sometimes be a little crazy right now, but we're going to put it in there because that's it. It's social. It is not a flat picture that's trying to sell your product. It is building a community. And I'm not offended if people aren't into tea. It's okay. I'm looking for the people that are, and those are the people that are going to want to join the community. And those are the people that are going to talk and interact and have input on what are we making next and what's the season's flavor going to be. And so that just makes it fun.
They're going to love what you, so everybody here. So where can they find you?
So of course we're on Facebook at Nona's Kitchen Secrets. It's the Italian spelling of Nona because that's what my grandchildren call me. And so, yeah, that's where they can find me.
When we're done, put your link. And I wanted to say this to Dawn too, and I forgot. So Dawn, you're welcome to do this as well. And everybody that's a guest tonight, go ahead and put your link in the comments when we're done here. So the link to your Facebook page. So everybody can jump over and go check you out as well. So there was Pam Alden is on tonight. I don't know if she's still on, but she was on earlier. And Pam used to do Pam's Jams. And the thing that I thought about for you that Pam used to do is she would go live on a Sunday night and she would feature one jam or jelly that night. And she would make a couple of recipes out of it, like some thumbprint cookies. And then she would taste it and say, oh my gosh, I just love this flavor. I love the way. And so every week she went live featuring a single flavor. And then she would put that flavor on sale for that week. You don't even have to do the sale. You could just say this is featured, especially if it's a limited quantity product. You can just say there's only 12 of these left. And that was a conversation Pam and I had often. She'd say, Allie, I only have 6 of those left. I'm like, tell them you only have 6, and tell them they're going to have to stick around and listen for when you're going to release the next batch. Like, it's okay to run out because now people are sitting at the edge of their seat waiting for you to get it back again. So I would love to see something, and I don't know if that's what your plans are in 2024, that it's just a tea tasting with Lisa, right? We're gonna feature this tea tonight.
Well, it kind of is, it got started on the Reels. When the Reels challenge came up, I wanted to do something unusual. So I did 5 holiday dinner for Thanksgiving, the holiday dinner and tea pairings, which tea would work best. And then I moved into holiday cookies with tea. And then I moved into a series on mocktails that you could turn into cocktails with teas as a base unit in it. And we had a lot of fun with that. Unfortunately, I was about to try one. My husband stole it and then took it away. And I never got to try it.
And that's a story to tell on your post too, or in a video. Like, my husband's like stealing this stuff before I can even show you.
And so I think there will definitely be more. I think we're just looking at what time of the week so that we can be consistent. But yes, the Reels I realized are fun, but I think I like a little bit longer on the live where I can talk about it. And you can see me make a mess when I make stuff. It's not always a clean product for me. I'm like, made another mess. Here we go.
Oh, they love it. That's even better. It's just all good. It's all good. One thing I tell my daughter Willow all the time is everything is content. When you start looking around at everything, I made a mistake. Oh, that's something to post about. Oh, I just had this new thing pop up. Oh, that's something to post about. Or she just did a post, a video, a reel of like my 2023 in review. Here's the things I did in 2023. Just because she was thinking, what are the games I played in 2023? And she thought through all of it and she did a reel on it. Everything is content.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm talking about, she just walked in as I was talking about her. All right, so Lisa, Eddie, sorry, the dog is wagging his tail and hitting the wall. Eddie, get away from the wall. Okay.
I love seeing your dogs interrupt the lives or the videos. Oh, it's so much fun.
They want in, they want out. His tail gets going. It's just ridiculous.
What I have for my giveaway tonight is an ounce, which makes 10 to 11 first time brews. These can each be brewed 3 times. So you're getting 30 to 33 cups of tea in each. our top 2 blends, Ruby Chai, which has sold out every time we brought it someplace. And my personal favorite, if you watch any of our Facebook, you'll know my personal favorite is Serene Sunrise, which is a black tea cinnamon blend. And the Ruby Chai is a caffeine-free rooibos, cinnamon, cardamom, and clove blend.
Caffeine-free chai. All right, Willow's already like, I want that. You can't enter, but you can go buy some later.
So this is what we're offering tonight as our free giveaway, our 2 top sellers.
What is the reaction you want people to give to enter?
Let's do wow, because it's pretty wow to go that much in such a short time. It was pretty wow for us.
Yes, yes. All right, so we're doing a wow. So that means you guys, you need to react to this video with the wow reaction. That does not mean a wow in the comments. Comments of wow, like Andrea just made, don't count because I can't count those. They come in too fast and sporadic. So you have to actually react to the video with a wow. And that means, you know how you normally thumbs up a video or a post? Instead of the thumbs up, you're going to pick the wow instead. If you hold your finger over the thumbs up, you'll see the other ones pop up. If you swipe your comments to the left, you'll see the reactions pop up. If you are on a desktop, click on the video and then move your cursor around. You'll see the reactions pop up underneath the window there. Andrea's laughing. Yeah, I'm calling you out, Andrea. That's the wrong wow. So everybody hit the wow. Lisa, while they're doing that, thank you so much for coming on here tonight. This is, I get so excited when I can talk to more. We need to do more of these, like on the HSC calls where somebody's like, I've got a big win, and they just come up and they just like give their testimony, right? Like we have to have people coming up and giving their story, because it's so inspiring and it just energizes me going into 2024. Like, yeah, we're going to get a whole bunch more stories like this because we had some great ones this year.
Well, I appreciate the opportunity, and yes. I'm just really quiet in our group. I don't post a lot, mostly because I'm so busy. Oh, I need to do that, but then I never get back to it. So yeah, I figured I'd share when you were doing that call and let you know, hey, it's working.
Yes, I love it. I love it. I love it. No, I love finding out, because we had so everybody, wow reaction. So we had like 2 years ago, I was doing this extravaganza. Might have been even 3. And I had a client named Kathy, and I was like, oh, who wants to come up? She's like, well, I've gone from 2 sales in 2 years to $10,000 a month in sales. Does that count? And I'm like, oh my God, like, when were you going to tell me? Like, we share wins a lot in the group, but some people are just a little bit more quiet and they're not, talking about what they're doing. And so I just absolutely love that. She just blew me away. And yours is like, it reminds me a lot of that. All right. Wow, guys. Wow. We got, thank you for sharing, Lisa. Thank you for sharing your story. Thank you for me for sharing your story. So we are going to pick a winner in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's go to the wows. Again, guys, I'm going to be clicking the invite button while I'm counting. So if you see an invitation from me to like this page, definitely accept that. So Lisa, we have 69 wows, 1 through 69.
Let's go with 48. That way you can count from the bottom up.
I have to count backwards. All right. 48. I can do this. I'm a trained professional here. All right. So 69, 68, 67, 66, 65, 64, 63, 62, 61, 60, 59, 58, 57, 56, 55, 54, 53, 52, 51. What'd you say? 48?
Yes, ma'am. 50,
49. 48 is Kelly Brown, who is an HSC member. Kelly, Kellye, Kelly Brown. So I'm writing down T. Kelly Brown, you got to let us know you are here. Kelly Brown. All right, I got to get back to where I can see my comments properly. Kelly's here. Look at her. She was ready to claim. She was like on it. All right, Kelly. So send us an email to the email address I am pasting onto the comment section now. Send us an email. Amy or I will send you the link. We'll get your mailing information, send it on to Lisa, and Lisa's going to send it off to you. Thank you so much, Lisa. I loved having
you.
you here. And don't be a stranger. Let us know how things are going in the HSC group, so we can see how you're doing.
Will do. Will do.
All right, perfect.
Happy birthday.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. All right. Good night. Goodbye. All right. All right, guys. We are almost 2 hours into the live extravaganza. I am not even tired yet. I am going to have to go to the bathroom soon. So I do have a relief person coming in. When am I doing that? At 8:45. I can make it that long. If I can't, Willow's going to jump in for me for a minute because Willow's already in here. Okay, so we are going to do right now, we're going to be doing the canopy giveaway in 5 minutes. Like, I know that's what a lot of you are. Stephanie, I'm not pooping out. I just have to pee. That's the only thing. I think I can make it. We're going to do the canopy giveaway here in 5 minutes. While we are getting ready for that, I'm going to be doing an Ask Me Anything. This is truly Ask Me Anything. This can be a marketing question. This can be about your business. This could be about my business. This could be about what is my favorite color. You can ask me anything about my life. If I think it's too personal, I'll just say pass. But you can ask it. You can ask me anything. I didn't say I'll answer everything, but you can ask me anything. Oh, Willow has an ask me for my ask me anything.
Yes.
What?
Did you send me the link to go on the thing? To go on?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, cool.
I'm pretty sure I did. Let me double check it, because Willow's going to be coming on here later, and I'm 95%. Yeah,
Okay, cool.
I sent it to you. All right. Okay, so we've got some questions. Brandy says, do you recommend vendor events on top of online? It's completely up to you. For me, vendor events was becoming physically a difficult thing to do. So the online part of it had to take over. So I didn't have to do as much, to the point where I did none. We used to do not so much for the rabbit toy business, but we did farmers markets where we sold fruits and vegetables and things. And I loved it, but I wasn't able to do it. So it's completely up to you. What I like about online is that can be consistent, that even if your vendor event gets rained out or you get hurt or something happens, you can continue to sell online, even if you are not able to do your vendor event. So I have some people that have completely stopped doing vendor events because they don't want to do them. I have others that have reduced the amount of vendor events and only do their best ones because the online sales are filling in the gap. And then I have got others who are increasing the amount of vendor events they do because they really enjoy it. And hey, like, if they're feeling it and their health is good and they're rolling along, they're more than welcome to roll along. Let's see, what website do I use? I use and recommend Shopify. However, most people do not need a website out of the gate. This is why I teach Facebook first. Be careful that you're spending so much time building a website without really knowing what your product focus, your unique product focus is, without really knowing who your customers are, and without knowing how you're going to get traffic to that site. Most people that come to me don't have a website yet. And I tell them, hold, build your audience first. And when you are tired of sending invoices, then it's time to do a website. Those who already have a website, I say, hold, do nothing with your website right now. Let's build your audience. And then you're going to start getting more sales on your website with its link to your Facebook page. So don't jump into a website, guys. I know that's what everybody's hearing. And they're like, oh, everybody's asking me if I have a website. If they ask you if you have a website, send them to your Facebook page. You don't have to build a website right away. But when you are ready, when it's the right time, when you have an audience to send to a website, because without an audience, a website is like a lemonade stand in the middle of cornfield in like Iowa, right? It's in the middle of nowhere. Nobody can find it. So you might as well build the audience while making sales first, and then be like, okay, a website is going to help me manage all of these sales better. Let's see. Megan asked, do you think there is a market for mandala art? I have no idea. It really depends on how it's presented. If it's presented in a unique, wow way, sure. I like attaching stuff like that to things that are people are already buying like decorative boxes or wall art and that sort of thing. So it's really not about mandala art, it's art. And then it's how it's presented. If it's a wow product that is knocking the socks off of people and it's on an art form that they already know how to appreciate, I think that makes it easier. If it's like, I never like to tell people like, well, your product is boring, but if it's just like everybody else's and there's nothing really unique and different about it, yeah, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. You should always be stretching for the wow product. Michelle King asked a sad question. What did you get for your birthday?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I ain't got nothing for my birthday.
You get a party.
All of my kids are here and my husband. I will tell you, Duncan's going to be on later. Duncan sent me some really fun happy birthday
you get
videos.
to go to a Puerto Rican restaurant. That's what
Duncan sent me some really nice happy birthday videos, and his wife actually sent me one too. So I got 4 fun happy birthday videos, and we're all going out to eat tomorrow at a Puerto Rican restaurant. So Danny's birthday is 2 days before Christmas. Mine is 2 days after, and he just got here on the 25th. So we're all going to the Puerto Rican restaurant, and I'm like, I am ordering appetizers and desserts and drinks and everything. Like we're not the people that buy appetizers and drinks, right? Like normally that's not, like, it's just water, meal, that's it, no dessert. So yeah, that's it. And then Lisa is asking, so I'm going to do Lisa's, and then we're going to do the canopy giveaway. So Lisa is asking, what do you love about Ohio? So I'm actually living in Florida now, but I'm originally from Ohio. I'm from Sandusky, Ohio. So anybody in the Midwest knows of Cedar Point, which is the best amusement park that's ever existed. Like, it can't be beat. If you like roller coasters, there is no amusement park better than Cedar Point. And Cedar Point is a great thing about where we lived in Ohio. I don't like Ohio. I think Ohio is interesting in that you have mountains on one side and it's flat on the other. It is really kind of a dividing part of the country, like Appalachia from the Midwest. So I think Ohio is interesting for that reason. But I like where I'm from. I don't know if I would live very many other places in Ohio other than where I'm from, because we're right on Lake Erie. We have the amusement park. We have really cool water parks. Not that we went to that a lot, but that was fun. And we're just right on the lake. The lake is gorgeous. Our downtown is right on the lake with piers going out onto the lake. I grew up fishing. I love to fish. You know, we have the farms and the lake and the amusement park. So we have a little bit of everything there. No mountains or even hills. Like Sandusky's flat. And I love nature. And so with the lake there's a lot of nature. And I really, really enjoy that. I love summertime in Sandusky. The rest of Ohio, like Danny lives near Athens, Ohio, and that's really, really beautiful. But that's not my connection. I like Sandusky. And between June and September, sometimes into October, the lake keeps us warm. But all the rest of the time, it's just gray and dead. All right, so we're going to do canopy giveaway. And while you guys are doing the reaction that I'm going to tell you to do, I'm going to answer a couple of more questions. So for the canopy giveaway, we have not done the heart yet. So you're just going to heart this video. That does not mean hearts in the comments. You have to react to this video with a heart. I've explained it a lot already. I don't want to have to explain it again, but I'm going to explain it one more time. The reaction is, instead of thumbs upping the video, like you like a post or you like a video, you're going to instead hit the heart reaction. If you're on your phone, that means you're going to swipe your comments to the right, and you will see the reactions there. That's if you have the full video open. And then on desktop, you want to click the video, open the full video. You'll see the comments on the right, and move your cursor around the screen, and you'll see the reactions come up below. You'll see thumbs up, heart, care, laughy, wow, sad, and angry. We don't use sad and angry on these because that's no fun. So you're going to hit the heart, the red heart. All right. So while you guys are hitting hearts, Becky says, if I was selling tie-dye t-shirts, should I only sell them or can I add more items? I would say you can add more tie-dye items potentially. So most of the tie-dye people I see do sell other items as well. But t-shirts tend to do best. They tend to be the most iconic for tie-dye. And it seems to be where people are willing to drop the, I don't want to say the most money, because you could do a big tapestry and get more money. But it seems to be the easiest thing for people to drop money on is the t-shirts. But if you find another product that like, this is what I'm going to really specialize in, and you're making enough sales or can see the potential to make enough sales in that product, and you want to do more of that than t-shirts, that's perfectly fine. But yeah, just tie-dye, and even better if you have your own style of tie-dye that you do. Kathy Klein asks, are you enjoying your birthday? I am enjoying my birthday. Thank you very much. Remember, heart reaction. This has made it fun. Like, I was kind of boohooing a little bit earlier because like nobody got me anything, but that's typical. Last year, the kids threw a party for me. So I actually grew up not celebrating birthdays at all. I was raised a Jehovah's Witness. And I didn't get out until I was 21. And then I didn't really know how to celebrate birthdays. And even celebrating my kids' birthdays always felt weird and awkward. And I didn't quite know how to do it. So I've never really looked for like a big hoopla around my birthday. But when I started doing these extravaganzas a few years ago, we missed, I think, 1 or 2 years of them. And I keep telling the kids, I'm like, man, I wish my birthday was some other time of year. So it's not 2 days after Christmas and I'm doing this extravaganza, when I'm already sort of mentally checked out and doing other things. But I like business. I like this business. I love talking about marketing. I love being live with you guys. I love all that stuff. So to be able to do that on my birthday with you guys and have fun and do giveaways, this is way more fun for me than the kids buying me a trinket that I might never use again, or, might end up in the Goodwill pile or something. Cause I don't need stuff. I got my kids here. My husband's in good health. All of that's good. So I'm doing the thing I like to do, which is talking to y'all. And tomorrow we're going to a Puerto Rican restaurant. And on Friday, we're going to go for a nature walk with Duncan, who again, you guys are going to meet later. Duncan and my family are going to go, and we're going to look at some alligators and otters. And yeah, it's going to be a great birthday. So even if I don't have like presents, I'm happy. I've got a good family. I've got a good life. I'm living the life I want to live. What more could I be happy for? Okay. So we're going to give away the canopy here. Heart reaction. You guys, I better not see like 50% of you drop off after giving away this canopy. I was like, I should do the canopy later because people are going to come just for the canopy tent. But I hope that you're getting good stuff even beyond the canopy tent. I hope that you are getting inspired. I hope that you're getting excited about 2024. And for some of you that have been down and out and feeling kind of depressed about your businesses and not sure and confused and frustrated and maybe you're crying. That was me so many years, like before I found the marketing, where I was just crying. And even after I found the marketing, business is tough. It's hard to do it on your own and keep yourself going. And I did it alone for so long. And, sometimes you just got to cry. Some of you guys that are feeling that way, I hope that you're feeling a little bit more optimistic about 2024. And I hope that you take us up on the $7 2-week trial of Handmade Sellers Club. Go in there, start using the prompts for profits. We have a 6-week guide that's going to get you started right away. It's going to tell you what to do first. We don't believe in just dumping a bunch of information on you and saying, okay, go figure it out. We're going to take you through the process step by step. It's as paint by numbers as I can possibly make it. And the second I find a way to make it easier for you to implement and faster for you to get results, we change it and we make it easier and faster for you. So check out the pinned comment. If you need the link, let us know in the comments. Somebody will get you the link because I'm like losing the comments. There's so many of them coming through. I can grab the link here real quick, and then we're going to pick the winner. All right, so I'll just post the link there real quick. All right, so we are going to pick the winner in 5, 4. This is for the canopy. A $250 10 by 10 ABC canopy with walls. I don't think I'm like what's the word I'm looking for?
Giving it.
I'm not promoting this enough that you guys understand. This is not
stressing how cool.
Yes, this is not an $80 Walmart canopy. This is a $250 10 by 10 ABC canopy with sidewalls, white canopy. We are going to order it on Amazon and send it directly to you. We've done 2 canopy giveaways this year, and neither winner has claimed the prize. So we're going to give one away tonight, and you've got to claim it here. And then you got to fill out the form. And if you can just do those simple steps, it's yours. Okay. All right. So we're going to pick a winner in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. We had 101 people enter for the canopy. We're going to do a random number generator. 1 through 101. Generate. Number 51. Oh, it always does that. It gives me like the middle number.
It wants to make your life change.
It wants me to count. For some reason, my thing is, let me make sure this is going to show all 101 because sometimes it gets stuck. Okay, it's showing them. All right. All right. All right. What did I say? 51?
51.
51. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. The suspense, you guys. 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, and 51 is Wendy Orlman McFarlane. If your name is Wendy Orlman, I think, McFarlane, you are the winner. So if your name is Wendy Orlman McFarlane, you got to tell me in the comments right now that you are here. Let me know that you are here. And then I am going to give you our email address, and you need to email us. And then we will email you back a link for you to fill out. Okay. So Wendy, are you here? Wendy, are you here now? Oh my gosh, there's so many comments. I got to catch up. All right. Wendy is here. Yay. All right. Claim tent. Wendy, you won the tent. Congratulations to you. It is claimed. I'm going to drop my link in the or our email in the comments. So catch that email address, Wendy. Send us an email. You are welcome. I hope that you love it and it's wonderful. There's Wendy right there. So send us an email. Say, hey, I won the tent. I need the link. And then we'll send you back a link where we get your mailing information. Please fill out the link. Don't just email us the information. It just makes it easier for us to keep track of things. But you got to fill that link out when we send you the link. You got to fill it out within 24 hours. As long as you can do that, it is yours. We are going to send it to you. This is the 3rd time trying to give away a canopy tent this year. So I'm hoping you fill it out, Wendy, because I want somebody to get it. All right. Thank you so much, everybody, for that. We are going to continue on some of the FAQs until we get to, let's see, 8:30. We have our next guest coming on. So I had, there are so many questions. I could just do so many. Let's see. What advice do you give for those of us who have unsupportive husbands? My advice, I've been very lucky in this way that my husband was very entrepreneurial as well. Carolyn, I see you. You're here. I got you. So I've been very lucky in that way. It kind of breaks my heart that a spouse would be unsupportive. The first thing I would say is marriage counseling. Honestly, like I'm not even joking. Like it's probably going to be something much deeper than the fact that he just doesn't support your business. And so I would say there's probably deeper things to work on. But if I was to give a more superficial answer, I would say prove them wrong, because I can't tell you how many times I have heard members say, my husband, Dawn just said it earlier, right? My husband said, well, why don't you just give it away? And I don't know that her husband was being like, you can't do this, right? But he wasn't necessarily like her cheerleader in that moment. And she proved him wrong. Prove them wrong. Prove them wrong. They'll flip around real quick when they see you're bringing in real cash money and you're buying things of your own and you're making some financial decisions, without him, because it's your money. And again, I don't know if you already have a job or whatever, but for some people, this is their only income. And they're like, wait a minute, I have money now. I have money now that I can go and spend. I have money that I control, that I earned. And for some people, they just got to see that other people are cheering you on and giving you money and supporting you, to be like, whoa, wait a minute, maybe you can do this. So therapy first, but also prove them wrong. Let's see. Jenny says, how do I decide what products to sell when resin has multiple molds? So I have my daughter in here is a fantastic, I'm so glad you said resin. So Willow actually started a resin business, but she only made D&D dice for D&D and other tabletop role-playing games. I know it's not just D&D, but there are specific dice that you can make for D&D. There are some people who only do dominoes. I know dominoes have been really, really big. I don't know if they continue to be big, but they do. They are really, really big. I know other sellers that only make like marijuana adjacent type products. So it's really about choosing a product. Just because you can make lots of different things with lots of different molds doesn't mean you should. You're much better to, rather than saying, I do resin, which is a process, it's better off for you to say, what market can I serve? What product can I make specifically for a specific market? This is what we did with rabbit toys. We could have made anything out of wood. We had wood. That was our thing. Like, we have all of this scrap wood. What can we make? We could make anything out of it, but we had to choose a very specific market and a product to take to that market. And that is the difference. That to me is the difference between a hobbyist and a business owner. A business owner sells a product. A hobbyist does a process. So hobbyists, oh, I love to crochet, so I crochet everything. That's great, but that's not a product. Crochet is not a product. Resin is not a product. Sewing is not a product. Woodworking is not a product. Crafting, art, those are not products. Those are processes, or we'll just stick with processes, right? So I don't know how you decide that for you, Jenny. Like, we'd have to dig deeper into what are products that you've had that have done really well. What are products that are more profitable? What are products you really enjoy? What are your personal interests? So Willow already liked D&D. I already liked rabbits and pets, right? So we already had those interests, and we created a product out of the medium that we had. We use that medium to create a product to take that to market. Okay, let's see. All right, Brandy said, okay, we're still trying to figure out everything on how to do this. I have not had much time to focus on the training, but hope to quickly. 2024, man, 2024. Let's do it. Let's do it in 2024. Patty says, my question is, I sell 2 different embroidery items, pillows and towels. Should I make them 2 different pages or keep them on my page that I am already doing? Patty, I would honestly try to pick one of those and focus your page on one of them. I like towels more than pillows. Pillows are a higher ticket product, and it's not that it's impossible, but I'm familiar with the types of products that you make, and I think that your towels are going to do better than your pillows. Continue to take the pillows to shows, but let's just do an experiment the first 3 months of the year on Facebook and focus just on the towels. Become towels. In fact, one of my clients actually named theirs towels. So don't copy that, but just focus on towels for the next 3 months and see if that helps you gain more traction. I feel like in your case, Patty, towels is the way to go. So Alita, in response to the event, she said, we scaled back to 6 events a year versus 26. Yeah, and others have scaled up and some stay the same, and others have completely gotten rid of events, going back to that question. All right, let's see. Andrea asked, what do you think about being in local boutiques with commissions and sometimes rent? It really, it's sales. It's sales. It's got to prove itself. I think that the problem is, same with shows. If you have a boutique owner who doesn't know how to do marketing for the boutique, and they're attracting in people who to sell products, they're hoping that the products being in the store will attract customers, and that's not the way it goes. When I used to run a farmer's market, it was all about customers. If we can get customers to the spot, then the vendors were going to come out of the woodwork. So if the shop is more concerned about getting vendors than it is about customers, then obviously you have to have something there to begin with. But if they're more concerned about getting vendors and customers, they're more concerned about their bottom line than yours. If they put their focus on customers, then they are actually providing you with a real service. When you're paying rent and commission, you're paying that for the service that they're providing you, for the marketing that they're doing, and their rent and everything that they're providing in order for you to make sales. But if all they want is to have you help supplement their rent, and they're not going to put the work into the marketing, it's not worth it. So you just got to do the math, and you have to know that you're charging enough that you can pay that rent and commissions and have that make sense. And that's what my pricing masterclass, it doesn't really talk about local boutiques and whatever, but it is going to help you get really comfortable with where your price is and understand what part of your price. So if you charge $20 for an item, and 10 of that pays you, and 5 of it goes into this, and 5, then how many of those would you have to sell in order to make that profitable? And then you actually have a benchmark to compare it up to and know, all right, I'm going to try this for a month or 3 months or whatever. And you can look at your numbers and say this was or was not profitable. I think it's fine to do as long as the boutique is doing their job and bringing people in. All right. Katarina says, I make chainmail jewelry, necklace, earrings, bracelets, and anklets. Would you recommend sticking to just one of those, or since they're connected, all 4? Yeah, in jewelry, if you want to do a combination of things under a single process, yes. So in jewelry, the process can be that unique selling proposition. It's still jewelry, right? So jewelry is the product, but the unique process that you bring to that is the thing that will be unique about that product. So it's still jewelry though. So necklaces, anklets, that sort of thing, all of that is fine. There's some times where I'm like, some people, and it's funny, our next guest that we're going to have up is one that has broken the rules for years, you guys. And it's so funny that you asked this question, where she combines 2 different processes for jewelry together in one thing. I'm not a fan of that. I've told her I'm not a fan of that. And she said, forget you, Allie. And she's doing fine. But both of her processes are very clearly articulated, right? We know what both of those are. And some people just like, oh, I'm going to try a little beading. I'm going to try a little bit of this. I'm going to try a little bit of that. So they're doing jewelry, but the processes are all over the place. That I don't recommend. But you can do all types of, like necklaces, bracelets, whatever, as long as it's in that same process. All right. So Sue says, I've decided my product focus is earrings. How do I make qualified name with Junipine Ridge Creations? Junipine Ridge Creations space cute earrings or leather earrings. Is there a process or a medium that you use that makes your earrings unique? It could be tatted earrings. I have a client that does tatted earrings. Is it leather? Is it faux leather? Are they big and bold, like big, bold earrings? So you can add a little bit of descriptor to those earrings. All right, let's see. Liz said, I make tie-dyes. How can I market my niche? No t-shirts, tapestries, and clothes that fit real people. Since t-shirts are the most popular, you can do that. You're just going to have to resist the urge when somebody says, can you do this in a t-shirt? The tie-dye is very popular in t-shirts, but I think that tapestries is good. Clothes that fit real people. Like I wear t-shirts and I'm a real person, so I don't know how that excludes t-shirts. It could be comfy tie-dye if that's what you're looking for, like sweatpants sets or something like that. So I would just keep fleshing that out and try to figure out, like, I always imagine, put a pin in it. Can I put a pin in it? Can you say it to me in one line and I get it? So tapestries and clothes that fit real people are 2 things. I know what tapestries are. I know what comfy clothes are. Those are 2 things. Those are not the same thing. So I would try to lead with one of them. And that doesn't mean never sell tapestries. It means 80% of your posts would be comfy people clothes, and then you can throw in some tapestries. That's how I would approach that. If you're going to do both, that's my 80-20 rule, right? You lead 80% with one thing, and you can sell some other things, but that's got to be 20% and less frequently talked about, 20% of the time. Let's see. Mary Hill says, I am just starting out. Don't even have a Facebook page. This live is very informative. Thank you. You are very welcome. I'm glad that we could help, Mary. Let's see. The Q Shack. How do you know if an online event is a scam or not? I have been told to be cautious about them. I mean, it's hard to say because the scams change. Honestly, and I'm trying not to be self-serving here. One of the best things about Handmade Sellers Club is the scams that they share within the club of like, hey, I just had somebody reach out and this is how it's a scam. Having people say, that's when pay by friends and family is usually a big red flag. If they tell you to PayPal them money, but pay it friends and family, that means you can't dispute the charge. When you find out it's a scam, you can't dispute it. So never accept that. Join a community, if not Handmade Sellers Club, something where you can bounce it off with fresh eyes and other people can look at it with you. Don't sign up for anything without bouncing it off of other people and saying, this seems a little bit fishy. What do you think? It's a tricky world out there. The scammers are finding new ways to scam all the time. All right. So how far ahead should you work on the next holiday? Depends on your product. If you have pre-made products, it can be fewer, like maybe a month of marketing beforehand. If you're taking commission items, so let's say we're coming up to Valentine's Day, there are some people that need commissions by January 1st if they're going to get it done in time for Valentine's Day. So when you start actually marketing the product and when you start working on it depends on when and how you're going to sell it. Now, Christmas, we start selling Christmas in August, right? But Mother's Day is probably usually a month to 6 weeks ahead of time, unless you're doing commissions and you need to be promoting it far in advance of that. Because if you need 4 weeks for a commission and you don't start promoting Mother's Day till 2 weeks before Mother's Day, then those people aren't going to be able to order. Also keep in mind shipping, travel time, and especially time of year for that. So for Christmas, we usually cut it off 2 weeks before Christmas, or at least 10 days before Christmas, before we're like cut off on shipping. You get to less busy mailing holidays, you can shorten that up a little bit. Carolyn said, you got us for your birthday. I did. And Carolyn's going to be our next guest. We're going to bring her up in about 3 minutes. And let's see. Lisa said, I grew up along Lake Erie, but in Pennsylvania. Can't beat the lake. It is beautiful. It is beautiful. I don't think people that have never seen the Great Lakes understand how extremely big the Great Lakes are. And Lake Erie is the shallowest and it's the smallest of the Great Lakes, but a little bit bigger in area than Ontario.
Also the only one that has islands, right?
No, the other ones have islands. I think it's inhabited islands, but I'm not sure. It's something about islands. We have a whole bunch of islands too. Also, most shipwrecks at the bottom of it because it's so shallow, it kicks up very quickly. But I don't think people realize that it's like the ocean. When you look out, you can't see land on the other side unless you're looking at islands. Like it is huge. And the lakes are just absolutely gorgeous. All right. We'll do one more, I think, here. Jamie said, if we were selling wooden flowers, should we brand just one special occasion or item or be open to all occasions? You can definitely be seasonal. And I think that occasions is part of your marketing brand. So yes, open it up. You have a unique product focus, and then you're letting people know all the different ways they can use your product. So you can use this for Mother's Day. You could be for weddings. Now, some people that do weddings tend to specialize in just weddings because it's a big thing. And you can charge more for it. Like you can just change your pricing completely with weddings. But if you're open to weddings and gift presents and Mother's Day and Thanksgiving centerpieces and all of the things, right? That's a great way to change up your marketing week by week. You just feature. I love seasonal products. I love like door signs and wreaths and arrangements and that sort of thing that are seasonal, because you can always change up your product for the next season, and people get excited to see that change. And I think they do great. So yes, I would say continue to be seasonal, continue to be event focused, unless you're going to do something like weddings. Any other special occasion might not be prolific enough and profitable enough on its own to only focus on that. But weddings, you're doing centerpieces, bride's bouquet, bridesmaids bouquets. You can book one wedding and have a really big order. It's not likely that you're going to book one birthday and have a really big order, right? So I would say go for all the occasions. All right, and with that, we have our next guest. Carolyn Corman is in the house.
Hey,
You're literally in my house right now.
I'd love to be in your house.
All right, welcome, Carolyn. I'm so glad you're here, and glad that you're here to share your story with everybody. So if you could first let everybody know who you are, what you sell, and a little bit about your products.
All right. So first of all, happy birthday, Allie, in person. So my business is Carolyn K Designs. And based on that, you would think I have no idea what you do. But on my Facebook page, I have a qualifier that explains what I do, which is handcrafted. I'm actually trying to remember what exactly it is. Handcrafted, colorful, fused glass and chainmail jewelry. Something like
that. Something like that.
Something like that. So Allie commented earlier to somebody else's comment that I break the rules by doing two different products.
She's a rebel.
But the products are integrated by color. And that to me is the unifying theme, and they're all jewelry. So I'm going to show you some of the pieces, and one I'm going to do a mixed version so you can see what I'm talking about, because I have customers that buy both in the same purchase. So this is an example of a fused glass pendant, and you can see all the sparkling dichroic glass, and it has a tube bail on it. All of my necklaces, I sell them with a chain or cord of the customer's choice so that they have a complete item when they walk away. Here, I'm going to actually put this one on. Here's an example of a fused glass bracelet, and it's set in this silver bangle. And here is a pair of fused glass earrings. Then in the chainmail arena, oh wait, there was one more I was going to show, which is this one, just because it shows a different technique. So this is actually hand etched, the top layer and the bottom layer, which gives it that really wonderful 3D effect. So there you go. In chainmail, I do mostly bracelets and earrings. And so here's an example of two different bracelets that I might do. So this one is very complicated, lot of rings, expensive. Here's a simple version. The best thing about these is they're made out of anodized aluminum, so they're really lightweight and tarnish resistant, so you sort of forget that you're wearing them. And then here is a pair of chainmail earrings. And what I wanted to show is that you could wear these together, and that's why they really work, is a lot of people want very, very, very lightweight earrings, and so the chainmail gives them that. So now I'll tell you a little bit about me and Allie and how we got together. So I actually started my business 18 years ago. So I was in business a very long time before I met Allie. During the pandemic, it was the very end of July of 2020. I was searching for online venues to market my wares, and in the process, I found Allie. And up to that point, I knew nothing about marketing. I always said, I'm an artist, I'm not a business person. I knew nothing. So in July, when I met Allie, I didn't even have a business Facebook page. I had a website, but I didn't have a business Facebook page. I now have over 1,140 followers on my Facebook business page. So it really has grown from 0 to that. I looked at my numbers today, and in 2019, which was a full year of in-person events and the website that I had created, my sales both last year and this year, because I don't want to count 2020 and 2021 with the pandemic, as I was sort of still learning, they have tripled. So that's an amazing return on my investment. So I really appreciate that. I originally had a website that I created on my own. My husband did the code to do this website. It really wasn't working for us. So again, before I met Allie, I created one on Squarespace, not Square, but Squarespace. And then through Allie, I learned about how to work with Shopify, and I switched to Shopify in March of last year. Some of the most valuable things I have gotten out of this program, one is the PFP, the Prompts for Profits calendar, is absolutely priceless. When I created my Facebook page, I went back like the prior week and did posts just so it would look like I was doing something and not starting out with just one post before I invited people. I post according to that calendar every single day, and have since I met Allie. And I think that's partly why I've grown from 0 to 1,100 plus. The other great thing about the group is we learn from each other. And you might have seen in the comments that, like, you know, we know each other because we've met through the various, not necessarily in person, but on video, through the various aspects of Allie's program. And I posted a comment when you were doing the Facebook page reviews, that you can learn from what Allie teaches to somebody else. You'll get a little nugget out of that and go, oh, I can do that. And that will help my business. And so it's really a mutual learning thing. I also have, I don't even know how many times, improved my email list, and I know what to do with it. I now run promotions. I'm having a sale right now that mostly is being promoted through the emails. I blog through the emails. It's a great way of staying connected to customers who, number one, are not on Facebook, because I do meet some at shows and they aren't on Facebook. But as Allie says, if Facebook were to go away tomorrow, I still have my email list.
Right.
And I still have my customers. So that's a great thing. And then I'm so glad, Allie, that you gave away the Profits First book, because I won that book some other time for something.
I love it. Love it.
And I have learned how to pay myself. And that's paying myself after all of my expenses. And expenses are paying for my internet fees, for shipping, for the amount that the credit card companies take out of your final sale, the retreat, the trainings, paying for Allie's continued courses. After all of that, there's still money in the bank. And I've learned how to deal with that money, and it's been wonderful. And I can't recommend her enough. So people always tell me, I see what you've been doing on Facebook, and it's all her fault.
I love that. Thank you so much for sharing that. I remember when you joined, I think you made your first sale before you got to 100 people on your page.
Oh, yeah.
You were starting to make sales. So Carolyn and I have met in person. So she talked about how a lot of people know each other from the group itself, but I've run in-person retreats. I'm about to do our third in-person retreat in January. By the way, guys, we just had somebody that got sick and they're not going to be able to come. So I have 2 spots open for the retreat. So Carolyn, you were at the retreat last year. I would love it if you could talk a little bit about what happened during the retreat.
Oh my God, the retreat was amazing. But before I do, I want to adjust a comment I saw from Jamie Harris about Shopify and drop shipping. The reason I went with Squarespace before Shopify is every bit of research I did online was Shopify was like for the Kim Kardashians. And I'm like, I'm not that big. I'm going this other direction. Shopify may work very similar to whatever else you're doing, but the great thing is that most of the people in this program are on Shopify, and so you can get guidance and instructions and help on how to build your page. And Allie actually teaches how to build your page. So that's one of the reasons it's so much better. It's no more expensive. It works the same.
I think it works better.
Yes.
I think it's easier to use. And to address what you're saying, Jamie, a lot of drop shippers use Shopify because it has lots of apps that you can, or plugins that you can buy that make drop shipping easier. But it's also used by people who make, very small products, digital products, big products, like even like local businesses are using Shopify to be able to sell certain services online. So yes, you can definitely have Shopify and not be a drop shipper. I've done drop shipping on Shopify and I've done products on Shopify. It works for both.
Yeah, and all of my items, for the most part, certainly the Fuse glass, they're one of a kind. So doing shows and maintaining my website, they integrate so that when something sells at a show, it leaves from the website, which has made my life so much more efficient and easier. Now for the retreat. So in addition to getting to meet however many of us there were, wonderful people, Allie pushes you out of your comfort zone. I was going to say a little, I'm going to say a lot.
Let's be honest.
Which is the whole point, because you're going there to learn and to grow as a business. And so she gets you thinking about what are the next steps. And my next steps are different than somebody else's next steps. So we work together really as a group to help each other figure out how to do next steps. So I got feedback about my webpage and how many pieces I had on the webpage. Other than that, right now they're on there because I'm having a clearance sale. Generally, all of my items are no longer on my webpage, so it's not so overwhelming. I got feedback about how my product looks best in videos and I should be doing reels. I am now posting reels every day. Yay. And they're getting views, so that's good.
And they've gotten you at least one sale, right?
Yes. Yeah. So it's really a great opportunity to figure out where you go next. And it's also a great way to, you learn from everybody else. I mean, it's the same being in the program, even if you don't go on the retreat, but you really learn from each other. You'll hear somebody get feedback about something and you're like, oh, wait, I do that too. I need to change it. So, it's a wonderful experience and it's fun and it's social. It's not a boring conference. It's a small group that has a lot of fun. Yes.
And it's a tax write-off.
Yes.
You get to go.
It was one of my business expenses.
Yes.
Travel, everything.
For those of you interested in the retreat, Carolyn's not making it this year. But we have people that have returned. We have people that take years off because they're still working on the things that they learned from the retreat before. So I'm dropping the link to the retreat. The only thing about the retreat is it is not for brand new. I haven't sold a thing. I don't even have a Facebook page yet. We want you to at least be in Handmade Sellers Club and starting to learn the process, because what the retreat isn't is me standing and teaching. Right, Carolyn? I don't stand there and just say, okay, everybody, now we're going to do this module. It's really about hot seats. We bring people up. And yes, I orate a little bit about like, that's why you want to do this. I'll get on my soapbox, but it's really about individualized help and problem solving. And then we break out into groups and then the groups talk and work amongst themselves. You get to meet and talk to all the different people in the retreat about their businesses and just the inspiration. And I always say, you got to get out of your space. You got to get into a new space to really start thinking differently about your business. So that's why we go We're going to Nashville. We're going to Nashville this January, so that you can get out of that comfort zone that you're normally in and start thinking business. So Carolyn was down here when we were down here in Florida, hoping in the future we can do them in Florida again. But like after the hurricane, last time we met, it was 1 week before the hurricane.
Mhm.
Yeah, it was 1 week before Hurricane Ian hit. So the timing worked out perfectly. But now there's like everything's destroyed and it's hard to book anything when we want to. Okay, so Carolyn, you are going to go ahead and close the door, please. So you are going to give something away here tonight. Let us do the giveaway.
And
And
it's
thank you.
not,
First of all, thank you so much for everything that you shared. Again, same with everybody else. I get goosebumps. I get so excited. And Carolyn's been around for a while now. She's part of the family. She's been in HSC since the beginning it took you a little bit to join HSC. I remember you didn't sign up right away, but you were in Super Seller before that.
and then whatever Posse before that.
Yeah, and then Posse before that. Yeah, so we've been through a couple of programs, but HSC is here to stay. I'm not changing. We found the magic formula, so we're sticking with it. So yeah, Carolyn has been around for a while, and she's always happy to share. She's always really supportive in the group, and I really appreciate you, and I appreciate you in the group.
Thank you.
And I'm excited about everything that you've accomplished. So go ahead and share with everybody.
So am I.
Yes.
So am I. So I'm giving away something you haven't seen yet today, and that is this beautiful necklace. So I'm going to hold it so you can see it, and then we'll talk about the chain. So it's this green dichroic glass with the little pops of color in it. It is what we call in the glass business uncapped, which means there's nothing on. Often we put clear glass on the top of pieces to give them depth. By not capping it, it gives it more vibrance. And it comes, I told you get to normally pick your chain or cord to make this simple. It's going to come with this 18-inch sterling, I'm trying to figure out how to get it in focus, this 18-inch sterling silver chain. And that's like a good size for most people. If you really want something different, you can put it in the message to Allie and she'll let me know. This is what I am giving away today.
I love it. It's so pretty. It's such a pretty green. I love all the glass pieces are just like, I always say that's a wow piece by itself. If you do glass, like it's wow, because just the glass itself and then the way you put it together like that, it's absolutely amazing. So what reaction do you want? Everything but wow, because we just did wow was our last one.
I thought love was our last
Love
one.
was the last one. You're right.
So I'm going to say wow because you were saying wow. So I'm going to go with wow.
All right, we're going back to wow, guys. So
because I think we've used them all, right?
Yes. We gotta circle around again.
Yep.
I'm writing emojis next to the products now, so I know what was the last one we did or next to the giveaway. So we are going to do the pendant wow reaction, guys. Remember, a wow reaction, instead of thumbs upping the video, we're going to actually hit the wow reaction. If you are on your phone, click to make sure you expand the video. You're going to see where you can type a message instead of typing wow. Don't do that. You're going to swipe the comments and you're going to see a bunch of little reactions there. And Amy's not on here to tell me the thing you're not supposed to do, but you swipe it over and you'll see a wow. No Bitmojis. Thank you. That's the child remembered. No Bitmojis. And so you're going to hit the wow reaction. And then if you're on desktop, you actually click the video. So the video expands. You'll see the comments on the right-hand side. And underneath, if you move your cursor around underneath, you'll see the reactions pop up down there. I think that's fairly universal. I'm hoping that that's good. Carolyn, while people are doing that, if somebody out there is a handmade seller and they're like, I don't know if this program's really going to work for me. I don't know that this, this sounds fine for Carolyn, but I don't know if it's going to work. What would you tell them? What would you say to them?
I would basically tell them you got to try it. My recollection is you still offer some type of money back guarantee. And I think that was one of the things that drew me in. And I was like, okay, I'll give it a month and we'll see what happens. And lo and behold, I made sales. So that really made a difference for me. And I also saw comments earlier about being overwhelmed by how much there is to do. It is a marathon, not a sprint. And you just start slowly. And if you look at my first posts on my page versus my posts that I'm making today, you'll see the difference in how I handled them. And it is part of the learning process. And it's not overwhelming. There is a community of hundreds of people to support you along with Allie. So it's an easy thing to try and see how it works for you.
I
Like
love
I said, it made a huge difference for me, tripled my sales, went from 0 to 1,140 followers. That to me is the testament to how well it works. And I think it can work for any handcraft seller.
Yeah, we haven't found anybody where it's been like not that product. You know, it's always been able to work. Two things on that. First of all, we don't have a money back guarantee like we used to, because we used to charge so much more for it. So right now we're charging it's only $7 for a 2-week trial.
There you go.
So, and then after that, it's $27 a month. And you can cancel anytime. So come in for 2 weeks, like give it a go for two weeks. And you're going to see how good the calendar is, how good the training is. The quick cash method can get you sales within 15 minutes. It's happened many, many times. Some people use quick cash method more than others, but it is a really good thing to learn and do. And you could do that day one within 30 minutes. You could be using the quick cash method. And two, I'm just going to bring this up, Carolyn, is blue borders. Do we remember blue borders?
Yes, I do. That's why I said, look back and you'll see them. So my color scheme in my business is a cobalt blue. And so I was putting cobalt blue borders around everything so it would be recognizable. And Allie taught me how distracting that is from really seeing your product, kind of like in the Facebook page reviews, how you need to have good pictures of your product front and center, make the product front and center. So yes.
I'll always remember blue borders. I love it. Thank you so much, Carolyn. All right, we are picking the winner. We have, we did wows, right? So we are doing wows, wows, wows. We are, and again, if I invite you to like my page, accept my invite. All right, Carolyn, you have 67 wows.
Wow.
So,
okay.
I'm going to go ahead and pick the number. I'm going to do a quick refresh because I don't think it's showing me all 67, just in case you pick something further at the end.
I am picking lucky number 13.
Oh, 13.
It was my son's birthday, so that's our lucky number.
All right. Perfect. Yeah, that's easy to count to.
That was easy for Allie.
Thank you. Thank you. Somebody actually cared about, reducing my counting abilities or my counting responsibilities. All right, 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 13 is Heather Bowden. Heather Bowden. I'm not quite sure. I think Heather's a member, 95% sure. Heather Bowden. There's Amy. Amy's on now. Heather Bowden, you got to let us know in the comments that you are here to claim your prize. That's me. That's her. All right. Heather is the winner. Congratulations. All right. And then Heather, yes, you are a member. Sometimes I don't know if I'm recognizing the names from commenting on the free page that I have on this page, or if it's from the membership. We've had so many members join. I've got a thermometer on the wall tracking the members, and we've doubled our members since August. We started at 200 and maybe 212. And last time I checked, the last time I counted on there, we were at 430. So it has been a big growth here. So Heather, send us an email. I'm going to drop the email into the comments right now. Send us an email, say, I won Carolyn's necklace. Amy and or I will send you the link by tomorrow morning, and make sure you fill that out tomorrow. so we can send it to Carolyn, who's going to send it to you in the mail. Thank you so much, Carolyn, for being here and talking to us all and sharing your experience with us.
Happy birthday again.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
everybody.
All right, we'll talk to you later.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, guys, this is so great. Look, we've got another giveaway in about 6 minutes, but first you are going to have entertainment. I'm looking over here. I have to go to the bathroom. So if you thought I was going to do a 6-hour live and not go to the bathroom, then you were sorely mistaken. I do have to go to the bathroom. I'm also going to turn the AC up because I don't know if you can tell, I'm getting a little warm. So my youngest child, who many of you know as Clary, but Clary actually has a full name, which is, did you just rub my thermometer off? I was just talking about the thermometer and Clary just, so Clary's full name is actually Clary Sage. And recently Clary has asked to go by Sage, and it's really difficult for me to remember. So I told them tonight I am going to introduce them as Sage. So you know who I'm talking about when I say Sage, because I continue to say Clary because you guys know who Clary is. So Sage is coming over here and is going to show you their Rubik's Cube. So we did this years ago and everybody just got a blast out of it. The Rubik's Cubes. So Sage actually did, before the pandemic, was doing Rubik's Cube competitively. And we would go to competitions all around the Midwest. And then the pandemic hit and we haven't been able to go to the competitions. So I thought it'd be fun to show you how quickly they can actually solve a Rubik's Cube while I go to the bathroom. Then in a few minutes, Sage is the one who's going to do the next giveaway. We have a giveaway item over here. Sage is going to pick the reaction and pick the number and count it down and announce and check to make sure that the person replied. So
can I pick the number?
Well, that's up to that one to decide. So Willow's going to be in here as well. Make sure everything stays on track.
I'm the manager.
Yeah, we've got a manager in place. Everything's going to be okay. So I'm going to bring Sage in here. They're going to show you, and I'm going to go to the bathroom and turn the AC colder. So here we go. Meet the child.
Whoa. I did not expect that, sorry. Hello, y'all. So Sage, Willow, my co-assistant.
Hello.
And my mother wants me to show off my Rubik's Cube skills. And I have a Rubik's Cube here. And I'm going to have Willow mix it up.
I can do it on camera.
Willow's gonna mix it up on camera.
And we can just like mix it up here.
And while Willow's doing that, I just want to show off a couple other cubes because I've been doing this for when was 2018?
When was 2018?
How long ago?
Like 5 years ago?
I've been doing it for 5 years, and it's a hobby that's sticked around. So this is called a mirror cube. It shape shifts. So this one you do not solve by color but by shape, which is a nice challenge but also very
You
easy.
can hold it up to the camera.
Yeah. So and this one's special and it glows in the dark and super cool. It's simple cube but fun. So that's a cube that you do not compete in competitions. This is one that you do. It's called a Pyraminx, and it is a interesting.
I mean, it's a pyramid.
Yeah, it's a pyramid, and it is solved very interesting and very.
Well, solve it right now.
Yeah. It is. This is like the most mixed up it can get. It doesn't look very mixed up.
Put it up higher.
Gotta just hold it up high.
Whoop. Yay!
And just a very simple, fast solve that you can do very easily. It is,
as the cube expert here.
It is one of the easiest cubes to learn. It is simple. And this is not technically a cube. It is a
Ball.
It is a ball. It is a gear cube. It's a cube, but not really. And it's just.
How fast can you solve that one?
This one, again, very easy. It is. You can only do 180 turns, 180 degree turns on it. So you literally just have to line up a couple of the pieces.
Here.
Can you move this
Down a little bit.
Yeah.
You're gonna mess it up for mom.
Yeah, we're just.
It'll be a
gonna have
joke.
to-
It'll be fine.
I'm just gonna have to hold up here.
Yeah, just set up a little bit and hands up. Oh,
I went lower. Where was I?
you solving the cube.
See, this one I do get stuck on a little bit because it is slightly different with some of the cases you can get on it. This one you don't really you don't really have a technique on it. It's just
Spin it until it
until it is solved.
Oh yeah, and just that easy.
Yeah, just spin. Just go.
See,
spin.
it seems easy to you, and it seems easy when you do it, and then someone tries to solve a cube, and it takes like an hour at least, sometimes days.
Sometimes days. Well, it took me a year
Yeah.
to solve my first cube.
And then what did you do when you learned how to solve it? What was
Kept solving and solving and solving.
Yeah, we like went to the library and like we went
to the farmer's market. I refused to watch a video on how to solve it, which is just something you should not do. You should learn how to do it correctly. And I kept on messing around with the cube, and I got a case that I recognized from the video, and so I went home and was able to solve it for the first time. And at that moment in my brain, it clicked on how to actually solve a Rubik's Cube.
See, I just remember the time when we were at the library and you were showing the one like random lady that came up to us, like you were solving the cubes there, and like you just kept solving it over and over again, and like it was like for 20 minutes that we were just sitting there talking about cubes.
My mom used to peel the stickers off as well. And then if you just give them this cube, then they're stuck because it is literally no stickers. Like, you can just stop, except if you remove the pieces.
Also, if you want to see someone spin a cube really fast, you need to solve that one because you do that so fast, and I don't even understand how your fingers can move that fast. I can
Tilt the
hold
camera down because this is going to be hard to do it fast. Okay. So this is the standard 3x3 that is used that is all competitions have, basically. Okay.
Yay!
This is a cube that I've practiced with for 5 years.
Oh.
Like for 5 years, and I've gotten very fast and have been able to get 7 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 or 8 seconds. Magic. All cubing is magic.
Magic.
And my mom wanted me to show off one of my bigger cubes in my collection, which is an 8x8, which I can just do a quick pattern.
How long
on.
does that take to solve?
This one, usually 20 minutes. I can solve a 11x11 in about 30.
That's crazy still though. Also, you should solve here. I can mix up the other cube again to do another
Which one?
solve of this one. Are you gonna give all yet?
Not yet. We're at 9:04. But this is one of my biggest cubes. I love it a lot. But it's also just fun to take these apart and see how they work. That's something I've done a lot of because it just I have to do something with my hands.
It's fun. Also the snake.
Yes. Here's my friend Bones the snake.
Bones snake.
Bones the snake.
Oh, Bones the snake.
He is my companion, and he chills around my neck constantly.
Well, since like yesterday,
Since
when
yesterday.
you got it for Christmas.
But he chills around my neck constantly. And I'm gonna do one more solve. Then we are going to
Here, I'll bring the camera down just a
be
little bit.
giving away the item. So just
Can you put like your hands on the table with that, or like the thing?
it's hard because Mom has so many different heights of things. Okay. So the thing I do at the beginning is I inspect it and I can see what I'm going to do before I do it on the cube. So
Yay!
it is once you get it, you just get it.
You just know.
Once you can understand the problem, you can understand a lot more problems of different cubes. Like because like if I like this cube because I know how to solve this cube, I can solve a cube that has another layer of this. And because I know how to solve that one, I can solve up, up, and up.
Until like an 18 by 18.
21 by 21.
Oh, that's the biggest?
Yeah.
That's insane.
Which hopefully someday I would get a 21 by 21, which that would be pretty cool. It is a skill that doesn't seem like it's useful, but the way your brain sees it, your life just sees, like, you just see it in a different way. Like, I see everything as just algorithms that you just need to do on a cube.
I thought you were going to say you see everything as Rubik's Cubes.
I see everything as Rubik's Cubes. It is just honestly amazing.
Have you competed for money?
I have. A couple of years ago when we were still doing competitions, there was a competition that that was Ohio versus Michigan. And like you just have to be like below a like certain average of solving cubes to be able to be in it. And I was what would be the right way to say it? Above that. I was in the range with the app, like I was in that range and I was able to compete in it, and I won, was it like $20?
$20 in a shirt, was it?
It was like $20 and $2 bills.
Oh.
And it was just very, very fun, and it's a fun activity, and I hope that someday.
Yes, and you won, which is awesome.
I have not won a competition, to be clear. I've not won a competition. That I still have a lot to grow to do. But it is amazing I was able to do that and win like $20 and $2 bills.
Good job.
And before Mother comes in and kills.
Well, give it up for the child for like solving cubes and being really awesome because they know how to do magic with magic cubes. These are magic cubes.
Yeah, just magic cubes, plant them in the ground.
Do you want me to go put these away?
You can just keep them there. I can just put them away.
Yay!
And so I will be doing this next giveaway that Mother did not give me what reaction she has done.
She did the wow last.
Wow.
And then heart before that.
Okay. And so let's just do it.
Yeah, let's do it.
So we are going to be giving away a Go On and Get It Done, which again, like is nice to just see it.
Classic mug.
Classic mug. You gotta just see it and get that mindset.
Go on, get it done.
Go on and get it done. If you're stalling on something, just go on and get it done. It can be that easy. So what reaction?
I mean, would a like?
A like?
Just a simple like.
Okay. The thumbs up.
The thumbs up.
We're going to be doing a thumbs up reaction for the Go On and Get It Done mug. A good solid mug, 8 ounces.
8 ounces.
I think this is 8 ounces. I'm pretty sure. And it is a good way to get yourself in the right mindset.
It's a good motivation mug.
Good motivation mug. It is an 8. Okay. It is 8 ounces.
Thank you, Amy.
Thank you, Amy.
We know nothing about coffee.
We know nothing about mug sizes. But yeah, thumbs up for to be entered in a chance to win the Go On and Get It Done mug.
Yes. Which they have like a few minutes to do that. Right?
Yes. Hi, mother.
I guess.
Smiling menacingly.
So as we wait for like the people to put the thumbs up to win,
Thumbs up reaction.
thumbs up reaction to win, what shall they talk about?
Talk about some of the stuff you do on Small Shop Discovery.
Yes, I do stuff. So for people who follow the Small Shop Discovery page, I am the person who makes the posts for them, makes the posts and makes the reels. I respond to comments. I am the person behind the scenes that does everything that just does everything for Small Shop Discovery, basically. Most things.
Everything.
Most things for Small Shop Discovery. It's a pretty nice gig. It's pretty nice to be able to see like people in the lives and just notice people from doing the comments and posts. It is very, very fun community and very nice to see small businesses grow.
You're doing great.
I don't. What are words?
So pick the words. Pick the winner.
Pick the winner.
Pick the winner.
Word.
So make sure that if you want the mug,
Make sure if you want the mug, you do a thumbs up reaction. Mom, how do I get to the reaction?
Oh.
How do you get to the show? You didn't show me this.
So you got to go to the video
Okay.
here.
Thank you.
Then you have to leave that and go back
Okay.
to it.
Thank you.
And then you know the
Okay.
rest. So you're still on video even though
Yeah,
you're
I know. Okay, so we are going to give away this mug. Will is going to be picking the number.
Okay.
And we're going to pick the number in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. What's the number?
Oh, you give me my range.
Okay. My brain works. 65.
65. Why don't you go for a 20? Because I am 20 years old.
120. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 14, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Lynette Kozar. Is that right?
I think it's Lynette. I don't know if I've ever pronounced your last name. So Kosar.
Lynette Kozar. You are the winner of the Go On and Get It Done. You have to say that you're here to claim your prize.
She's
right
there.
there. Is there? Do you want me to drop?
I'll go ahead and drop the link.
Okay. Congratulations to Lynette. Just gotta go on and get it done.
Yay!
Good job.
Okay, I'm tagging you in.
Oh, I love it, guys. I love it, love it, love it. All right. I think Amy's got the email in there
Also,
for
your
Lynette to
camera
send
was
to.
adjusted so that we could show off the cubing, so you need to fix that.
What did you do to it?
It's okay. You
There we
just
go.
gotta set it up a little higher. That may
Oh,
be
I got
too
it.
high.
I think I'm good right there. I think I'm back to normal. All right, everybody, that was Sage. Thank you so very much for taking over while I went to the bathroom and got something to drink. Did I bring my? Yeah, I brought the water in. Turned the AC down to like 72. It's like 63 outside. We could have the doors open, but I can't open a window in here. And it's just like a hot box with all the lights. So I had to cool down. All right. Thank you, everybody, for being a part of their initiation into the online world. Eventually, I told them today, I said, eventually you'll inherit Small Shop Discovery and it will be all yours. But yeah, they've been taking on more and more responsibilities and we expect them to more in 2024. And so you guys will be seeing more and more of Sage, even if you don't visually see more and more in Sage, you're going to be seeing more and more of their work as we go. All right. Thank you. Oh, they dropped the chair too. The chair feels okay. I think if I fix the chair now, the camera won't be good. All right. So we've got 14 minutes. What do I have on my list? I moved my list. What was going to be next? All right. After the giveaway, we had, okay, so one thing I wanted to talk about really quick, and I'll answer a few more questions. So if you asked me a question before and I haven't answered it yet, you can drop some questions there. I'm probably not going to get to them all. But I did want to talk a little bit, and we're going to talk about this more on Monday in Handmade Sellers Club. For those of you who are Handmade Sellers Club members, there is an upgrade that you can take to gold. And I believe, I think Lisa or Dawn was talking about being in gold. And what gold is gold is a much more comprehensive email program where we teach you more about email. But what we're doing with gold this year is we do have a weekly call in gold, and it's going to be a 1 year long get it done season in gold. So if you are an HSC member, you can only sign up for gold if you're already an HSC member. But if you're in gold, we are going to be dividing up the year into different things you need to do in order to grow your business. So we are focusing the first 3 months of this year. We're going to be focusing in on all the elements of the super seller system. So if you're an HSC and you think, man, I keep putting this off, I'm not getting it done, I wish I had a little bit more accountability, I wish I had been able to ask Allie direct questions, like face-to-face type questions, have a little bit of one-on-one with Allie, you can get that when you are a gold member. So I'm going to drop the link for gold. So the first three in a second here. I'm trying to get my thoughts back together. I walked away and came back and now I'm like all discombobulated. So the first 3 months of gold, we're going to be doing super seller system. And then we're going to do 2 months of website boot camp and then 3 months of email mastery. That's going to be through the entirety of 2024. As a gold member, you can choose to just be in there for the 3 months of the super seller system, or you can just be there during the website workshop. You can just be a member during, or the website bootcamp, you can just be a member during that segment, or just during email mastery, or you can join for the entire year and go through all of the courses throughout a whole year. Imagine where you would be if you start January 1st, joining gold is actually be the 2nd by the time we have our first call. On January 2nd, you're hitting the ground running, and every week we are working together, or 3 weeks for each month. We are working together on very specific steps to take in your business. And it's really a group coaching program that you can opt into or opt out of. So while Handmade Sellers Club is a little bit more at your own pace, Gold is following along kind of in a classroom style where we are going through each training together and then answering questions and giving you support on that. But you can choose to be a member for as long or as short as you want to, or you can commit to the entire year and go through the entire training. The other thing we're going to do in Gold that was not announced before, you guys heard Lisa talk about how the journaling challenge really was a big game changer for her. We are only going to be offering the journaling challenge to Gold members at no additional cost. So it's usually an additional cost. But if you are a Gold member, we're going to do at least 2 journaling challenges in 2024. Life-changing, money-making journaling challenges. I cannot stress that enough. And Jen's here. I hope she talks a little bit about the journaling too. We're going to be doing that for Gold members through 2024. And it's only going to be Gold members that can take the journaling challenge. Once again, you can join just for the month of the journaling challenge and then leave again. That is perfectly fine. So I'm going to drop the link for Gold in, let me find it real quick here. I'm going to drop the link for Gold in the comments. Again, this is for people that are already Handmade Sellers Club members that want to take it the extra mile, that want a little bit more hand-holding. Gold is only $470 for the year or $47 a month. And again, you can join for just the 3 months that we do the super seller system and then leave before we get to websites. You can join just during the websites. You can join just during the month that we are doing the journaling challenge. But you'll get the calls, you get that one-on-one with me, and you get the email training course in there as well. And the reason why we keep the email training course separate is because Handmade Sellers Club has everything you need in order to grow your business. And we even show you how to start collecting emails. But email is a little bit more complex than everything else that I teach. And when I tried to teach it along with those other trainings, so many people got stuck there that they weren't advancing on Facebook and they weren't doing the other things they needed to do to grow their business. So I've kind of set email aside, email and doing like email promotions. And Carolyn talked about that. Carolyn's been through the email mastery course. I set that aside for those who are already getting a level of success. When they're ready to jump to email, they can easily access that information as well. Let's see. Judy said, what is the email if you want a prize? Let me paste the Gold link first, and then I will give you the email to claim the prize. It's good to see you, Judy. All right. So for HSC members, again, we're going to talk about this more on the HSC call on Monday, but that is your link for Gold. We still haven't updated the sales page. It's Christmas. So it's not going to show that year-long calendar. We will be updating the sales page with that, but that is the calendar. January, February, March, we're going to be doing Super Seller System, all things Facebook for 3 months straight. We're going to be working together through the steps of the super seller system. Then I think we got May and June for the website boot camp. And then we've got September, October, November for the email mastery that we're going to be going through that together. Those off months, you've heard that I skipped a couple of months there. For those off months, we are doing one-on-one coaching and hot seats during those calls, as well as website reviews, Facebook reviews, any help you need on those off months. Those are completely devoted to just diving into whatever issues you are having specifically with your business. Alita said, I started with 50 email addresses and now have over 3,400 since being in Gold. I love that. Great job, Alita. Alita's been, oh, shoot, I think you were in my second class. I don't think you were in the first class I taught with the email. I think you were in the second one way back in the day. You guys are awesome. Let's see. Any other questions? We got about 7 minutes. Rami said, what month will the website stuff start in Gold? I'm planning to join and need to save some money. Website stuff, I believe, is May, June. I've got March, April is, yeah. So May, June is when we're doing the website boot camp. Now, to be clear, anybody can join Handmade Sellers Club right now and access all of the training for Super Seller System, all of the training for boot camp, and not all the email mastery stuff, because that is in gold. But you can jump right into those programs now and do it at your own pace. But if you like that classroom kind of feeling, if you like doing it with other people, if you want that extra accountability, gold is perfect for that. All right. Let's see. Lisa is so excited about gold. I'm so excited as well. Let's see. Any other questions? I don't want to scroll all the way up because this is going to be a lot of comments to go through. So does anybody have a question I can answer in 5 minutes or less? Yeah, Lisa joined earlier this month. I love that. Rami said, oh, thank you. Didn't know it was already in. Yeah, it's already in HSC, not gold. So the boot camp stuff is, all the training is there. Gold is just going to be that group coaching classroom type situation where at the beginning of each call, we go over the training. I assign training for the next week. And then we just kind of go over it. And then I answer questions and help people actually get it done. Lori says, what do you think about selling on TikTok and Instagram? So I am a really big fan of Reels right now. I've been a fan of Reels for a while. Actually, it's been over a year now that I've been like, Reels is going to be really, really big. I'm also a huge fan of TikTok. I'm a huge user of TikTok. I really do love TikTok. The reason why I start with Facebook is because most people aren't tech savvy and have experience in the video creation to start with TikTok. So with Facebook, you can start with text and with images, and you can grow from there. And with Facebook, you can start doing videos. You can do both videos and reels. So those are actually separate things, right? You can upload a video, or you can upload a video, a specific kind of video, as a reel. So I love short form video. I think that Instagram is still a fantastic platform if you know your audience is there, if you've got really, it's all about having that really unique product focus. The thing with Instagram is your photography game has got to be on point. They're not going to let you get away with bad photography. You can get away with not as great photography on Facebook. I always want your photography to be fantastic, right? But I talk about things like selfies of you with a product. That can be really raw and not super polished. But on Instagram, raw doesn't work. They want everything to be glossy and shiny and wow. So you really got to be on point with your images for Instagram. I have a feeling, and I don't know what Willow's going to be talking later tonight about Instagram and Threads and TikTok. I'm really excited about Threads.
Threads makes me excited.
Yeah, Willow's excited about Threads too. So we'll talk some about that when Willow comes up. But I think that Instagram is kind of sort of getting away from hashtags a little bit. I know that they have been saying that they're putting less importance on hashtags. Reels are super important on Instagram. And if you're going to make reels, so one of my mantras is Facebook posts don't belong on Instagram and Instagram posts don't belong on Facebook generally, as a general rule. There are definitely exceptions to that. And there are a lot of exceptions to it, but you can't automatically assume that everything you put on Facebook can also be put on Instagram. There's a mismatch in culture there, but anything you do on Reels can pretty much be done on each platform. There are ways to tweak it for the individual platforms and trends and things that happen on those individual platforms. But if you're going to make short form video, you can put it on Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. And so if you are already making short form video, if you are doing Reels on Facebook, and I wouldn't say this for any other reason than it takes no time at all to put them up on Instagram and TikTok as well. Take the same video, put it, and if you're doing Instagram Reels already, take it and put it on TikTok and Facebook. It takes just a few minutes to post it on all of the platforms. And one really good viral reel, I don't know if Stephanie is still here tonight, but like 2 years ago, somebody bought one of her products. It went viral on TikTok and she sold a crap ton of the product. It can be a bit overwhelming if you go really viral, but it's an easy way to get more eyeballs on what you're doing. Downside is you can't put like a link in your bio on TikTok until you get, I think Willow said 1,000 followers.
Somewhere around there. I know that it's locked under something with followers.
Yeah, you can't. So they can't link directly to. So you got to watch your comments. Hey, where can I buy this? And be able to send them somewhere. Tell them where to go. Some people just send them to their Instagram where there is a link, right? Hey, go check out my Instagram. And there's a link there on Instagram. So that is where it is tricky with TikTok. But if you just post consistently, your followers are going to go up consistently. And if you're already posting reels to Facebook, you could be growing a following on TikTok, and you get to that 1,000, you can put your link there. And that's traffic, right? That's traffic to your link tree or your website or whatever it is that you're linking there. So I'm a fan. The only one I'm not a fan of is Twitter/X, which I've heard as Twix. I wasn't a fan of it even before Elon Musk, because Twitter is toxic. Twitter is a toxic cesspool. And it's not that some people can't do well. And Willow's been doing stuff on Twitter. And it was good for her to find people so she does a podcast where she interviews people that make RPG games, TTRPG games. And so it was a good way to connect with the makers. But she moved to Threads, which is very similar to Twitter. And it's like the Instagram of Twitter. It's just softer, kinder place to be. It's a more enjoyable place to be. Twitter is just ugly. It's ugly. And you got to watch that with TikTok too. TikTok can be very ugly. The friendliest social media platform by far is Instagram. Other than like bad pictures people can send you, the comment section usually tends to be very positive and helpful. Facebook's not too bad. You can get the occasional person on Facebook. But I've never had a problem on Instagram, other than people like saying, hey, I can get you a bunch more followers. Like, that's annoying, but it's not toxic. So just watch for that. Every platform has its own culture. And it's really, really important if you're going to use that platform to get familiar with the culture. Real quick, before I pull up Jen, Carrie asked the $1 million question. What about hashtags on Facebook? Carrie, there is a video on my on this page. When we're done here or tomorrow or whenever, go look at the videos on my page. You'll see one about hashtags on Facebook. I think it's like 25 minutes long. That's why I'm not going to answer your question here. Short answer is no hashtags on Facebook. But I think it's important to understand why, not just say, well, Allie said no, so I don't do it. I'm all about context, and I want you guys to really understand why I say what I say. So there is a 20, 30 minute, somewhere in there, video about hashtags on Facebook. Watch it. You're going to learn a lot from that. I highly recommend you go check that out. Okay, with all of that said, we got Jen. Jen is about to be up in the house here. We're going to add the stage. Hello, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you? Happy birthday.
Thank you. Yay. I'm so excited to have you here and have you share your story and your products and everything you do with
It's
everybody.
a long story.
It's a fantastic story. So people who are concerned about niching down need to listen to this story tonight. So
Yeah.
First of all, tell everybody who you are. And what it is you sell. Tell us a bit about your products.
Okay, my name is Jen, and my business name is Mystical Zodiac, and I sell metaphysical accessories and wall art, which, I don't know, do you want to do the products now or tell the story first?
You can show some products.
Okay. So I do things like sphere holders. I don't know if you can see, with different designs. Like this, and by sphere holder I mean like for crystals, for spheres, so they fit in like this. And I do astrological signs for them. I can basically do whatever. I do a lot of custom work, but on the page I focus mostly on the I wish it wasn't so.
Is that a Capricorn?
It is a Capricorn.
Guess
I
who?
have all 12. Well, this is like backwards to me. I'll get it. Hold on. There we go.
There you
Yeah.
are.
Yeah. I also do my personal favorite, which is pendulum boards. So I do a couple different varieties of those, which these have the rune symbols. And then I also do, sticking with the runes, I make, so see, it's a box like that, and then it pops open. Hold on. And then it's got all the hand done runes on the inside. So, and it's like that. Tarot card holders. This is the only one I have left. I did a market and I sold out of like all of them. So that just pops in there. So that's for like card of the day for people who do divination work. And then for the wall art sort of stuff, I don't do that much for this page in the wall art, but everything I do has spiritual significance. Like my my wooden owl here. And all of them come with like a card and a write-up of the spiritual significance of it all. And it's all on the website and stuff. And then, of course, my absolute favorite, my hand-painted raven one, which I think was a giveaway at one point too. Yeah, so that's him here. And he's got like the glitteries and all that. So
I just love the colors on that. I love it.
me
So
too. But funnily, I don't think I'm going to make any more of those. I think that's my last one of that.
it's okay to like put things in the vault until the people are yelling and screaming, and like in 5 years you bring it back and we all flip out. Yes.
Well, that's the thing. In that one, it takes so much work for it that I have to kind of separate myself from it for a little bit and then, you know, go back to it. So that's an overview of what I do.
So your story.
Okay. When I first started, this is even before I met Allie, I started with a Cricut, and I thought that I could just hop online and sell anything. So I actually started a homeschool business with my kids as kind of a project for them to learn about taxes and how to run a business and all that. And then it kind of took off from there. So we got some interest from friends and family, and I thought, well, shoot, I got this, no problem. And no, it was not at all like that. So I would do, you know, all the things that Allie says not to do, where you post and here it is, and here's the price, and buy from me, buy from me, buy from me. That did not work at all. So I started, you know, looking around online for all these different programs, and they have these programs, you know, $700, buy this huge program and sit and go at your own pace, and then, you know, see you later. And there's no like support to it or anything, which is not me. I need accountability, but that's just hands down who I am. So I looked and I did a lot of the free, like, you know, join us for 3 days and you know, see if this is the program for you and all that. And none of them were. And nothing was moving on the Facebook page. And I kept trying and kept trying. And I was just so discouraged. And I didn't want the kids to see, you know, how discouraged I was and all that. So I did the first challenge was the 5-day challenge.
Yeah.
So I did that one, and I was like, wow, this is like, it's actually fun getting engagement and talking to people, and it's not selling. It's like, these are cool people. I really like that. So I was really intrigued by that. And then I made 2 sales during that. And I was like, huh. And they weren't actually people from the challenge either. They were just people who had happened to stumble upon what I was doing, and it wasn't high sale tactics. So I was like, this is really interesting. So I was like, I'm just gonna try. And this is before it was handmade sellers. So it was the super seller system and all that. So I bought that, and I went through that, and I started making sales, but it was sporadic. I'd post something, and then it was like a couple sales, and I'd try something else and nothing. So I'd go, and it was kind of like what you're saying. It was like throwing stuff out there, being like, I wonder if people will like this. No, okay, well, then we'll move on to this. And no, all right, well, we'll try this. And it just wasn't quite what I wanted. So then I went to, I can't remember which other which one I did next, because I think I've done every single thing in your. It was, I actually think it was the Facebook page review that I got when whichever one it was that I joined. And you were like, look, you need to find what it is that you want to do. And I said, well, I know what I want to do. It's wood. I'm making things. You're like, that's great, but what are you making? And, well, I'm making this and I'm making this, and isn't this pretty? And oh, look at this, I can make this too. And you're like, it's not going to work. So I was like, sure, okay, but I didn't listen, and I tried for another 3 or 4 months, and I finally was like, okay, obviously what I'm doing is not working. This was the, definition of insanity that I was really, really working on. So I was like, all right, and you and I talked. I think I can't even remember why, but you helped me, and you said, where's your bestseller, and what do you love to do, and let's work from there. And so we were able to kind of navigate and tunnel it down. And so now I have the Mystical Zodiac site, which is amazing, absolutely amazing, because I have people there who want to be there. They're there for that. And I have people who buy every single thing I post, people who just stumble upon me and buy, and then they're gone, but they're all the right people. The other page I have is the Wood Artist Loft, which is more of the wall art and the big fancy things. But on that one, the cautionary tale of getting the wrong followers of let's all post our business page and follow each other, because I have, almost 500 followers there, and it's like pulling teeth to get any interaction at all because they're not the right people. So that's my cautionary tale. Do not do that ever.
I love that. So what we're talking about here, everybody, is, I mentioned it earlier. Making stuff out of wood is a process. It wasn't a product to a niche. So when Jen really narrowed down, and I think you posted it in the group or something and said, can I go in this direction? I don't remember when we talked about that.
That must have been it. Yeah.
Yeah, you're like, can I go in this direction? Can I do like the metaphysical stuff? I'm like, yes, because
you were like, please do.
Yes, because that's a very specific group of people. People that are into what it is that you make, the rune stones and the divinations and all of that stuff, are looking for products just for them. And they're looking for stuff that's not boring, general stuff that they're finding on Amazon, and they can't find it on at Walmart, rarely. So you're able to make really cool products just for them that help them experience their passion, right? This is something that they're passionate about, that they're interested. This is a hobby of theirs. However you want to look at it, it's a religious practice, for some of them, and you're able to give them products that they can experience, their joy, this passion of theirs, and display it around their house and show people, and have things that are catered specifically to them and custom made for them. And so you're able to create a community and talk about a single subject versus, oh, look at this pretty thing here and look at that pretty thing there. We can go to Walmart and find a lot of pretty things. And that's what we don't want to be when we're selling online, is just like, oh, I can do anything and everything. So that's what I love about Jen's journey. Because I remember you even pushing back on the name of your business. You guys think I don't remember these things, but I remember these things. You were like, and I think this is so important. This is so important because the name of your business, because I was like, we at least need to do a qualifier. And you're like, but the name of the business has to stay the same. I remember that because you're like, I'm doing this with my kids. We picked out the business. We worked together to pick the business name. And that's not changing. And now I don't see it on either one of your pages.
Nope.
Because that emotional connection was not the important thing. The important thing was to connect with the audience.
Yep, absolutely. And that was probably the hardest thing for me to get over of all of it. Well, that, and of course splitting it, but the name, and realizing that the name it's my emotion, and I have to deal with whatever that is. And I can put it elsewhere if I want it, but it doesn't have to be there on Facebook. It doesn't have to be the forefront thing that people see.
And it's not the most, I'm telling you guys, the name of your business is not the most important part of your business.
Right.
I know it's the one you labored over the most. I know it's the one that you've spent nights thinking about and writing down it in 20 different ways and having your friends and family help you pick the perfect name. And at the end of the day, the name hardly matters.
Mhm.
It hardly matters. I've had a couple of clients that found that their name was trademarked and they had to change it, and they flipped out. And then they changed it and they're like, oh, that wasn't that big of a deal. Nobody actually cared. Nobody actually, what they care about is the community, the connection to you. They care about the products that you're providing for them. So I absolutely love that. I love that. I love that. What is the difference in your life? Okay. So money difference, stress level difference. Like, what is the difference of your life between before joining my programs and after?
Oh my gosh. Well, the stress, I mean, alone is just because I know what I'm doing. Like I go to work to create something and I know what I'm creating. I'm not going, you know, through Etsy. I mean, like, oh, look, this is a big seller for someone. I'm going to go try and do that. You know, this is me and my art and what I am creating for the people on my page who want to see that. So all that guesswork has kind of been taken out of that whole extra stress part of having a business.
I love that.
Yeah. Well, and it's funny enough, talking about the journaling challenge.
Yes. Tell us about your experience with
Okay. Well, I loved that. I just thought that was like the best thing ever. I loved getting up and having an excuse to sit out there and write and the prompts and everything. But one of the prompts had been, I think, like, what is your big fear and what are you like? Why is it a fear? And one of them had been live sales for me. And I'd done, excuse me, the live challenge before. And I couldn't get over myself. And during that challenge, I wrote it out and it was like ridiculous. It was like, well, what if nobody comes? And then what if a ton of people come? I'm like, well, that's like, what are you even doing? Why is that? You know, then you're going to be stuck doing nothing forever if you're worried about, you know. So I made a promise to myself after that journal challenge prompt that by the end of the year, I was going to go do a live sale. Going to do a live sale. And man, did I put that off. I did it last week. I did it because, well, you know, because you're here, the weather has been so bizarre. I had one show and then another show got rained out. Well, I had looked at the weather and I was like, it's never going to happen. It's never going to happen. I was like, what am I going to do? So I pulled up the training on live sales. I watched all that. And then I made my event page like you taught us. And I actually did it. And it was so great because Riley sat with me and helped and was my, you know, my helper. So that was fantastic to have her involved in it. And I made more on that live sale than I had at the show the week before. So I was like, okay.
Look at you breaking out of comfort zones and making a bunch of money.
That was hard though. I got to say, I mean, I was looking forward to it, but I was also just panicked. But it really was because all the right people were there. Again, it was like the people who wanted to be there were there.
You had a fertile field at that point in time. Yeah, and that's where some people are like, how do you get people to show up for a live sale? That happens so much further in advance than what a lot of people realize, because you've got to build that relationship. You've got to get the engagement going. You've got to get people excited about you. And then when you say, I'm doing a live sale, they're like, yes, this sounds like so much fun. This is amazing. And you got them to show up. And that was absolutely fantastic. Great job. So what would you say, and then we'll do your giveaway item. What would you say is the biggest benefit if you were to tell somebody like, hey, I joined this program and they're struggling too, and you'd say, this is the biggest benefit from this program? What would you say has been the biggest benefit for you thus far?
Oh, I got my life back. I don't know how else to like describe, like I'm going to cry. I swear. Like, it's just the learning I could do it. I had control, like I had to work really, really, really hard. And I still work really, really, really hard. But to see that it can be successful and I can do it myself. I don't need anybody else. You know, I'm independent. I can do it if I need to do it. I mean, it's great. You know, the whole family's involved. My husband goes to shows with me. He helps me load. The kids are involved with shipping and all that. But if anything ever happened, I could do it.
Yes.
So that to me was huge. Huge.
I love it. Thank you so much
You're
for sharing that.
welcome.
It makes me so happy. I've been loving, and this is, guys, I'm telling you, when I say like I care about the members, like I've been watching Jen for what, a year and a half, 2 years, something like it's got to be close.
It's somewhere around there.
Yeah, I keep track of you guys, and I remember things, and don't think I won't bring it up again.
I know.
Don't think I'll be like, I remember doodads and more and all of that. So no, I really appreciate you sharing that with everybody and letting us know what your experience is. What do you have for a giveaway tonight?
I'm going to give away my Raven.
You're going to give away the Raven?
I am.
I love that.
He's got the little hanger on the back. This is just for the show, but I'll keep it on in case someone wants to use it. But he's got a little hanger on the back.
Perfect. All right, we're going to give away the Raven. What reaction do you want? What did the child do? Thumbs up?
Thumbs up, yeah.
Okay. So anything but thumbs up.
No, we'll do the heart.
All right, we will do heart. By the way, I need to write down that winner. All right, guys, react with the heart. Lynette won the mug, and then we're doing the Raven. So react with a heart, you guys. You got to react to this video with a heart. That does not mean a heart in the comment. What that means is instead of a thumbs up, you're going to choose one of the other reactions that are available to you. There's the thumbs up, heart, care, lappy, wow. You're going to hit the heart reaction. Any last words? We want to talk about the Raven at all, or anything else you want to add while we are waiting for the hearts to come through?
I don't think so. I just want to encourage everyone to at least give this program a chance. Because I know there's so many out there and so many options you can do, but you really can't. For $7 for 2 weeks, you get, I mean, the community itself is worth the $7, and then the posting calendar. Because I know we all struggle with what to post every day, knowing that I can get up in the morning or even plan a week ahead and just know that takes a whole other level of the stress off of running your business. So that would be my thing. My suggestion is to really, really encourage you to give it a try.
Yeah, guys, there's a pinned post. It's a $7 trial. You get 2 weeks for $7. For just $7, you get the calendar. Like, even if you say, Allie, I'm joining for 2 weeks and then I'm quitting and you're not getting my $27, you can walk away with the calendar, and that's going to be huge. You can get right now, the January calendar is in the program right now. Start posting from it. I'm willing to do that. I'm willing to offer that because I know the results that people get. It speaks for itself. And like you said, the community's there. It's fantastic. I absolutely love it. I love, Nisa says, I'm sold. I made sales off the 5-day challenge. And for those of you wondering, we do have a 5-day challenge coming up in January. I will be announcing that probably by Monday. It's Christmas, so things have been a little behind. I should have had the link ready for tonight, but we will be doing a 5-day challenge in January. So if you're still skeptical and you're like, I'm not joining yet because I don't believe any of this nonsense, take the 5-day challenge. The 5-day challenge alone, it's free. It's free, and it's some of the most valuable information, some of the most valuable strategies you're going to learn about Facebook that even the paid programs, the other paid programs out there aren't as good as that 5-day challenge.
Absolutely.
So go check that out. All right. We are doing hearts to win. I'm calling hearts. We're playing euchre, calling hearts. All right. 1 through 83, Jen.
Oh, I'm going to go lucky 11.
Good. I don't have to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 is Priscilla Pride, who is an HSC member. Priscilla, are you here? Let us know that you're here. Priscilla Pride, are you here? Just got to let us know in the comments. And for all winners tonight, we are going to be sending you a link. You have to email us first. Send us an email. Say, I won. We'll send you a link to fill out. You have to claim that or fill out that link by tomorrow, by the end of the day tomorrow. Gina says, if you skip Starbucks 3 times a month, your HSC membership is paid for. I told somebody that. They said, well, I'll skip my iced tea, the fancy iced tea I get. And I said, I want you to have the iced tea and the membership. Like, I don't want this to be a sacrifice. I want this to be an investment for you, that you're putting money in and you're getting more money out. That's what a program like this should be doing for you. And that's what I work like heck to do for you guys, because that's what I want to see. I want to see you have a better life. I want you getting Starbucks 10 times a month and still be able to pay for this program and go on vacation. All right, Priscilla is here. Fantastic. So Priscilla, send us an email. I'm going to drop the email real quick here. There's the email. Priscilla, send us an email. Tell us you won the Raven. We're going to send you a link to fill out. We will send your shipping address to Jen, who is going to send you the Raven. And you get like the last Raven, right, Jen? This is like the last. It's a collector's piece at this point in time.
I'll sign it on the back for you.
Yeah, sign it. That's perfect. All right. Thank you so much, Jen, for being here tonight.
Thank you for having me.
I really appreciate you sharing your story and can't wait to see what you do in 2024.
Yes, I'll see you at the retreat.
Yes. Jen's going to be at the retreat. It's going to be so much fun. All right. I'll talk to you later. All right. Wonderful. Okay, guys, I'm going to take a quick drink and we have another guest. We're going to move right in from one guest to the next. Since he's been waiting there 10 minutes very patiently because I told him to be here at 9:45 and I ran over. So many of you guys know, especially Handmade Sellers Club members know that over the past year, I have been, not only do I help handmade sellers, but I've always been really passionate about helping local small business owners as well. And so over the last year, I've been attending local networking events and meeting people to kind of figure out, because I love Facebook for local business. And I was like, I want to learn more how I can help local businesses as well. And this will all be relevant here in a minute. So I attended a bunch of networking events. I met a lot of great people. And very early on, one of the first networking events that I went to, so that means our friend-iversary is coming up here, Duncan. I met Duncan. And Duncan has been quickly one of my best friends on the entire planet. And he and I have started a podcast together. So I'm bringing Duncan up for Priscilla. It's in the, I don't know if Amy's watching. Amy, if you could get Priscilla the link. I did pop it in there, but we'll make sure you get it, Priscilla. So we started a podcast about business and marketing, and it's so much fun. So I have invited Duncan to come on here tonight so we can talk about our podcast. And there he is. There is Duncan. Hello.
Hi, Allie. How are you? Happy birthday.
Thank you. It is my birthday.
It is.
It is. You're breathing into your mic. We can.
How's that?
That's even better breath sounds. Perfect. All right.
I'll just hold my breath the whole time.
That's perfect. That's exactly what I was going for. So Duncan is, yes, a marketing nerd, much like I am. And Duncan, I thought tonight we could talk a bit about the podcast. Because while everybody here is a handmade seller and not necessarily a local business owner, I want to talk about how our podcast is for everybody. Even though we're not supposed to be for everybody, really, literally anybody can listen to the podcast and get exciting, fun ideas. So tell everybody about the podcast. I'm just going to hand it over to you. You're going to talk.
Oh, man, I just got instantly nervous. Oh, it's all on me. Well, okay, so the podcast really is, I think the really cool thing about it is that we get to explore things that are going on in our heads all day long when we're having conversations with people, when you're doing things like this. when I'm talking to clients, like we have so many ideas that get built up throughout our conversations with people that we don't get to explore, right? So they're in there and they're kicking around, and that's what this podcast really gives us the opportunity to do, is take ideas that you and I both have really fleshed out and thought about over and over again, and get them out into the open. And I think that the thing I tell people about the podcast that have never heard of it before, and never don't really know what I'm talking about, is if they're interested in business and they want to hear people who have experience building businesses and helping other people build their business talk about building businesses, it's going to be fun for them. There are so many things that you can pull from this show if you look at it from first principles thinking, right? So that's my favorite thing about marketing. You can take things from other businesses and apply them to your own, and it can help you in a way that people in your industry have never seen. That's been the biggest benefit for me from the show, is like hearing the way that you think about business and the way that you think about marketing, and applying some of those ideas to my own business has been incredible. So like, that's enough rambling. The podcast itself, Allie and I sit down and we build an imaginary business that we've both thought about, pre-planned beforehand. We bring a business to the show. The other person doesn't know the business that we're going to talk about, total surprise. And we talk about how we would build, market, advertise, and grow this imaginary business. And it's been a blast so far. So
Yes. So the podcast itself is called Marketing Ping Pong.
oh yeah,
And
probably should have said the name, right?
Yeah. By the way, and I told everybody earlier that the name of your business doesn't matter. The name of the podcast only matters as much so you guys can find it. It is on Spotify, it's on Apple, but we call it Marketing Ping Pong because another friend of ours was actually talking about like, oh, I love it when you have ideas in your head. And it's like and you're imagining this business, and it's like marketing ping pong in your head. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I love that, because that's kind of what Duncan and I like to do with business. It's part of the reason why I do this coaching, right? I love people presenting, this is my business or this is my challenge. And for me, this isn't work. This is play, right? This is like, okay, I want the questions. I want the challenges because it's so much fun to solve them. And so Duncan thinks a lot like that too. And so I like, let's play marketing ping pong and let's actually create these businesses. And what I love about the podcast is it can be so very dry listening to a business podcast. I've listened to a lot of different business podcasts, and they're usually just the same stuff hashed over and over again. They all have the same guests. They all talk about the same sort of things, and that's fine. And there are certain rules, like you talk about principles, like those first principles. There are rules to marketing, and there's only so many different ways you can talk about those rules. But what we did is we tried to make it more tangible. So it's not just like, if you own a business, do this. So our very first episode, Duncan and I bought a frozen yogurt shop. And so the idea was, there was a frozen yogurt shop up north in my hometown. And I'm like, if we bought this frozen yogurt shop, how would we actually market this frozen yogurt shop? And so we go through the entire podcast talking about ways to do that. And why I love doing this with Duncan specifically is because he is definitely an out of the box thinker. He's definitely more playful and fun than my approaches have been, which I love because I've always wanted to be even more playful and fun with this. So, he'll say something outrageous and I'm like, okay, that's crazy, but that just gave me another idea. And then that gives him another idea, and we're able to build on top of each other's ideas. Sometimes it's silly. Sometimes it comes out completely silly.
Yep. Sometimes you're like, yeah, let's not do that, but it did give me a good idea over here. Let's go this direction. Like, okay.
Exactly. So, some of my favorite episodes, we started a bank. So we try to think of like, what is and Duncan came to the call with that one. He's like, I think we should start a bank. And he's like, I literally like fall asleep in banks. They're so boring. that I just want to fall asleep and not be there.
Yeah,
So
it feels like everyone that works there feels like that too. Like you're talking, they're not enjoying themselves, and
yeah,
nobody
nobody's
wants to
having
be there.
fun.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
So we talked about how would we start a bank and actually make it fun and interesting and interactive so that people look forward to going to the bank and they want to go to the bank. There are many of our businesses that end up with a giant tank of goldfish. So that's been in a couple of businesses.
Only the best ones. Yeah.
Yes. All the best ones have goldfish tanks. There are a couple of businesses where we've decided the best strategy is just to do it shirtless. So Duncan claims we can't run every business shirtless, but I beg to differ.
I mean, like food service, you got to wear a whole body hairnet and stuff. It just gets a little complicated,
But so we did I brought up like shirtless car detailing, and then we did a carpet cleaning business after that. And I'm like,
just take your shirt off, right?
Yeah, like we already did that for car detailing. Why can't we do that for carpet cleaning as well?
I feel like you could have a holding company and you could own a bunch of businesses that's like the theme. You just do all normal service-based businesses and you just take your shirt off at all of them. That's the shtick.
Yeah, I think it will work. I was telling Duncan that I follow this girl on TikTok that she just does chores shirtless for people, and like she gets paid well. I'm like, if it works for her, why can't that work for our businesses?
Yep.
So yeah, we have a lot of really we have a good time. It's a lot of fun. One of the ladies that's local here is like, oh, you got to listen to it. You'll laugh, you'll cry. And we've cried. We have both cried on the episodes. And not for sadness, but because we laughed that hard. And we just have a really, really good time at it. So if you guys are looking for something to listen to that is entertaining and fun and keeps you on the business mindset, definitely check it out. It's Marketing Ping Pong. I'm going to drop the link. Michelle says they may pay me to put my shirt back on. Hey, whatever gets the money rolling.
Yeah, get paid. That's the important part.
As long as you're getting paid, that's right. You do you. So it can be found on Spotify. It can be found on Apple. I also just dropped the link to Buzzsprout, where you guys can check out the episodes there. Usually most episodes are about an hour and a half because we literally can't do it any shorter. I swear sometimes we'll be like 45 minutes in and I'm like, there's nothing else we could possibly say about this. And that's when the best idea comes up.
Yes. Yep. Yeah. And then we'll sometimes record 2 episodes in a row and we'll stop one episode, talk for a half hour, and there's like gold in there. And then we start another episode. I'm like, we should have been just recording the whole time.
Yeah. We just need to record like ideally Duncan and I will just get on a call together. We'll hit record. And then we publish whatever comes out because it's always good stuff and it's always fun and it's always entertaining. And I like it because just like I tell you guys, I talk to you guys a lot about having community and being able to not do it alone, right? It's difficult to keep momentum if it's you are following. And I learned this years ago that I can either run a business alone or I can have a mastermind, a board of directors, a community to be part of. And I'm not going to do it alone anymore. It's a very sad, lonely thing to do. And it really stunts what you're capable of. So you have your own ideas. And unless you're challenged on those ideas, unless you're open to hearing other people's ideas, and unless you're surrounding yourself with people that are more successful, that are at your level or higher, and sometimes even lower, when you see somebody else struggling with something that you used to struggle, it really helps to put things into perspective, and it helps solidify that lesson for you. Like, that's what I was doing, but now I realize that, no. And then you're almost like, please don't do that anymore because I'm telling you, it's a bad path to go down.
Yeah, that's so right. And I think like it's so important, like you said, to have mentors, peers, and then people that you're helping bring up to your level as well. Because teaching people, I'm sure that you know this because that's what you do, teaching, coaching, helping people. It's one of the best ways to crystallize the things that you think, right? It's like I don't really have that quite yet. I've gotten some people this year that I'm helping mentor and bring up, and it's been huge for me this past year because I have all these things kicking around and like I know it, but having to say it out loud and teach someone else how to do it really cements your understanding of it so that you can live it out
Yes.
even better. So
Absolutely, absolutely. And when I met Duncan, I met him at a networking event, and everybody goes around and introduces who they are. And there's a marketing guy there, and there's a marketing guy there, and there were like 3 or 4 marketing kind of agency type people there. And I'm like, oh, cool! I'm meeting some like actual marketing people. And at the end, a bunch of the marketing people kind of stood in a circle, and I'm like throwing out names like Alex Hermosi, and Duncan's like, oh yeah, I know Alex Hermosi. And I'm like, oh wait, you actually know like marketing people. And I remember calling Tim. I got in the car and I called Tim. I'm like, oh my gosh, I just met like a bunch of marketing people. And there's this one guy, and he was like really, really smart. And like, I got his card, and you were getting in your truck. I'm like, I see him right now. He's over there. I'm like, he's going to be my new best friend. Whether
well,
he
it's
likes
like
it
you
or
meet
not.
somebody that speaks your language and you're like,
Exactly.
yes, finally, and like it really was perfect timing in a lot of ways. Like, right, if you hadn't gone to that networking event, we wouldn't have met. Like, I went to those pretty regularly, but you didn't really go to many more of those.
I that's the only one specifically like that I went to.
Yeah, and it was good timing in another way because I owned a marketing agency, right? And I did a lot of the things that new marketing agencies do that are wrong. They do things that business owners do that are wrong, that don't know how to do Facebook, don't know how to do marketing. And I was in this period of transition of realizing that I was doing all these wrong things and learning all the right things and being exposed to the right way to market, like what marketing really is. And I had just kind of come into that and started actually doing the right things when we met. So if it had been, 6 months earlier, I wouldn't have been speaking your language,
I would
to
have
be
been like, I
completely
don't like
honest.
that guy.
Right. Yeah. He's just one of those agencies. Yeah. So good timing. Yeah.
Yes. And Duncan told me, like, I think it was like, I don't know, like maybe a month or not even, I'd be surprised if it was 2 months later. We both went to another marketing event or a networking event, because I'm like, hey, if you're going to go, I'll go. And we sat down, and he told the lady across from us, he's like, I'm Duncan, this is Allie, and we're going to start a business together. I'm like, no, we're not. And here we are. Like 9 months later, and I'm like, all right, Duncan, we need to do something with this. So we are actually creating a program for local business owners. That doesn't mean local to us here in Florida. It means any business owner that has a local clientele. So if there's a geographic area that they specifically serve, those are the types of clients that we're trying to help, and doing something very similar to what I do in Handmade Sellers Club. Teaching and empowering, and not just saying we're going to do this for you, because I want business owners to know what it takes to actually market their business. And I want Duncan's life to be easier, because he's doing a lot of the done for you, which is a lot of work. And I'm like, no, man, like teach and train. People are so much more receptive to that than saying like, I'm going to do it for you. And then they just don't even care about the results. And it's just silliness.
Yeah, they're not invested in it, right? And like that's what I've seen from the little bit that we've done together so far. I get excited talking to other people that are excited about it, right? And what you get in the agency scene, the done for you services scene, is like you said, it's a lot of people that are like, here's money. And it's like good living, good money, but they're like, I don't want to hear from you. Like if there's a problem, that's when we talk. As long as it's working, they don't even want to hear from me. They just want it to work, which is fine, but it's not fulfilling or rewarding. They oftentimes don't value the results that they're getting either, because they're not involved in it. Again, it's just like pay for a service, and service is fulfilled and provided. And again, they're not invested. So I've been enjoying what we've been doing a lot, and I'm really excited for what's to come.
I am too. We're going to have a great 2024.
Mm-hmm.
So if you guys know anybody that is a local business owner that you want to send our way, if you look up Marketing Ping Pong on Facebook, again, this is not for handmade sellers. It's a very different, and this is what a lot of marketers won't tell you, is there's a difference between the type of business you have and the type of marketing that you're actually going to be doing. So what I'm teaching you guys here for handmade sellers, and what I teach in Handmade Sellers Club, is specific to selling handmade products all across the country online. But we're creating a separate program for local business owners. And if they want free advice, if you guys have local businesses or know somebody with a local business, If you're like, man, I love what Allie's done for my business. I wish she could help my husband or my brother or my dad or my friend who owns a business. Have them look up Marketing Ping Pong on Facebook and join the group. So there's a page and a group. Join the group specifically. We post free information there. We've gone live in there a couple of times, and they can find out more about the program that we have coming up soon. But everybody should be listening to Marketing Ping Pong on podcasts, because it will inspire you, no matter what kind of business you have, to really think and stretch the way you think about. Like right now, you guys are all thinking, how on earth could you make a bank interesting? And I think we did a phenomenal job. Like
Yep.
it was one of the most fun episodes that we did out of everything that we've done.
Yep. Not to brag, but we nailed it. That was a good episode. Yeah.
Well, we've nailed every episode, but that one in particular, we nailed pretty well.
Yeah. You know how they say they can't all be winners? It is with us. Like they're all winners
across the board. But
the bank ones, it's up there. It's up there.
The bank ones, it's the one that stands out in my head. I'm like, man, that was good. That and the financial advisor episode was
I loved some of our recent ones too, like the one where we almost died laughing. Like that for me is like, that's the kind of fun I want to have just in my own business. Like I want to work with people. I heard a quote the other day. I was just writing a post about this actually, that said, it was like, not talking about business. It said, find the people you love and do life with them. And like, I feel like business is the same thing, right? Like you've built a business where you really enjoy the people that you're talking to and you're coaching and you're helping. And like, we're working together. We really enjoy each other. And I've been finding people to work with me in my other business that I really enjoy. And that's been kind of the theme of this past year. And I think like even more going into 2024, I want to have fun. Like our friend Ryan says, and I want to surround myself with people that I enjoy being around and enjoy working with. That's like my vision for 2024. And I think that success will come from that, right? I'll do all the other things right, but that's the big one. So
I totally agree. And if you guys want to see me almost die, we're going to be releasing an episode, not this next week, but the following week. It's best to watch it. So find our YouTube channel. We also publish the podcast on the YouTube because on the YouTube. Willow will love me for saying that.
You got to add an S on the end. It's the YouTubes.
On the YouTubes, yes. We also publish it on YouTube with full video. And the episode for the pizza shop, I almost died. Like
we both did.
Yes, Duncan was on the floor.
I had to lie down. I couldn't breathe. I don't know if I've told you this. I have asthma. It could have been a problem. I could have died there, Allie, on the show, but we pulled it together.
It was so bad. It was so bad. But from that, I walked away from that and it felt like it just opened up the next level for me. Sure. I'm like, all right, we just went full on ridiculous. Yep. But it just opened up different parts of my brain to being open to different things. And I felt the same way at the end. Like, if we're having this much fun, people are going to have so much fun listening to it. I think success follows this.
Yep.
Because we're bringing these first principles to people in a way that is entertaining and engaging, and we're stretching the box so big that it's not even a box anymore. Like we're so outside of the box. There is no box. That's exactly right. There is no box. Got to watch the episode for full context.
Yep.
Definitely listen to the podcast. So, Duncan, you don't know this, but we're about to do a giveaway.
Oh.
And you're going to help me do the giveaway.
All right.
So the giveaway, and then we've got Brian's at 10:30. So Brian's not in the queue yet, but Brian, you're at 10:30. We got 13 minutes.
Okay, I'm glad you have the thing to give away. I was like looking around, like I didn't bring anything. What am I giving away?
Give something away. It's your turn. Just pick something. Give something.
I have a Nintendo Switch, but you can't have it.
Okay, so the giveaway that we're going to do tonight, we're going to do a book that I recommended to you and that you really, really enjoyed. And I think it's a good book for people here to read as well. And it's a little bit deep. It's definitely not small business. This guy has a much bigger business, but you can apply this to any business. And that is The Road Less Stupid by Keith Cunningham. This is a fantastic book. So first, I gave away Profit First already. We're going to give away The Road Less Stupid. For those of you that are in Handmade Sellers Club, you've probably heard me talk about, especially if you've been there for any amount of time, thinking time, where you actually sit down and write out things about your business. You ask yourself questions and you answer those questions. And earlier, I was talking to Jen about the journaling, and she was talking about like, what am I afraid of? So some of the journaling challenge is actually just thinking time. I prompt the members in the journal challenge to do thinking time. And this book is just a book full of stories from his life and his business, and then prompts for thinking time at the end of that chapter. So he kind of teaches a lesson through the story, and then he gives you a bunch of prompts and different things that you can ask yourself for thinking time. And the idea is to sit with pen and paper in your favorite chair, or in a designated, I think he has a designated chair, all distractions off. And if that means you got to get in your car and drive a couple of streets over so your kids aren't yelling and screaming at you and the husband's not asking you to like make dinner or whatever, get in the car, drive down the road, ask yourself these questions. And then for 15 minutes, you answer them, whether or not you know the answers or not. You just keep writing, even if you're saying like, well, I have those 3 answers, that's the answer. No, you got to keep writing, and your brain will actually search for the answers that you didn't even know were there. So what's your experience been with this book so far, Duncan?
Man, I don't want to overhype it, but it's been one of the biggest changes in my life in the past 3 years, or 3 months. It's been dramatic since you recommended it. And like, I use thinking time. I started using it for my business, and it became pretty habitual, like couple times a week, 3 times a week, and I started to see the benefits of it, and I started to do it every day. And I have thinking time for my business, and I have thinking time for my life. I don't just do thinking
Love it.
time for my business anymore. It's like I used to journal and kind of like write my thoughts down, and record some voice recordings just to get some things out of my head. But now I have dedicated thinking time for business, dedicated thinking time for life questions, completely separate from business. And it's been massive. Like I don't know. I don't think or linger too long on things in my life often. I don't feel like many things are very profound. I'm kind of like all over the place, ADHD brain.
Jenga.
This is Jenga, right? This is one of those things that that when I started to do it, it hit me as something that was actually profound and has made a profound difference in my life. So yeah, great book.
Yeah, and
I did,
I call this like journaling with intention. And even the journaling challenge I do, I never just say just write down what you're thinking, unless we're just trying to get like something off your chest. But this, it's just like you are just being so intentional with what you're writing down, and the answers that come to you are surprising, and clarifying. Like, okay, what do I really want? What don't I want? Sometimes I ask a question. If I had to make X amount of dollars in so many days, what would I do? How would I do that? And sometimes writing it down, I'm like, I know what I'm supposed to be doing. I've just not been clear on I've not been doing the things I know that I need to be doing. So then I need more clarity. So then I may ask the question, what do I need in order to be consistent? Right. And then I'm writing the answers to that. So yes, this has been fantastic. Jamie said ADHD brainers, whoop, whoop. Yeah, we are there with you, Jamie. But thinking time is fantastic for organizing those thoughts.
Yeah, and I've even like I had a little tangent where I was doing like thinking time for my thinking time, and it was getting a little bit too meta. I was like, okay, so like here I'm gonna sit down and have thinking time for my thinking time questions, and I'll like thinking time a list of questions, and I just had like 2 pages of questions. They're like, no, too much, rein it back in. Like, so it can still get out ahead of yourself. So be careful of that, and stick to prompts in the beginning.
Proceed with caution. Yes.
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to give this away. We need people to react to this video. I think we did a heart on the last one for the Raven giveaway. So they can do any reaction to the video other than a heart. Which reaction would you like them to do?
Pressure's on.
Pressure's
Do the angry face.
Oh, I knew you were going to do that. I knew you were going to either do angry or cry. So Duncan is calling angry face at the beginning of this stream. I said we never use angry or cryy face because we want to be happy people. But Duncan is bringing in the negativity. It wasn't me, guys.
I don't think it's negative. I feel like it's like maybe not angry. Maybe it's like
Maybe it's
determined.
like, yeah, eye of the tiger. We're gonna
Yes.
go eye of the tiger, determination. I'm gonna do this. 2024 is mine. You know,
Exactly.
Yes,
Be the shark.
Be the shark. Yes, we're gonna call that the angry be the shark face.
Love it.
So beast mode. There you go. Yes, we're gonna go beast mode, shark face.
Yeah.
Angry reaction, guys. You got to react to the video with the angry face, the red angry face. If you are on your cell phone, make sure you have tapped the video, expanded it out. You'll see where it says where you can write a comment. You want to swipe that to the left. You'll see the reactions there. No Bitmojis. And then on desktop, you want to make sure, again, you click the video, you expand it, and you will see the reactions show up on the bottom if you move your mouse around. So angry face reactions, guys. Angry. So Deb Todd, not in the comments. You have to actually react to the video with an angry face. And we're going to give away The Road Less Stupid. We are not going to give away this book because this is mine. Full disclosure, guys, I've only gotten this far. Literally, you don't have to read the whole thing. Each chapter it's like I can't get far before I'm already thinking.
Yep.
It's already got me going. I'll read a chapter and I want to go to the next chapter and I'm already thinking.
Yes.
In fact, I was able to use a lot of his strategies before I even bought the book because I listened to a podcast with him on it. And I'm like, this is genius. And I ordered the book and I can't read it for long before I'm like pen and paper is out and I'm already writing.
Yeah, I made it through after I realized that was happening to me. And I'll do this thing. It probably happens to you too, where I'm reading and I'll get to like the middle of the page and I'll be thinking so hard
I have
that
no idea what you just read.
Blank, and I look back, I like come back in and I'm like, oh, I read half a page, and I'll start over again and I'll get a little bit further and I'm like, nope,
because you've taken the idea and you've started to follow that breadcrumb trail of that idea. Yes, absolutely. I do that. So I haven't gotten far in it, but as far as I've gotten, I can't recommend this book enough. I think it's a major game changer. All right, we're doing angry faces, angry faces, angry faces. We are going to pick a winner in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Angry face winner. All right, determined face. We're doing determined shark face. Okay, so we have 37 angry reactions to this video.
Love it.
Facebook's going to ban us. They're like, you made that many people angry that quickly.
Oh, no.
All right, Duncan, so pick a number between 1 and 37.
36.
36. Look at Duncan making it easy for me. 36 is Lori Sheehan. Lori Sheehan, are you here? Are you on the call? Lori Sheehan.
Lori.
Thinking time. Lori. If she's not here, that means she reacted to this video earlier in the evening with an angry face. And she doesn't want to win at all.
That's so
She's
great.
here. Lori's here. Congratulations, Lori. Lori, I'm going to drop the link to the email in the comments. There you go, Lori. Click on that email address. Hopefully you see it there. If not, if anybody has not gotten it by the end of the evening, I'll go through. I think it was maybe Priscilla that couldn't find it earlier. I'll go back. I'm going to put a check mark next to Priscilla's name so I know. So anybody listening that hasn't been able to find the email that did win, just say something and I'll try to find you later and I'll mark it on here to give it to you directly. All right. So cool. Lori's here. So Lori, send us an email. Say that you won the book. You won the Road Less Stupid book. And we will send you a link. I need you to fill out that link and send it back to us either tonight or tomorrow, so that we can send you your own copy. You don't get my copy, but you'll get the one off of Amazon. With that, Duncan, any last words?
I'm just so happy that we're friends, and I'm so happy that it's your birthday, and I admire you and I appreciate you, and I'm looking forward to everything that we're gonna do together in 2024. Happy birthday.
Thank you so much. That was very, very sweet. And everybody, listen to the Marketing Ping Pong podcast. We do have a lot of fun there. It is the most entertaining marketing podcast I think that exists on the planet.
Yep.
Bar none. So thank you so much, Duncan, for jumping on here and having fun with us tonight. I am so happy to have met you and be your friend as well. And we are going to kick 2020's booty.
Nice.
Awesome.
All right. Have fun.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. All right. Next we have up, look at us back on time. Next we have up Brian Johnson. We're going to add to stage. So Brian has also been with me for a while now. I think we only had one person on tonight that joined this year. But Brian, I think, joined in 2019, I think, is when he first found this program. So we're going to bring him up, and he's going to talk about, again, you're going to see a common theme, that niching down. That's what I really want to talk to Brian about, niching down and increasing prices. I think you guys are going to love Brian's story. So let's bring him up here. Hello, Brian.
Hello.
For anybody who thought this is just for the ladies, we got Brian here. He's been able to do it too. So any of you guys watching, Brian is your inspiration tonight. So Brian, can you share with everybody what it is that you do and show us some of your products?
I make cribbage boards. So yeah, it's very not common, but I make very good money doing it because people that play cribbage are obsessed with cribbage. It's a very regional thing. Like, I ship all over the country, but there's still some states that I've never even touched, and I've been shipping my cribbage boards for like 3 or 4 years.
Perfect.
Yeah, and yeah, with the whole niching down thing, I did start out where I was I electrocute the wood with 9,000 volts. So when I started, it was just regular wall decorations. And yeah, I didn't have the machinery to do what I do now. So that's kind of what I was doing. I was cutting everything by hand. And then people started to ask me like, oh, you should start doing cribbage boards and stuff, because it'd be, so unique, because every piece is going to be a one of a kind. There's no way that you can duplicate the electricity that goes through the wood. So then I decided to upgrade and got some machinery. I got a CNC, and then I started doing some cribbage boards here and there. And around, like Ellie said, I joined around like 2019, and around like 2020, I started to concentrate more on cribbage boards because, Allie even said like, oh, why don't you concentrate more on cribbage boards? Because, everybody can make wall decorations, but not everybody can make cribbage boards. So yeah, then I started doing that, and around 2020 is when I really concentrated just on doing cribbage boards, and now that's all I do. You can even see on there. So, but like all my website and like through Etsy and my Facebook page, all that is, cribbage boards, but I still do shows throughout the year. So even at shows, I still bring some wall hangings because, even though I'm in a very high cribbage board area, not everybody plays cribbage. So I'd rather make, an extra $40 than zero by selling a wall hanging. So yeah. And I think I went from, 1 year I did about 38 shows in 1 year. Some of them were, pretty much all of them were one-day shows, and then there would be some where I would do a show on Saturday, and then I'd have to pack up, and then I'd do a different show on Sunday. So that was a lot of traveling, but it was kind of nice because majority of them were, even though I was traveling, I knew people and had family that was close. So like if I did want to spend the night, I just have to drive, like 20 minutes instead of 2 hours or something like that. So, but yeah, now I'm down to, 1, 2, 3, 4, about 8 shows a year. And I nitpick. So now I just do the ones where I know I make good money. So I think my best show this year, I made like $7,200 in sales, and that was a 3-day show. So I think I only do one day show, but that's in an area where it's like towards the end of the summer, but it's where my sister lives, and she told me about it. It's where all the rich people from the cities have their lake house, so they have like a buttload of money. So it's a 1-day show, and I make like over $1,000 in one day. But keep in mind, my prices are also over $100.
Yes. So I want to talk about, like I said at the beginning, there are two big things that you've done that have made a difference. One was the niching down. So I remember our conversation, and Brian was doing a two processes, right? Woodworking plus doing the lightning designs on it with the electricity through the wood, and then and he was just doing a little bit of everything. And I remember looking at his Facebook page, and I'm like, you've got all these things, but you've got like these cribbage boards, or somehow we got on the subject of cribbage boards. And not only were the cribbage boards selling and unique and different, but Brian also likes to play cribbage. So I thought that would be a really good thing for you to focus on. But I remember even then being a little bit nervous because I wasn't familiar with cribbage. And I'm like, I don't know that the market is like really big for cribbage because I'm not familiar with it. So we need to do some market research, and we need to test this out to make sure that the market is big enough. And that's important for everybody here. If your market is super, super tiny, if it's too small to sustain you, then you've got to be careful of that. So I told Brian, I said, why don't you I think I even said before you even change your page name, like just start promoting the cribbage boards, join some cribbage groups, and just kind of test it. And it just really started taking off. Describe the difference between posting everything to your Facebook page versus just posting cribbage boards and building that audience. What is the difference with the engagement and the difference with sales there?
Better engagement, because people are there for cribbage boards, not just anything and everything that I would electrocute with wood. And like I've even gotten to the point where, I follow the PFP, but I also have my own set of posts that I do every week. And I probably have about 20 cribbage memes that I just post every week, and people, love them. Like that's what they're on my page for, is for cribbage boards. So, even little stuff like that. So yeah, memes can be powerful, but make them your business. Like don't just like, I wouldn't post like a meme about like, I don't know, I can't think of anything like that, but yeah. It's just, if you're going to post a meme, make it relevant towards your business and people will love it. And I repost, the same memes over and over, but not everyone's going to see every post that you make. So, I might have posted the same meme, like three weeks ago, but either they forgot about it, or it's so funny that they'll laugh at it again, or they've never seen it or anything, so.
I love that. And Brian is fantastic. And he's been a really great encourager, even in the group, of doing selfies. So you do a lot of pictures of you with your products. And Tim the other day was like, what is this picture that Brian posted? And it's you with the stuff stuffed up your nose because you had a runny nose while you were working. So you had tissue up your nose. Yeah. He's like, what is Brian posting on there? I'm like, got your attention, didn't it? So Brian does fantastic. You do a great job with the selfies. And I think everybody can learn that even if it's not in the prompt, you'll put a selfie in there, because that people react to it. And your engagement, I think you've said a few times that like your views and your engagement go up if you put just you in the picture.
Yeah, I think in like a 2 weeks time, I was testing around doing more selfies of me just like holding my product or anything like that. Like my average reach for other posts would probably be around like 150, 200. Like some of those selfie ones with me with holding my product was, averaging around like 400, 500.
Yeah.
And I just like posted another one a couple of days ago where it was like a custom board where it was 5 tracks. And, I was sitting there like holding up and like holding like a 5-track board, this is really unique. And I think last I looked, that was like maybe over 300, and that was just like a couple of days ago.
Yeah, love it, love it, love it, love it. So let's talk about one of the things that you've done that has made things. Yeah, go ahead.
Show this off. So this is what all those black lines are made by 9,000 volts of electricity. So it's all going to be very, very unique.
Yes, and then the board itself comes in a shape.
They open up, so it has all the storage. Like if you play cribbage, you know that it's a pain in the butt if you don't have everything with you, because there's a lot of cribbage boards that have just like a little pocket hole for pegs, but you need cards to play, and you got to find your deck cards. So all mine, everything is all in one, and it's magnets, so it holds it really close, and then hangers. Because, you know, I started out making decorations, so my cribbage boards are decorations. So you can just hang this up on your wall. And the way I look at it is it's hanging up, so you'll see it more and you'll want to play more because it's decoration instead of being shoved in a drawer or in a cupboard or anything like that.
I love
and
it.
yeah, I make all sorts of different shapes. You know, I got animals and, you know, got states and all that stuff. So I got hundreds and hundreds of different types of shapes and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I think the state shapes are my favorite, and I actually bought the Connecticut one for my mom's boyfriend because he's from Connecticut and loves cribbage. It's a fantastic gift. If you know a cribbage player, you can just get the shape of their state as a cribbage board. It's pretty fantastic. Okay, so the other thing I want to talk about with you is pricing. So pricing is definitely a journey that you've been through over the last couple of years. And I think you are an excellent example of, you know, people are afraid to raise their prices because they think that sales are going to go down. And you've raised your prices and sales have done what?
Stayed the same, if not better.
Yes.
So yeah, when I first was making cribbage boards, I think I just had a simple rectangle, and then I had the Minnesota. Those are like the two cribbage boards that I started because I live in Minnesota, so that's why I made it. And I think I started out where they were like $60, $60, I think. But right now, my Minnesota is $105. And I'm most likely going to be raising them up again for next year because I still get people saying like you should charge more for this.
Mm-hmm.
So I probably won't do a big jump like I have in the past because there have been times where I think I went from 60 to like 75 to 90 to 105. So I've had a couple of jumps there. But yeah, I think I'm only going to do like maybe $5-10 on some of them. So like my Minnesotas would be like 110. Some other ones would probably be like 130. I even have some cribbage boards that sell that are like over or 160.
Yes.
And I make furniture too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tell them about the tables.
Yeah. Well, I wonder here. See if you can. So that's a coffee table. It's basically a giant cribbage board. Let's see if I can. And it has a drawer, so it stores everything in there. You got your deck cards and all your pegs in there. They're jumbo pegs, so it's a giant cribbage board. So I've sold quite a few of those, and I make end tables too. I sell a bunch of end tables. Just it was for it was around Christmas, but I even made a end table cribbage board where they were willing to pay extra to do a custom engraving on it. Because I do custom engravings on all my cribbage boards, but not on furniture because they're so big. And he's like, okay, I'll pay extra. How much do you want to charge me to just put my name on it? So I'm like, well, okay. I basically charge him double what I normally do. He's like, okay, send me the invoice.
Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it. Guys, there is so much more price elasticity than you realize in your products. There's so many of us that think, well, I wouldn't pay $60 for the product that I'm selling. So surely nobody else will. But you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised at how high you can actually go. And Brian we did the same thing. Our activity zones were like $35 when we first started. And I thought nobody's going to pay that. and they paid 35. So we went to 50. They paid 50. We went to 60. They paid 60. We went to 70. They paid 70. Our activity zones now, the original size is now 80, and we have a $120 activity zone, and we sell that too. There's so much more space for your pricing than you're giving your product and your customers credit for. So I want to talk about, Brian, you told me at one point you were going to sit down and make a list of all the things that have happened since you've really started making money on this business, since you've joined my programs and really started focusing on cribbage boards. I don't know if you've made the list, but I would like you to at least try to tell us the list tonight, because I've been having a running list in my head.
I have written down some of the stuff that I've done. So, but also my coffee table cribbage boards, those are $350. Yes. And I sell them.
Yep.
So, well, for numbers, I'm all about the numbers and stuff. So for sales this holiday season, I basically consider that from Black Friday until the end of the year, because I know people will still buy after Christmas, because people don't always celebrate Christmas on Christmas. They'll have it later. So not in a big rush. And I actually, was getting a cha-ching today during this call. So just from Black Friday through today, I've made over $11,000. I mentioned this in our gold call, how I made more money this year than I did last year. And last year I got like a disaster loan through the SBA, but I didn't tell you how much I made. So my business that I've made this year, over $56,000. Basically just in cribbage boards, I've made over $56,000. And because of that, I was able to buy an upgrade to bigger, faster, stronger machinery that I can get twice as much done in the same amount of time.
Love it.
And still raise my prices, even though I can get stuff done faster, because people are willing to pay.
Yes. So what are some of the life things that have happened?
In 2020, that was kind of around the time where I kind of converted more into just doing cribbage boards. I took basically a month-long vacation. For a week of that, me and three of my college buddies went to the Black Hills basically for like an entire week, and I didn't really do any work for that entire month. I was made decent money before that, but that was, I had cheaper prices back then too, and I was still able to take basically a month of vacation.
And that was 1 year before doing like 38 shows, right? Because you didn't have any time off before that.
Yeah, that was during 2020. So that's when a lot of the shows were getting canceled. So I really didn't have anything to do anyway. So I was building up on my website at the time, because that's when I started joining your advanced classes and stuff. So yeah, that was right after I was doing all those shows, and then COVID shut everything down. So then, I joined your gold program, started to get all my website sales and email lists and all that stuff. And that's basically when I dropped in the number of shows that I do.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it was already 2 years ago, but yeah, I one festival that I did gave me enough money to get LASIK eye surgery. So yeah, no more contacts for me. And I've had glasses or contacts since I was like 12 years old. So yeah, that was nice. Just this year in August, I think, I took my girlfriend and her 2 kids. We basically did a week vacation where we went to Valley Fair and a Twins game, and just kind of was down the cities for almost a week. So, and all that was paid by just my profit that I made just from July. So basically an entire week vacation for 4 people was paid for by my profit, by using that Profit First book.
Love it.
And I've even gone a step farther, and I know you don't do this. I have an IRA.
Yes. No, I need to be. Yes. Ryan's investing. I love it.
So
Willow
yeah,
has an IRA.
Yeah, so every week when I do my weekly books, I just write down how much I made for sales. So much stays in the business, so much goes to taxes, so much goes to profit, and so much goes to my personal pay. And then I take so much of my personal pay goes to my Roth IRA account. And then once at the end of the month, I just add up everything. I don't, I just do one contribution a month. So I just add up everything that I've done from that entire month. And then I just call my banker and be like, hey, I want to put this in there. It's like, okay, I'll send you an email to confirm. And yeah. So I think I was hoping that I was going to get to there, but I didn't quite get it. But my Roth IRA, I think I started it 2 years ago, maybe a year and a half ago or something.
I think it was right after the LASIK eye surgery. You were like, and now I'm investing.
Yeah, so it probably would have been just about 2 years ago. Yeah. I think I'm at just under, well, I'm at like, I just did a deposit today, but I think I'm at like $9,500 in my Roth account. So yeah, just
Very good.
builds up every year. And then I always try to make sure that I get my monthly contribution before the end of the month, because my return investment on there is like the beginning of the month. So if I get that money before that, then it's just a little extra that, gets added on.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I love that so much. And that's something that's going to be added to mine. So we have a financial advisor down here that we know, like, and trust. And when we sell this house, one of the goals is to take a piece of that to put that into investing, because Tim and I didn't know anything about investing for forever, right? We were barely able to feed our kids, let alone invest, for many, many years. And so when things started getting better, I'm like, we need to start investing in some stuff. So that is a plan for next year. And I'm totally doing the same thing with my Profit First. That probably not the exact same way, because I think we're going to be able to switch it online, that I can just pay online. So I'll probably do mine weekly, but it'll be a percentage of that personal income that comes in that gets rolled into the Roth IRA automatically every single week.
With your Roth, I think you're going to have to physically go into the bank or call them. I can't transfer on my bank.
I'll have to ask Willow. Willow's transferred.
Oh,
yeah. It might just depend on the company you have it set up.
True.
Yeah. So Willow's been able to transfer money because she opened up hers earlier this year, and then she just transferred. I think she put like an extra $50 in it, and she did it all through the website thing. So yeah, it's probably just depends on the company.
Yeah. It could be the bank too, because I have my business bank as Wells Fargo, but then I got my personal bank as Glenwood State Bank, and there's only like 5 banks.
Oh yeah.
So
not always.
So yeah, that could be an issue.
It's a reason. Tiny bank. Yeah. All right. Awesome. So I love that. I love were there any other accomplishments that we missed? And I want to remind everybody, you do this full time.
Yeah.
There's no other business. There's no other job. There's no other anything. This is what Brian does. So I want to add that to the list of accomplishments, that he pays his bills. He takes care of himself. His income is 100% from cribbage boards.
And hopefully I will be able to find a place to build, because I've always wanted to build a house and a workshop on there, because right now I live in an apartment and I have to rent a garage to work out of. So I always have to walk outside to get to wherever I'm working. So hopefully here within the year, I'll either, buy a place that has a workshop or build. I prefer to build because I grew up, doing construction. And that's the other thing too, is I work construction. I built houses. I built commercial buildings. I built $1 million houses. I am making more money making cribbage boards than what I did as a foreman for a construction crew of 20.
I love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. At your own pace, your own rules, nobody barking down your neck, no weather on top of your head, nothing. You get to dictate how you live your life. And I love that. I love that so much. All right, Brian.
I think it also helped that the last boss that I had was kind of a jackass, because I knew how to do more than he did, and every time I'd say something, be like, oh, yeah, maybe we should do it like that. I'm like, you're supposed to be the boss. You're supposed to know this stuff. Like, I'm not supposed to tell you how to do the job. You're supposed to tell me what to do. So
But
yeah,
now
that's kind of like kick in the butt to be like, okay, whatever. I'm just gonna do this, and then I just basically walked off the job site, went home, started finding finding shows to go to, and just went from there. And because I started, tinkering with electrocuting wood even before I started doing this when I was still working. And then I did like maybe 1-2 random shows here and there when I was still at my, working construction. And then, yeah, I just kind of said, screw it, walked off the job site, went in my garage, spent weeks just making stuff, and then found some shows and just kind of piled up and kept on going. And now here I am.
Here you are. Love it, love it, love it. You guys, Brian, what giveaway that what is our giveaway for this evening? What are we giving away?
So I also do cribbage pegs, because you need pegs to play cribbage.
Mm-hmm.
So I make them in 3 different fonts. So, you have your font 1, font 2, and font 3. But with mine, one thing that nobody does that I know because I do my research, I engrave them on both sides. So you can always see which peg is yours. I know for a fact that nobody does this. So that's a big incentive if you're a cribbage player, because when you're playing, you can't always see the side that's engraved on there. So I do 2 sets. So you get 4 pegs, and you just have to basically pick what font you want and what names you want them to be on.
Perfect. So if anybody out there is a cribbage board player, this giveaway is for you. You're going to have the coolest cribbage pegs possible. What reaction do you want them to do? You can't do angry face because Duncan already did angry face.
Do the care reaction. I don't think that's been used.
Yeah, early on it was, but not again. It hasn't. All right, care reaction, guys. Care reaction to cribbage pegs. Even if you don't play cribbage, if you know somebody who plays cribbage, this would be an awesome gift. So what they're going to get 2 names.
2 names.
2 names. So you get 2 names.
2 names and the font of your choice.
And font of your choice.
Yep.
All right, perfect. So
and these are also made out of solid maple, so they are very strong. Maple is basically one of the hardest woods there is out there. Like, for how skinny that is right there, I can't even break that without trying.
Oh yeah, that is strong. What we'll do is we will connect them directly to you, since they need to let you know the names and that sort of thing. So we'll just send them directly to you, and you can communicate with them from there. So guys, care reaction, care reaction, care reaction, care reaction. You have to react to this video with a care. I haven't seen a big change in numbers, so I hope everybody here knows how to do the care. And I see no cares popping up in the comments. So I'm not going to go through the spiel again. I'm just going to tell you guys, look, we're going to pick a winner here really quick. Because we are going to be bringing on another guest before our final guest. Look, guys, it is 11 o'clock. I'm not even slowing down. 6 hours is easy peasy at this point. I think Brian was on with us all the way to midnight both other times, at least one of the other times we did the extravaganza.
One other personal win, too, is that so me and my girlfriend are big into the Minnesota Twins, and our kids are starting to get into it too. I bought there's this Twins Fest that happens every year in January, where you basically get to meet players and you can get autographs and signatures and stuff like that. So that was kind of like the Christmas present for all 4 of us. So we're going in on Saturday, and we're basically going to meet like a whole buttload of Twins players and get autographs and photos and all that kind of stuff.
Perfect. Perfect. You guys, this is so much more about than I need to sell some things to make money. It's what you can do with that money that is important.
And that money was paid with my profit.
I love that even more. All right, guys, we are doing care reaction, care reaction. Brian, we've got 25 care reactions. What number do you want to be the winner?
20.
20. All right, I can do that. We're gonna, let's see. All right, 25, 24, 23, 22, 21. Number 20 is Patricia Kohler. Is Patricia Kohler on? Patricia Kohler. I feel like I know who Patricia Kohler is. I lose track of names so quickly. There's some names I've seen for years and years, and I don't like know them yet. And then others that I know, but I haven't talked to them in a long time. And it's just crazy. All right, Patricia Kohler, are you on? We are getting late in the game, so we might be counting people from early on. So Patricia Kohler, you got to let us know in the comments that you are here. In order to claim, we're going to give you about a minute here, maybe less than a minute. You have to let us know in the comments that you are here so that we can connect you with Brian. Patricia Kohler, Patricia Kohler, Patricia Kohler. I just have a feeling she's not here. Lynette says, I used to play cribbage, but I haven't played for so long that I forgot the rules. Yeah, same. I don't know that we've played since we've been here in Florida. Tim wants to play, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I've already forgotten. There's so many rules. I play euchre. I think cribbage has too many rules. What was that?
My cribbage boards come with instructions.
Yeah, that's and we pull them out whenever we do play. We always pull them out because we got the shark shape from Brian. All right, I'm picking another one. I just have a feeling that Patricia isn't here. I haven't seen her in the comments, and we got to get on to our next person. So we are going to pull again. Brian, 1 through 25.
Just 21.
21. 25, 24, 23, 22, 21. Cherish A. Robinson Smetek. Cherish A. Robinson Smetek. I'm sure that was a butcher. Cherish. Cherish. Are you here, Cherish? Yeah, she's here. Yay. All right. That is our winner. Cherish, if you could, Brian, when we're done here, if you could send Cherish or reply to her and let her know where to contact you. We're going to have her contact you directly so that she can get her custom stuff done. Cherish A. Robinson Smetek. All right. Thank you so much, Brian. I loved having you on here. She said I did a good job on the pronunciation, so I don't know how that happened. But I try. So thank you so much, Brian, for being on here and hanging out with us all day and all night for my birthday. Oh no, Patricia had been answering. Oh no. All right, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. I'm writing them both down. We'll figure it out, Patricia. We got you. It didn't pop up until just now. All right. So thank you, Brian, for popping on, and we will we'll see what you do in 2024. Bye. All right. Awesome. Thank you, Brian. We got you, Patricia. We'll take care of it. Unfortunately, sometimes that can happen, but we've been doing much better with StreamYard where it shows everything. All right, so for the next 30 minutes, we have a special guest. Her name is Willow Thompson, and she is my daughter.
Hi.
And she is really good with things outside of Facebook. So if you guys have questions, I want to talk to her a little bit about Threads. But if you guys have questions about Instagram, she's done really well on Instagram. She's pulled 26,000 followers on Instagram.
I believe so. Yeah, 26.
With her handmade business. So Willow, why don't you tell everybody what you were doing with your handmade business and what you have started to do now?
Yeah, so I actually used to run I used to make handmade dice. I actually have some right here. So things like, big D20s and larger sets of dice. And these are all for like role-playing games. So like D&D or Dungeons and Dragons, which you may be familiar with. I would hand make them out of resin and sell them basically through Instagram. And so I did that for 3 years.
I think you started when you were 15, 3-4 years, something
Yeah,
like that.
3-4 years. And so I did that for a while, and that was really fun. I made a lot of money. I grew a very large audience on Instagram and also TikTok. But I am getting older and I want newer and grander things. And so
She's the grand age of 20. She's getting older
Exactly.
and wiser.
Exactly. I mean, I'm getting there. But I started to get really into other role-playing games outside of D&D, which are like all on my shelf behind me here. And so I wouldn't stop talking about them, and I just got really, really into them. And one of the trips where we went up to Ohio to go visit family, I wouldn't stop talking to my mom about the games, and she got tired of it and said, like, hey, I love you, but you need to start a podcast. And I'm like,
I was
actually,
like, I literally don't understand what you're saying, but I bet there
know.
are people out there who would love to hear what it is you're talking about. You need to start a podcast.
And luckily enough, there are plenty of people out there. And so now I run the RPG Goblin podcast, where basically I introduce people to games outside of Dungeons and Dragons, because there are literally hundreds of them out there, and they're really, really cool, and I really like them, and I just want to talk about them for a really long time. But yeah, that's what I do now. So I host a podcast, and I'm starting to dabble with like creating like YouTube content and things like that. So I've been all over the place on things.
Not really. Well, I mean, when you say all over the place, I mean, you've been pretty focused. You had D&D Dice, and Willow started that business herself. Like, I always knew that she was entrepreneurial, and there were directions I would send her. I'm like, oh, let's grow plants and sell them, or let's try this and let's try that. And Willow's like, okay, I kind of like this. I kind of like that. And then she saw about the dice making when she was 15, and she's like, I want to learn how to do that. I'm like, okay, cool. I don't know how to do that, so I can't help you with that. She's like, okay, what I need is resin. Can you order it for me? And she would give me the money, and I would order it. And the next thing you know, it's birthday. And like, Mom, can you buy me a pressure pot for my birthday? I'm like,
give me silicone for my birthday? I know that was an ask, and I got it, and it was fantastic because I got to make new molds.
Yeah, so the investments into her business would come from birthday money, Christmas presents, all of that. And so she just kept investing into it, and she would have really large sales on her website. And what Willow did was something that I absolutely love, which is shop updates. Instead of having product on your shop 24/7, she would make product for a month or two and then release it all at once. And it would create a feeding frenzy. And this is something that I teach in my gold program. I teach how to do these promotions. Willow gets to learn for free because I'm like, here's what we need to do.
I figured it out too, because like in the dice space, that was just kind of the common practice of how people release them.
As far as like emails and stuff like that.
Yeah, and so I had to like figure that out, and then like doing the emails, and then like how to actually like have enough lead up time to the shop updates that they would be really successful, and even when to start doing them too, because it took me quite a few months to even release the first sets of dice like in my shop too, because like I didn't have the people to even make it worth it to do a big shop update too.
And I think that was a really important thing that we talked about early on when you were first starting to get the followers, and people would reach out to you and say, hey, do you do dice? I said, don't sell dice yet. Don't sell the dice yet. Make them wait. And so, you know, Willow would make, because she was still learning how to make the dice. So she'd make something and share it, and people say, oh, I love that. Can I buy it? And she's like, no. And then she'd make another set and share it. And can I buy that? No. And then she did a couple of custom sets just to kind of learn.
Make a little bit of money too.
Right. And to make a little bit of money so she could buy more supplies. And then she started doing the shop updates. And it was absolute feeding frenzy. She had one 48-hour period where she made over $8,000.
That was that was like right after Christmas, and like I did so much teasing before that update. I had so many like new designs that I never sold before yet as well, and like people were already going insane for them. And so when it came time for that shop update, I sold out. Or even if it wasn't completely, I at least got really, really close, and then made $8,000 during the entire update. and it was beautiful.
It was great. And we recorded a lot of it. I know that we got a couple $1,000 in sales on a recording, which was really great. So Willow has switched over to the podcast. And here's something that is important for everybody to realize when you're in a handmade business. It is really difficult to scale. And it's a lot of work. So Willow found out that it was a lot of work, that not that she wasn't willing to work hard, because she's always worked hard, but that she always was hitting a limit of how much she could make. Yeah, she did that $8,000 launch, but they weren't all $8,000.
And it took months to even
prepare for that. And so she's like, I'm always hitting the ceiling. And she was kind of just getting burnt out because she was having to put so much work into it to make the amount that she was. So we talked about the podcast idea, and it took you about 6 months to actually start the podcast after we started talking about it. And so now you've been doing the podcast for a full year, just about
almost a full year. Yeah.
Almost
January like 19th or something was like the first episode. So we're
every single week for a full year, Willow has done not interviews, had conversations with people about games that they're playing. And she recently hit a goal where she had 1,000 listens to the podcast in 30 days. She did an entire campaign around that, got people excited, got other people promoting the podcast for her.
And like, not only did we reach it, we absolutely demolished it by like almost 200 extra listens on top of it, which was insane.
That's right. So Willow does, because her crowd is younger, and they're definitely on Facebook. So they are on Facebook.
Oh, they are. Yeah.
But Willow had started off with Instagram. I think it was a rebellious phase just because mom was on Facebook. She had to be on Instagram. And then she realized when she started doing the podcast that she could find a lot of people on Twitter. And then you had already been doing TikTok with the dice business, which I forgot about. You have been doing TikTok.
I did, but not to the extent that I probably should have and did. Like, I could have taken advantage of that a lot more than I did. But yeah, I did do some, and I got like 1.4 million views on a video. So like,
I forgot about that. Yeah. So she's been there, done that. So if you guys have questions about things like somebody was asking about Instagram and TikTok earlier, if you have more specific questions about that, she might be able to help you. But I would love to talk about Threads because I'm super intrigued by Threads. I started a Threads account for the Marketing Ping Pong podcast, and we're starting from ground zero. So we have no traction whatsoever. But the beauty of Threads is that if you already have an Instagram following, which we didn't because we're brand new, but you do, and a lot of people here listening do. If you already have an Instagram following, you can go onto Threads and automatically have people that are already following you. And what I like about Threads is it's very much like early Facebook. You can do text only. You can do text with image. You can do image only. You can do video, text with video. So unlike TikTok where you're video only, and then Instagram, it's mostly images. And now they have short form video as well. Facebook, what I love about Facebook is you can do all the things. You can also do all the things on Threads. And when a platform is new, that's one of the best opportunities to grow because they're looking for content creators and you can actually get out to a lot more people. So talk about your experience with Threads and what you like about Threads so far.
Yeah, so like my mom said, I was using Twitter for a while, especially for the podcast because I knew that was like a place that I needed to be. I needed to be like networking with people and building some community, and I wasn't finding that quite on Instagram yet, and like it didn't seem to gel. But you know, with everything kind of happening with the whole Twitter thing and all kinds of like all kind of alternate apps have been popping up, stuff like Blue Sky, Mastodon. You don't have to look at these don't really matter. I tried some of these hoping that maybe like, okay, you know, Twitter is kind of stressful to use. There's a lot of people on it. It's kind of negative at times. So I was looking at some of these other apps hoping that maybe there would be something, something that had potential to it. So I tried Blue Sky, found that it was like really only creators that were just posting it just to post like their promotional stuff, and like no one else was really using it. No one who wanted to like consume content was using it. And so I ended up not like really vibing with that. And then later on, Threads popped up. Instagram started to do Threads. I'm like, okay, I'll check this out and see what I think about it. And obviously I had the advantage of I had a little bit of an audience on the RPG Goblin Instagram already. So I had some crossover of people already following me on Threads when I went over there. But I just started to like post a few things like TTRPG related, which are tabletop role-playing games, aka the games behind me here. And I got like a ton of reactions like immediately, where people were so content hungry because they're looking for something outside of Twitter. They want something different. But not enough people were giving Threads the light of day yet, because they're like, oh, we'll just stay over on Twitter. And so I got in, and I like got in on the perfect moment where just enough people, like it was big enough that people were on there, but not big enough that creators were taking it seriously yet. And so I got in like just at that point, and literally one of my first posts on like the first few days that I was there got like over 190 likes on it, and like 30 comments, and like a bunch of basically like reposting and stuff. And just off of that, it's been going pretty crazy on Threads. I get tons of interactions. I'm not even posting usually promotional stuff. I'm just talking about, I'm just having conversations. And I think that's what I really love about it, is because I like to talk, and I like to
I can't
talk.
imagine where you got that from.
No, I don't know, but I like to talk, and I like having conversations, and that's why I like to have the podcast. But with Twitter, it had a pretty strict character limit, and it was pretty small, so it was hard to have conversations with people and not have to shorten everything that you said. And Instagram, you can have conversations there. They have that longer word count, but no one's really looking at the description of posts as much as they're looking at the image. Like, the image is always going to be the focus, and I just haven't gotten the nerve to go to TikTok quite yet. But Threads has been like amazing to just have conversations and talk to people, and like I've been doing so well on there just because that's how I'm approaching it. I'm not approaching it as, oh, this is the best way to market my podcast. No, I'm wanting to build the audience. Like, honestly, I'm wanting to build that community where I can have people I can go back and forth with, and I'm meeting more people that then I can bring onto my show later. It's been great. I love it.
Yeah, I like it too. I think it's a really good potential in the future. I can see it as a 1-for-1 on Facebook. Like, anything you post to Facebook, unlike Instagram, it's not a 1-for-1 on Instagram, but I think Threads is a 1-for-1 for Facebook. Anything you post on Facebook, you can put on Threads. And they don't have separate reels. So I've been posting reels to Threads, but they're not separate. It's just a video. So it's just video. It's just text. It's just images.
I've had my reels do actually pretty decently, but I think it's probably because I have a bit more traction with where I'm at right now, and I post things that are generally going to be more engaging too. So like, I've done some kind of goofy moments from the podcast and stuff, so people just like find that interesting. So they've done well so far.
Yeah, so I've seen a couple of people say they haven't heard of Threads. So Threads was Instagram, which is Meta, right? Meta has Facebook, Instagram. Threads is Instagram's answer to Twitter after things got weird with Twitter.
Yeah.
So with Threads, it's if you go to your Instagram app, there's a button or an image, or can you pull up Threads on the app? Somebody's looking for the logo.
Yeah, give me a moment here. I was just about to do it, but then I was listening to
But if you're on Instagram, they'll say, hey, click here to start to join Threads, and then they'll go ahead and show it.
Yeah, this is, hold on. Let me turn off my light for a moment just so I don't have the glare from behind. So this is,
yeah, it kind of looks like the @ sign, but a little bit more squiggly is the logo.
If you look up Threads, it's the first thing that's going to pop up.
Yeah, and it will pull over if you log into it with your Instagram account, it pulls over all your current Instagram followers. So you're not starting at 0. You're bringing in the Instagram people that you already have. So if you have even 100 people on Instagram or 50 people on Instagram, they get pulled over as long as they're on Threads. So if they're not on Threads, obviously, but if they join Threads, they will automatically, I believe, automatically follow you.
Yes, so when you join Threads, you automatically follow everyone you follow on Instagram, and everyone who follows you who's on Threads will automatically be following you. So it works both ways, which I really like too, because that meant when I did go onto the app for the first time, I already had some people that I could be interacting with and all of that. So, because I know that your experience of first joining Threads was a bit different than mine.
I know, because we didn't have, so marketing ping pong, we just started that in October, I think. And so it's just me and Duncan like recording our episodes. And so I opened up the TikTok account, I opened up a Threads account, I opened up an Instagram, I opened up all the social medias just to kind of claim them all. And we were doing short videos. So I'm like, okay, I'll post them to Threads. Well, we still have 0 followers. I think we've gotten 2 video likes. Starting at 0 is really tough on any social media platform. It's really, really tough. Even on TikTok right now, we have 3 followers, and it's Willow, Sage, and Small Shop Discovery that's following marketing ping pong.
And you're so mad at me too, because I've been
Willow starts a brand new account just the other day, and she's like, "Oh, I've got 38 likes on this post, and already got 13."
Because I have a beautiful shelf I can show off.
You do. You have much better visuals than I have. But yeah, starting at 0 is always really, really tough. And that, again, is exciting about Threads for me, because you're not starting at 0 if you have an Instagram following already. And all of these platforms are always starving for creators when they first start out. Like if you were on TikTok, early days of TikTok, you have a lot more followers on TikTok than anybody. Not that anybody can get now, but it's much tougher to get to those numbers. So same with Threads. If you get on now, it's actually easier to grow your. Now, I'm not trying to get people distracted on Threads. I still think it's better to start with Facebook. But if you were to do 1 for 1, if you want like, hey, I'm going to make a post, I want to post it somewhere else, don't post it to Instagram, post it to Threads. Connect your Instagram with your Threads. In the Prompts for Profits calendar, I give guidance on these are posts that you can make on Instagram and ones you shouldn't, or ones that should only be in Instagram stories. You don't have to worry about that on Threads. It can all go straight over.
And they don't have stories, which is nice.
And they don't have stories. It's all just right there. It's like super simple early day Facebook. I am just going to share this comment because I think that I deserve a lot of credit for this. I want to point out, because Jen was talking earlier about homeschooling. So we actually unschool our kids. So if you think our kids are cool, look into unschooling, because I think we got the coolest kids on the planet. And they are completely unschooled, which means no formal schooling whatsoever. This is how they learn, exactly what Willow's doing. Willow's 20 years old, and she hasn't stopped going to school. Like she hasn't stopped learning. The learning didn't stop because she turned 18 and graduated. It really helps to create lifelong learners. So I'm just going to brag a little bit on that. That's that. All 3 of my kids are fantastic, if I should say so myself. So yes, I just put that up. And then Jesse said, I remember when Willow was so nervous to go live with you years ago. Now she's doing podcasts and YouTube. So awesome. Willow, can you talk a little bit about some of that fear? Because so you're doing TikTok now, but you're doing it in a very different way than what you did with the dice. Yeah. You're also doing, you've also done some YouTube videos and even solo episodes where you don't have a guest on. And it's still some nerves there. So talk about the nerves and how you deal with the nerves and how you get over the nerves.
Yeah, so that's tricky because I'm still dealing with them and I'm still trying to figure them out still. So, I mean, I think for me, a lot of it comes from, with the dice stuff, it was the focus on the dice, even if I was still behind the screen and I could be an entertaining aspect and, make the content fun, there was still the dice. The dice was the main focus. With what I'm doing now, I'm more of the focus. My opinions are the focus. My thoughts, like things that are more personal to me, are the focus, and that's really scary to, put on the internet for people. And that's why, creating content is a kind of terrifying job, I'll be honest with you. But and I'm still dealing with a lot of that, especially for, solo episodes and doing short form stuff and the YouTube. And that's why, honestly, in
The
2024,
YouTubes.
I was judging you earlier. But I'm making it my goal for 2024 to do more of those types of things, because I don't have time to be spent being a coward. There are people out there that are going to like what I'm going to say, and there are people out there who are going to like who I am and like the energy that I bring. And that's just something I've been slowly realizing over time, that because I'm the focus, I'm the person who's going to attract the people in. And if I'm just myself, I can do that easily. And if I can make that the big selling point, then people are going to love me, and people are going to want to come and hang out to TTRPG parties and listen to my podcast and stuff, because they like me. And, it's just kind of realizing that people will actually like you. People won't hate you, and that you can, present yourself out into the world. And even though it's scary, you'll be able to do it, and it'll be okay. And even when, bad comments can happen and whatever, especially when you have an audience that already does love you, and you have all of those people, and you get one bad comment, who cares? Because it can just be some random person. They might not even know what you're doing. They probably don't know you. And if they do, that's their own personal opinion, because you are who you are. That's kind of hard to change. So, yeah, it's all of those types of things. I'm still working through it. I'm still trying to figure it out. I mean, half my notebook here is trying to figure that out still, and get the courage to present myself into the world.
So I love this conversation, because I recently just started the TikTok, and I was doing
threads.
I was doing the clips from Duncan and I's Marketing Ping Pong podcast, and it's easy to just clip things out. And one of the things I love about TikTok is when somebody comments, you can reply with a video. And, I sit up here, you guys, and I'm like, go live. You can do it. Get over your fears. Just press the record button. And I swear I set up my phone, and because it was a new platform, totally different audience, nobody knows me. And I stared at that phone. I took 2-3 hours thinking about the response that I was going to make, because I was nervous. It was a different platform. I'm like, how is this guy going to react to me disagreeing with his comment? Because he was disagreeing with my video. So I'm like, actually, here's why I said these things. And it got some of the most likes that we've had on there so far. And it turned out really good. But everybody deals with nerves. But what you want to accomplish in your life, and I know with Willow, with the goals that she has and what she wants to accomplish, you don't get there if you let the fear win out. You just can't get there. How are you going to get more people to listen to your podcast or buy your products or follow you on Facebook or wherever it is you are? How are you going to attract those people if you're hiding because you're scared?
You don't put yourself out there. I mean, that's literally some of the stuff that's been the most helpful for me, is just starting to put myself out there. And I've gone out of my comfort zone a lot, even just the first year of the podcast. I mean, I've had on complete strangers that I never really talked to before, having them on my show. I've and people
ask men on your show.
Yeah, old guys
men on your show. You're like, hosting this conversation with
And
them.
I can do it. And I've gone on to other people's shows to play games when literally years ago, that was one of the things that made me the most nervous. I was so scared to play games in different groups that I wasn't used to because I thought they would judge me and like that I wasn't able to hold my own. And then I go and play in on actual shows where they're recording and other people are going to be listening to it. And I do it, and I do awesome. I did a live streamed, like, I played a game live on stream for other people with a group that I never played with before, and it was so much fun. And like all it took was just starting to step out there, and that's helped even build the confidence for starting to do. I'm recording video with all my podcasts now. I'm trying to, get the videos on YouTube going more. I actually posted my first my first TikTok that actually like had my face in it where I talked throughout the whole thing. And like, it's just slowly getting that confidence and slowly just working towards being comfortable with that. And it's been working. Like it has been working. I can show you the proof. And I've been getting more comfortable reaching out to people and just having conversations too. Because that was also something scary. I would get stuck sometimes replying to people or trying to do engagement type stuff and not knowing what to say and not wanting to sound stupid. I've gotten to the point like I'm just going to say it. And it's made it so much easier to just like go on and I can start having conversations. I can reply to all my comments and I don't even think about it really at this point. And I'm just getting better and better and better.
Every day in every way, you're getting better and better. Absolutely. I'm such proud mama moment. She's just so great. All my kids are the best. We need to do a giveaway because Michelle is supposed to come on in a minute. So it's going to have to be in like 5 minutes, Michelle. You're good. Okay. You're good, Michelle. So we got to do the giveaway. And then I'm going to read some of these comments here. So we're going to be giving away the Minding My Own Handmade Business mug. It's a 2-sided mug. It's a Butte. We're going to be giving away this mug tonight. What reaction do you want people to do?
So just because Duncan was contrarian, I also want to be contrarian. Can I have the crying face, please?
You want the crying face?
I want the crying face. And you're crying because you're crying all your fears away. That's why
there you go. You're crying your fears away.
And sometimes we need to cry, and that's okay. I've cried a lot this month over stuff, and it's okay. I'm still going.
Crying face so we can cry our fears today away because sometimes you have to cry. So that is the reaction to this video I want you all to have, not in the comments, but as a reaction to the video. Jesse said there are tears in business. There are tears. Yeah. Exactly. I definitely cry. Jamie said release the sadness to move forward. Yes,
exactly.
We've got a couple of comments here. Kelsey says, can we be friends? I have no TTRPG friends, and my family is totally tired of hearing me talk about it also. Where can they find you, Willow?
Yes, so you can find me at the RPG Goblin. You can find me at the RPG Goblin on Instagram, Twitter, Threads, TikTok. Like I'm on a lot of things.
All the things except
on the things, but if you actually want to talk to me, Instagram or Threads would be like best, and we can talk there. But you can also listen to my podcast, The RPG Goblin, anywhere that you find your podcast. So Spotify, Apple Music, or not Apple Music, Apple Podcasts, iHeartRadio. I don't know. There's like a million services out there that provide podcasts. So if there is one, I am on it.
And
and YouTube. Yes, and YouTube.
And what about your Discord?
Oh yeah, and I have a Discord for basically everyone who wants to be part of the RPG Goblin community. We talk about games in there. I'm hosting actually a party on the 29th where we are going to be having on some guests and doing giveaways of dice, and actually those are what
totally
these dice are for.
My Extravaganza.
maybe a little bit. And there's also going to be a big announcement as well that's going to be revealing some very good things for the coming year, which I'm very excited about. But you can find that on any of the social medias. You can find that through the link. So yeah.
Exactly. All right. So we've got remember guys, we're doing crying face. We are crying our fears away.
We are crying our fears away, and it's okay.
And it's
got
okay.
this.
Let's see. We've got tears help release stress. Absolutely. Release the sadness, move forward. Kelly says, I'd say crying tears of happiness as our businesses grow. We can totally look at it now that way. Yes.
Exactly.
And yes, Willow is on the YouTubes. I did see that Jamie was saying about the truancy laws. Real quick thing on unschooling. You just say, I'm homeschooling my kids. Instead of curriculum, if you look online under unschooling resources, they'll give you a list of like all the things you say are your textbooks, which are just reading and encyclopedias, if that even exists anymore. Khan Academy, all of that. And my kids have done Khan Academy in the past, and they've done bits and pieces here and there. Depending on your state, some states are a little bit more stringent. Florida's almost too lax. Like they literally don't even act like we exist. I just have to trust that they got the paperwork and we're
turned
fine.
it in.
And then at the end of the year, all they want you to do is have a teacher assess your kid and make sure that they're developmentally at where they need to be at, which all the teachers are fantastic with that. And they just say, yes, your kids are amazing, is what they write on the paper. Amazing.
Yes,
children.
that's exactly what they
That's
write.
their official title. And then it's all good. And we're good for another year. I mean, we don't have to worry about it with Willow anymore, but
yeah, I'm free.
but free from what though? Honestly,
I don't know.
Like her
nothing's
graduation
changed.
was just like, okay, you're 18 now, so I guess you're not in school anymore. Like that. That's what we did for graduation. We still had a party though. All right, so we are going to pick a winner. Winner, chicken dinner in 3, 2, and 1. We have crying away the sadness. We have 27. We will. What do you want? What's 27?
I have a question. Has anyone ever said 1?
No, but that person already won, so you have to pick another one.
Beans. All right, so we will go. Actually, let's roll a die, and we'll just do whatever shows up on the die. 12.
12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 is Natika Gadsden. Natika Gadsden. Gotta let us know you're here, Natika. This is Mug. Natika Gadsden. Are you here? All right.
Hopefully.
She's here. All right.
Yeah.
You win
Yay.
the Minding My Handmade Business mug. Natika, send us an email and let us know that you are the winner. And then Amy will reply with a link. Fill out that link tomorrow, by tomorrow. And we will get that to you. We'll figure it out. I don't know. Amy knows what's going on. I don't always know what's going on. I trust in Amy. Kelsey said, answer to everything. Just roll the dice.
Exactly. It's that easy.
That's you don't know what to do. Just roll the dice. The dice will tell you what to do. Thank you so much for being on with us tonight, Willow. I appreciate you. And I appreciate you helping the child through their segment on the call. And it's going to be the same thing. So, Willow was nervous years ago. And Sage has now been introduced to not just Rubik's Cubes, but doing a giveaway. And so in a couple of years, like Sage is going to be hosting everything with Small Shop Discovery. And everybody's going to be like, remember when Sage first started? They were so nervous and couldn't find their words for the giveaway.
They'll do it. I believe in them.
I do too. I think it's going to be fantastic. Thank you, Willow.
Yes, thank you.
I'll see you in half an hour.
Okay, bye.
Okay, love you. Bye.
Bye.
All right, we're gonna remove Willow, kick her out. All right. Yes, Willow is awesome. Like I said, all of my kids are awesome. That's just who they are. They can't help who they are. And they just happen to be awesome. So speaking of awesome, we have an awesome guest coming up next here. This is our last guest of the evening who so graciously said, I'll go late. And so she's even later than her planned time. I appreciate your patience, Michelle. We have Michelle with Lost Art Crochet is here with us tonight. Welcome, Michelle.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right. Hi, everybody. Happy birthday, Allie.
Welcome, welcome. I'm so excited to have you here. Let everybody know who you are and what you do.
I am Michelle. I am the crocheter deluxe extraordinaire, if you will, of Lost Art Crochet. It's written right there on the screen. And I make doilies.
You make doilies.
I make doilies. I brought on Louie. Now, I want you to meet Louie. Louie is at all my lives. Now, if I got nothing out of Allie's programs, it's to go live and to go live often. And people will know, like, and trust you if you're live. But to backtrack about my business. When I first started with Allie, I was making a whole bunch of these guys. I was making doilies that I love, ornaments and other things. And I was also making a lot of weird things like this Louie guy. He's got a doink stick on him. Sorry. All right. So, and Allie said to me, is this what do you want to make? And I said, doilies, because my doilies are, spectacular. Whoops. Here's one right here. So I really make the doilies. I bring you right back to the grandma's living room. Okay. Hopefully your own living room. So she said to me, what do you want to make? I said, doilies. She said, make doilies. And I said, all right. And I did. And I stopped making all the stupid extraneous things that most crocheters feel like they need to do. Hats and such. I don't need to make any of that. I can make what I feel like making. I do work a little bit in yarn for my own amusement, for the craft fairs and such, but not really for my page. My page is 100% crochet cotton, 99% crochet cotton. And I make under the doily idea. I'm starting to, this isn't one of mine, but I'm starting to make my own patterns and really focus on what I want to do. So I'm going to hold up some things that I make. So I make the snowflakes. When I started doing shows in 1995, that was 30 years ago, guys. I had three things on my table: doilies, snowflakes, and a barrette made of the same cotton. The barrettes have long passed, but these two things, the doilies and the snowflakes, have been my staple throughout time. So when I came to Allie and she said, what do you want to do? Well, this is what I want to do, because this is what I've been doing for 30 years. This is what I love. So when she said, do it, I'm doing, as long as it's made out of the crochet cotton, I do them. But know that when you go to my page, I make sure that at least 80% of what is on my page is going to be the doilies. And then every now and then I'll throw in some snowflakes and whatnot. I joined Allie's group in May of 2020. I had been hanging around watching the computer machine, and Allie's face kept popping up, and I was always listening. There's some certain phrases and things that she said that really resonated with me over time. At the beginning, like a wow item. She used the term wow item. Do you have a wow item? I do. I just sold it, actually, Allie, so I have to make a new one. A wow item is you make a big, extravagant, expensive, insane thing that nobody's going to buy because the price is so ridiculous and it's so spectacular. Well, I just sold mine. So it does happen that item sells. But what it does what it does in reality is make people go, oh, well, I got to look at this. I got to look at her page. I got to look at what she does because that's really cool. But I can't afford that. I'll go for something else. And that's one of Allie's strategies. You know, one of her very quiet strategies that she has. But because she doesn't
talk about it. I'm going to take note because we don't talk about it probably enough. I do bring it up from time to time. That I call it now the shock and awe. Right. The shock and awe piece.
The shock and awe. Yeah.
But yeah, no, I don't know if I even have like a specific, I think under pricing, I think I might talk about it under pricing. But no, you're right. I don't know. I don't think I talk about it enough with the shock and awe piece.
Right. So, I lost my track.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
You were saying that there were a couple of phrases that I was saying that
really right. So yeah, so that resonated with me. So when I joined, I had about 600 and something people on my Facebook page. My Facebook page started in 2013, so it was 7 years old, and I sold 100 a year. That was all I had on my page. But right now it is at 2,300 followers. And this is since 2020. Now, the people on my page, I must say, are really, really loyal. And they're a different group of people. And they're special to me, you know. So I found my particular audience who looks at something called Lost Art Crochet and says, that is me. Now, you, when you're choosing your name, you want someone that will say, that's me. Now, I'm not saying it's every kind of crochet. It's a lost art. And they know, you go right to doilies. Your brain goes right to grandma when you hear that. And the name came when people would say that to me at shows. Oh, this is a lost art. I still hear it. And I point to my sign, you know. Okay. So, you know, it's past my bedtime, man.
No, I'm sorry.
East Coast.
Okay. I appreciate you. I really do.
Maybe I need my crown. Whoops.
I am wearing a Lost Art crochet piece tonight, by the way, everybody.
This is made out of the crochet cotton that I make my doilies out of. So, you know, and she said that's what I was giving away. As far as my audience, I just want to explain my audience to you a little bit, and that's what I was getting at, is that I did one of, early on, I did a live challenge, and it has made a big difference to me because nobody will look at a picture of something and go, oh, that's okay. Like a doily, it's hard to take a picture of it and get it in context. I go live twice a week. And I don't always sell, but I always make sales. It's just my people call me up and they message me on the Facebook page and say, I hear it's snowing in Boston. Are you okay? I mean, that's how they know, like, and trust me. And I reach out to them when I see stuff about their area. I try to, anyways. You know what I mean? Like it's a little bit more personal. These are older. Usually it's older women and stuff, but I took them in, and they're part of my little team, and I know many of them by name. If they bumped into me, I wouldn't know them in person, but because they're Facebook people. But you know what I mean. Yep. So, you're looking. What you're doing, what Ellie helps you do, is create your own little team, your own little family of like-minded people who want what you have to sell. People who need the worry pets or you know, things, the metaphysical things and the things you saw, you can tell that they do well because they have found their club. And let me tell you, I am on team Carolyn Kay. I wear hers on my live all the time.
Love it.
So yeah, I do. We all take care of each other and we all pay attention to each other.
That's what I love about the HSC community is because you guys are all buying from each other. And I always tell people, like, I can't guarantee that, but if you join the community and you start talking and you follow their page and they start following your page, like the sales are going to happen within the community itself. Like I think sales from the community can pretty much pay a lot of people's membership to HSC just with what the sales they're making internally.
Yeah, that is the thing. I keep going. I keep losing what I'm saying. So going live, it's kind of common knowledge. I'm going to drop something. I don't do it on purpose. I always tell people I'm not going to drop things on purpose. I say a lot. I forget what I'm saying a lot. I look off into the distance. That means I'm thinking. But people love that. So if you're not going live, I say do it. If you want some guidance, join Handmade Sellers and let Allie help you. She's got all the powers. You just need to tap into some of them. Pick what helps your business. You know your business better than Allie does, but Allie can tell, she can help you mold your business to get to more people. You know, so because I pick and chose what would help me. I did the all her training in my own time. And I do look back at it to help me with things. There are a few things I've done and I know I've done it and I have to get back to it, which is fine. The PFP, I get up every morning and with my coffee, I do my PFP every morning, Allie. Even if I have to go take the picture, I will go take the picture. If I have to make a video, I'll go make the video. I do it every morning. And I have a lot of comments and likes on my page every day. And it's all natural.
So you guys, what I love about Michelle is like, yeah, she does the PFP. She's been doing the PFP for at least 3 years now, like close to 3. Like as soon as I released I think you were there when I released the PFP, when I actually.
It was soon after, right after.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I think I started it like that maybe Christmas or so. And Michelle's been loyal to it. But here's what I love about Michelle is just herself. Just like Willow was talking about, like, oh, you got to be you and you're going to attract the right people to you. And Michelle shows up with doilies, the things that she loves to make the most, the things she's passionate about, the things she loves to talk about. And she doesn't sit there and think, well, what does the market want? I mean, yes, we do need to pay attention to that, right? But she's not making a fake version of herself to try to match what would be commercially viable. And this is really, really important for everybody to understand, because while I say, yes, pick a product, it still has to be something you love. It still has to be something you're passionate about. And Michelle comes up with this passion and love that you bring for your product and for your customers, and the fun and the joy. And you are just so you, right? You show up on those lives and you're just so you. And even some of the fun things that you've done that I've learned from you, you know, that the doily showdown was like brilliant. And I didn't think about that. Michelle, because she's very good at thinking outside the box and looking for creative ways to get her audience engaged and have fun with them. And so she shows up and just has fun. Duncan was saying that earlier. If you show up and you have fun and you're genuinely yourself, how can you not be successful? And so that is what Michelle has done. And I think she's been inspiring to me because of the way that she pushes boundaries and tries new things, and her level of commitment to growing. Because I know we've talked about this before, Michelle, that this isn't like a, you know, I have to have this business in order to make ends meet type of business for you, that this is really passion for you. Mm-hmm. This is a passion project that, yes, it's a business, but it's much more about you're leading with it's a fun thing for you to do, and you're leading with your heart first on it versus like, oh, I need to make all the monies.
But I'm making all the monies.
But and you're still making all the monies.
I am. My numbers, I can't give you specific numbers, but I made in November over $6,000 in doily money. So that was in that 1 month. I haven't done the year yet, but I mean, we're up there. We're in good numbers. We're not in Brian numbers, but we're doing all right for doilies.
$6,000 is fantastic.
Yeah.
I've heard you talk before about, about $1,000 a month, and that's about where you were happy. So are you doing more than that now on average?
Yeah, average, yeah.
Yeah, that had to be a
This
year
year's
or
been
better
really
ago.
good. It's been really good this year.
Oh, I love it.
Explain it. I don't know what I'm doing. It's all Louis. My mother made Louis slippers. These are knit slippers.
Oh, he's got booties.
And he's got his own crown. I'd like to give a crown away, though. And Mr. King actually picked out the crown to give away, Allie. So
okay. You got to tell everybody who Mr. King is.
Mr. King? Oh, he's the mailman. He's the guy that my kids look like the mailman. He's the one that I married.
And I just love that too, because there was a Mr. King that was a teacher at my school when I was young. And so every time you're like Mr. King, I get the biggest kick out of that.
I always called him that. I always did. I had a job when we were first married where there was another Jim there. And every time I said Jim, they're like, Jim? No, Mr. King. So it just stuck.
I love it. I think it's a fantastic name.
But Mr. King picked out I make them without a pattern. These are, Allie, yours is holding up really well. So it's, it's not falling apart.
I've had it for almost a year now.
I know, it's been a while. So this is made out of the same stuff I make the doilies out of, and I stiffen it very hard. But he picked out a red one. He said it should be red for it should be red for Valentine's Day. Okay, so he did pick out a very nice, pretty red one, and it's made with silver sparkles, and that's what you're looking at right now. All I see is pink on the screen, but it
looks pink here. But is it red, and is there a white yarn with it, or is it?
No, it's a silver yarn running through with the dark red.
Gotcha.
So, but it is red in person.
So a red crown.
And you know which emoji I want.
Which one do you want?
The laughing emoji, of course.
The laughing emoji. That's perfect. All right, guys, you are going to react to this video with a laughing reaction to this video, because Michelle always has fun and always has a great time. So Michelle, if somebody is out there thinking, I don't know, this might not be for me, what would you tell them about? And I know you've brought people in. You've brought people into the fold.
I brought Dawn in.
You brought Dawn in. I don't know if the other Michelle came in before or after you. I don't know.
Michelle Adams came in before me, but I do know her. We did know each other.
Yes. So there are several people that know, like, you've got your local contingent there. So what do you say to people when they're like, oh, I'm struggling, what do I do?
Well, the people who are watching this video right now, if you're on here and it's almost 6 hours, just do it. Just $7. Just do it, because it's been 6 hours and you've been watching all this silliness. Come on. We have so much fun. You can see it. How's that?
That's the best sales pitch I've ever heard. If you've already invested 6 hours, what are you doing? I love it. What's your favorite part of Handmade Sellers Club?
Well, going live. It's got to be going live. Well, the money, number one. Going live, number two. I really like so many people that I've met through the group. I'm always trying to get them to come to Boston. I think it would be a great place for a retreat.
we can put that on a summertime retreat at some point in time. I'm not going there in January, but we can talk about summertime in Boston. Yeah,
I talk personally to many handmade sellers who have questions about things. They message me personally, or I'm answering their questions on your page. I try to beat Amy to it, but I'm not good at it. I lay no claim to any power.
But yeah, no, Michelle is a fantastic member of the HSC community. Like, she's always in one of the top 10 people that are active in the group. She's so giving and willing to share and helping people and encouraging people and giving great advice. I know a lot of times I'm just like what Michelle said. Like I go to put my answer on and Amy's beat Michelle and then Michelle's beat me. And then I'm like, yeah, what Michelle said. Michelle hit it on the nose.
I don't want to miss anything that's said, because it's so many things. questions are answered by other people that I'm like, oh, that's good. And I get so much out of it that I always go to the page to make sure that I'm caught up.
I love it. You've probably seen more of the recent posts than I have. I've been so checked out with this, with Christmas. I'm like, Christmas comes and I'm like, business, what business? I don't have a business. I'm going to sit by the pool for the day. And then we do this. So it's fantastic. So yes, when you join HSC, you will see Michelle. Michelle is very, very active in the group and helps everybody. Everybody loves Michelle. We really appreciate you in the group. So we are doing Laffy reaction for the crown. This is your guys' last chance. It's 2 minutes to midnight. 2 minutes to midnight is amazing. And I'm still not done yet. Laughing reaction for Michelle for the red and silver crown. And we're going to pick in 3, 2, 1. Laffy reaction. We have 39 Laffies. Michelle, what number would you like me to pick?
3.
Number 3 is, make sure, I thought I had that name. I do not. Amanda Stewart. Amanda Stewart, are you on?
Yay, Amanda.
Yay, Amanda.
Inner queen.
Crown, Amanda Stewart, are you here? Missy Lowry just hopped on. We got 1 minute to go, Missy. But no, we'll be here for a couple more minutes because I have a jackpot giveaway to do here when we finish up with Michelle. So Amanda, what was the last name? Stewart. Amanda Stewart, are you here? Amanda. All right. Amanda Stewart, are you here? I don't want to miss you if you're here. I'm going to look on the other comments and see if I can see it there. All right. So we don't want to miss anybody. All right. Amanda Stewart, are you here? I like Brian's comment. I just saw a post in a cribbage group of a cribbage board I made. So I had to comment with my Facebook page on it. I love that. So he's just like hanging out in a group and his board shows up. Amanda, are you here? We're going to have to pick a different winner if you are not.
I got to change my thing. My last thing I put in was sad. All right, I fixed it.
The last reaction?
My last emoji was sad, so I had to change it.
Sad for crying our fears away. All right, Amanda, I'm going to give you just a couple more seconds, and then we got to pick a different winner because Michelle has got to go to bed. It is past her bedtime. It is past my bedtime. My eyes are starting to get droopy. All right, I don't see anything from Amanda. We are going to pick the next one. We actually have 40 now, 1 through 40.
Yay.
What number you want, Michelle?
3. Can I do 3 again?
As long as it's not the same person, we can do 3 again.
Okay.
No, it's the same person, so you got to pick a different one.
All right. Then we're gonna do how many? 1 to what?
40.
37.
37.
Take 3 away.
I've got to hold on. I got to refresh my video because it does the goofy thing. And don't go there. Go there. And then got to mute. There I am. Make sure I'm muted. All right. Sometimes it just won't scroll. It said it's tired of scrolling. It's been scrolling all night. All right. 37, 40, 49, 48. 40, 39, 38, 37 was an already winner. Pick another number.
1. You can go scroll back the other way.
Yes, we got to go back the other way. Number 1 is Patty Woods. I'm pretty sure Patty Woods is here. I just saw her comment like 2 minutes ago. So Patty, Noni's Natural Soaps, you get a number just by doing the reaction that I ask you to do. And that was do the laughy face, and then I count. So Patty is here. All right, Patty Woods. We got Patty Woods is the winner. Congratulations, Patty. And Brian just got another cha-ching. So make your niche a good one, he says. Fantastic. Great job. All right. Congratulations, Patty Woods. Thank you so much, Michelle, for being here and being such a good sport and getting on so late with me and making it to midnight. It's no longer my birthday.
Yay.
Well, I guess it is if they're in a different time zone. It's still my birthday if you're not in the Eastern time zone.
Technicalities. All right. I'll talk to you at a later date.
Thank you so much, Michelle. Thank you, everybody, for being here tonight. We are going to do a quick jackpot winner deal. I'm going to find the reaction that we have very few of. Let's see what we have. We're going to do the care reaction. I have had on my bookshelf over the last year, the last couple of years, I went out and I bought a bunch of like crafting show books. And, I've flipped through them, but I think I get more content just being able to talk to you guys. And I'm not going to sit and read them because I have other books that I need to read. And I'm like, you know what? They just need to go because we're going to be moving at some point in time and I don't want to pack them. So I have 3 piles of 6 books in each pile, all having to do with selling crafts. One is about Etsy. Others are selling crafts online. Some are about selling crafts at shows. They're not bad books. I'm just not going to take the time to read them. So we're going to give away all 3 stacks to three different people, right? So each person gets a stack. So this is a stack. We're going to do the care reaction. Care reaction, care reaction, care reaction. I'm going to pick 3 winners and you all have to be here. I'm going to reward you guys for being on here late with me tonight. So this is stack number 1. I'm going to pick 3 people and I'm just randomly going to assign the stacks. So you don't get to pick and choose which stack you want. This is the next stack. Some of these don't have your handmade business, a guide to craft shows. We've got make money at art and craft fairs, how to make money at craft shows, how to survive and prosper as an artist. So that's stack number 2. And then we have, so each one of these has 6 books in it. And this is stack number 3, Crafters Market, Planet Now. Yes, as a creative entrepreneur. I was like, that's not a crafting one, but it is. Craft Business Power, Craft Show and Sell, Adventures in Beading. So, I mean, if I know somebody's a jewelry maker, I'll match up this book with them. But anybody can learn. Like, one thing you got to learn tonight is that you can learn from other businesses. We've talked about that a lot. Lori said, can previous winners win? You know what? Because you stuck it out for this giveaway, I'm going to say yes, because there are 40 people that made it to midnight with us. We made it to midnight with 40 people. So react with the care reaction to this video. And even if you already won, you know what? Let's just do it because I need to get rid of these stacks of books and we all need to go to bed. We all need to go to bed. So care reaction, guys. I'm going to pick 3 winners. We got the child back in there. Did you talk about your snake? Did you tell them at all? But, huh? A tiny bit. Got the accessory there. All right. So care reaction, care reaction, care reaction. We're giving away these 3 piles of books to whomever my 3 winners are. Each one of you gets a stack of books. And again, I will try to match up jewelry if I know that you're jewelry. If I call your name, just write jewelry in there so I know. If 2 of you, then you're going to have to fight it out. It's cage match. Let's see. Lynn is jumping on at the end of it. Lynn, you've missed 6 hours. This has been going on for 6 hours. This has been so much fun. People always say you've gone live for 6 hours, and this is my 3rd time going live for 6 hours. It's not as hard as it sounds, and it's a whole lot of fun. So we are going to pick a winner in 5, 4, care reaction, 3, 2, and 1. All right, we have 38 care reactions. Sage, pick a number between 1 and 38.
25.
Okay, 25. Making me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. 25 is Masonic Family Gifts, which is Kimberly. Are you still on? Kimberly, it's too late. I can't think of your last name. You know who you are. Masonic Family Gifts. Are you still on? While we are waiting for Kimberly, I'm writing it down. Pick another number. 1 through 38.
15.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Judy Hartman. I know where my jewelry book is going. Judy Hartman, are you still on? And pick one more.
38.
38, number 38, right at the end. Kim Drews. Kim Drews. I need to hear from all 3 of you ladies. Masonic Family Gifts, Kimberly. We need Kim Drews and Judy Hartman. Judy Hartman is here. Kimberly, Masonic Family Gifts, is here. And we just need a Kim Drews. All right, Kim Drews. Let me make sure I didn't miss it. Let's see. Patty said, we'll keep the party going for you here in Florida. All right. So much fun. Nani's Natural Soap says it's still your birthday in Texas. See, I've got a while to go yet. Kim Drews, Kim Drews, Kim Drews. If you are responding, I'm not seeing it. Kim Drews, are you here? And if I can't see it, I can't say you claimed it, then I gotta move on. So we're gonna give you another. Eddie, stop flicking his foot over there. It sounds disgusting. Eddie, that's enough. All right, Kim. Janine Young Katie says it's your birthday in California. Thank you. Yeah, still in California. All right, we're going to pull one more because there is no Kim Drews that I can see of. One more, child.
What was the number?
We are doing 1 through 37.
27.
27, 37, 36, 35, 34, 33, 32, 31, 30, 29, 28, 27. Is that what you said? 27. Carly Scott, are you on? Carly Scott. Carly Scott. If you're on here, Carly, we can put us all out of our misery. Claim your prize and let me go to bed. Carly Scott, are you on? I'm going to give you a minute here. While I'm waiting for Carly Scott, right? Carly Schott, Schott, which I kind of think sounds like Scott, but I'm not sure. Yes, Judy, send me an email. Also, Kimberly, Masonic Gifts, send me an email. I'm going to put the email in the link right or in the thing here. So we're waiting for Carly. While we're waiting for Carly, I just want to say, you guys, I'm just such an optimistic person when it comes to the new year. I love New Year's. I think New Year's, new beginning. Like, we don't do the whole party thing on New Year's, but I just love going into the new year. It's such a great feeling. Just starting new, fresh ideas, new motivation. Excited about the things I'm going to learn and things I'm going to accomplish that year. Yes, Carly. Yes, you, Carly. Oh, me, Carly. Yes. All right, Carly, you are the winner. Yes, you, Carly. I don't know if it's Scott or Shot or I'm not sure. Carly has claimed. So going into the new year, I'm super excited. Oh, Carly, send us an email. I just posted the email. Let me post it again. Send us an email. Let us know that you won the pile of books, and we will have you fill out the link that we reply with. Fill that out tomorrow. Get it back to us, or tonight if Amy's. Amy's probably in bed by now, but we'll get them out to you guys at least by the morning, and then fill it out and get it back to us. If it's not filled out by tomorrow, then you forfeit, because we can't hold on to stuff and have it sitting here forever. Let's see. The Crown. Yes, Patty, email for the Crown. Email for the Crown as well. I'm sorry if I missed that. It's late. I'm forgetting things. So yes, I'm so excited about the new year, new beginnings, new things I'm going to learn, new things I'm going to accomplish, new things I'm going to bring to you guys in Handmade Sellers Club, new things I'm going to be doing on the social media. But there is one word that I am taking. I always hear people talk about the one word. This is the word that defines their year. And I could probably choose a couple of different words, but I think the one word I'm going to choose that I'm going to live by in 2024 is, gosh, now I'm like conflicted. There's two words I want to choose. Consistency is definitely one of them. That is something that I have seen my members just kick butt and take names with. You've heard them talk about posting every single day. And I'll admit that I do not post every single day. And part of it is we have so many social media accounts. There's with everything that we're doing, it can be difficult to keep up. But since Sage has come on board and is helping me out with certain things, it is allowing me to be more consistent. Consistency is the name of the game. I want routines. I want schedules. I want habits. And I've already been developing them, over the last 5 years, over the course of my business life, right? I've been working up to this moment. But I really want to just like dial that in and perform at the level that I want to. But it's also the drum I really want to pound in Handmade Sellers Club as well, because we talk a lot about this is a marathon and not a sprint. Yes, you can get quick results, but if you want long-term business success, you're gonna have to put in long-term work, and that requires consistency. You can't just post here and there and expect that your live sale is going to be amazing. You can't turn your business off sometimes. There's holidays, obviously, and there's vacations, but you don't, if you're going to be wishy-washy with how you act in your business, you're going to be wishy-washy with your results. The more consistent you are, the better your results are going to be. So consistency is my word. And the one that I'm really fighting with that would also be my word is fun. Duncan brought it up. We talked about it with Michelle. My buddy Ryan said that is his number one goal for 2024 is just to have fun. And, meeting Duncan and being able to do what we've done with this podcast is really opening up. I mean, we've always tried to bring an element of fun to HSC. We do the challenges and we do giveaways. Like I like the fun elements, but I'm really looking at 2024 to like, how can we open up that more? And how do we encourage the members, you guys, the sellers, to approach your page with fun and joy? And again, like how many people tonight said, my marketing is now fun. I'm having fun with my marketing. I really want to lean into that. And yes, the strategies are good, but it's also fun. Because I want people to have a business that brings them joy. If you can have consistency and you bring fun, I think that's just a beautiful combination and is going to get you some amazing results, and you're going to enjoy yourself along the way. Consistency sounds boring, but it gives you real results. So bring the fun in with it. Yes, fun consistency. Yes, fun consistency. That's exactly right, Lauren. Consistent, persistent wears out resistance every time. Consistent persistence wears out resistance every time. I love that because there are days where I'm like, I don't want to, but you know what? If I want my business to grow, I'm going to. I'm going to do it anyhow. I'm going to do it scared. I'm going to do it tired. I'm going to do it even if I'm distracted. I'm going to do it even when I'm just having a bad day. Just showing up and doing it shows my commitment to my business. And therefore, my business knows that it is a priority and not just something that I do on the side from time to time when I feel like it. And I believe that if I approach it that way through 2024, that we're going to reach our goal. We have over 400 members now. We're looking at 1,000 members by the end of 2024. And I believe it's the consistency and the persistence and the fun that's going to get us there. So thank you, everybody, for being here tonight. I can't believe we still have 38 people on, and it's 20 minutes after midnight or 18 minutes after midnight. You guys are amazing. I really appreciate it. Thank you all so much for the birthday wishes. This is the most fun I could possibly have. It's just hanging out with you guys, hearing your stories, and I almost cried a couple of times. I had goosebumps like half the night. It was fantastic. So this was really, really great. Thank you, everybody, for being here, for supporting each other. Join Handmade Sellers Club. Let's show up. Let's do it. Let's have that angry shark face, cry away our fear, and just do it in 2024. I am here for you. You invest in you. I'll invest in you. Let's do this together. I will see you guys. I'll see Handmade Sellers Club members on Monday, 2024. Bye.